Some big NFL news this morning. The NFL has suspended Houston Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair 3 games for his hit on Sunday to Trevor Lawrence. The NFL's vice president of football operations announced the suspension, adding that the league deemed the hit unacceptable and that Al-Shaair's continued disregard for the rules governing player safety will not be tolerated. Moving back to some Monday Night Football action, Jameis Winston threw for a franchise record 497 yards and 4 touchdowns. However, he also tossed 2 interceptions that Denver returned for scores. The Broncos had 3 picks for 171 interception return yards against him in the Broncos' 41-32 victory for Monday Night Football. And in his return to Denver, Jerry Jeudy also had a historic night. He recorded a career-high 9 catches for 235 receiving yards and 1 touchdown. It was the most receiving yards by a player in his first game against his former team in NFL history. And a bit of college football news, Florida Atlantic has hired Texas Tech's offensive coordinator Zach Kittley as their next head coach. The 33-year-old is now the youngest head coach in all of FBS. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. I think Landfill thought our mics were on. It was kind of funny to watch them realize they weren't. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Officially cold winter season. It's cold outside.
Yeah, it was. I got in my car and it had a little snowflake popped up and it said 22. I was like, nah. And then
cold,
as I got in here, it got a little warmer. But you know what? When I first stepped outside this morning, I almost ran back. I almost did an old moonwalk back in the
house. A very eventful Monday Night Football game. It was a fun one to watch, and I want to talk about both quarterbacks specifically. But I also the kid Batonio. Hopefully, I'm getting that right.
Bonito, dog.
Bonito. Dude can play, and he can cover.
He got a little injured last night, didn't he?
Yeah, late in that game. I found him really impressive. Surtain is a bad dude.
Yep.
I think there was a lot of talent on that field. Cleveland is clearly more talented than 3-9.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
if Jameis was there the whole year, they probably would have won another 3-4 games.
I want to ask that question because at various moments last night, you watch Jameis and you're like, this dude should be a starter. And then at other moments, you watch Jameis and you're like, oh, my God. But let's not even talk about the picks. The deep shot to Jerry Jeudy on the play action late in the first half was so perfectly drawn up. And Jeudy, you know how people always got a step. He had like 4 steps.
Yeah.
And Jameis went full Randy Johnson. But what was remarkable about that overthrow was usually on a deep shot like that, the ball's got some air under it, and guys get overthrown. It happens.
Yeah.
But he threw that so hard, it didn't even really have much air under it, and he still overthrew
he throws
it.
A lot
his
of
arm strength is bananas.
He throws a lot of his ball, and it was a pitcher.
Right.
He throws a lot of his balls on the line, but the thing about him, you need someone on the sideline that can constantly tell him, calm down.
Yo.
Because I love the fact that he's aloof. I love that because you heard did you see the pregame with Ryan and all them talking about him?
No.
His teammates love him, and they say, dog, if he was a guy that was fake, if that was a act he was putting on, them players would be like, man, get the hell out of my face. But it's not an act. But one thing about him, he gets so hyped. Like the pass he threw out there that got picked off.
Which one?
No, I'm saying the one out to the left side, the one that he threw late in the game.
The one that wasn't returned for a touchdown?
Oh, that one was returned when the guy didn't even touch him. The kid, he got up and then ran. But if he just throws that ball out front, that ball doesn't get touched. But Jameis is, like you stated, his arm is so strong. He's very much like Brett Favre. He has a strong arm where he feel he can make every throw, whether he's late or not. And he knew he was late on that pass. And he tried anyway, but hey, once you throw the ball behind somebody breaking out, it goes the other direction.
I mean, to throw 2 pick sixes and then to have another pick that was returned like 40 yards. It was Cody Barton. There were a couple old Commanders making plays last night, which was incredibly bizarre. Cody Barton had a late interception in that one.
Yep.
And you remember the dude, Michael Burton, that scored a touchdown last night, white boy fullback?
Yeah.
You remember when he was here? So
I vaguely remember that.
When Gruden got fired and Callahan got promoted, that was the old Bruce Allen special. He had been waiting his chance to make that happen. And immediately Callahan signs a fullback. The dude played 10 games and had 2 starts without a single offensive statistic in Washington. He had one target in 10 games. I just found that remarkable. I feel like that's almost harder to do. Cleveland last night specifically, you got to be able to run the ball. I recognize it's fun for us I think Jameis has turned into kind of this where Ryan Fitzpatrick was late in his career, where he's like this really lovable, turnover-prone quarterback. He's infinitely more talented than Fitz was. But
I think he's better than that.
Yeah, but they've entered this similar like kind of character arc now. The path to win games with Jameis Winston is not to have him throw 58 passes.
True.
They need to run the ball. They can't.
But they talked about the O-line. The O-line is not very good.
I think they're really beat up.
And for him to drop back 50-something times, man, you're going to take your chances with that. But you got the offensive line. I'm serious. Every time he looked back to get a ball to a running back, the other guy was basically touching Jameis as he was handing the ball off.
Yeah. Chubb is working his way back from the injury, whatever. I wouldn't discount him forever, but Jerome Ford's the better option for them running the ball right now.
Yeah, Ford is, but even he couldn't really get it all the time because they give up too much penetration.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are fairly telling in that Browns run game. Chubb had 9 carries for 21 yards.
I can tell you this.
Ford had 9 for 41. It's not that much better.
As good as that Denver Broncos defense is supposed to be, they got carved up, dog.
They did.
I mean, you can't give up that many damn
552 yards. Cleveland was.
They had no running game, and you allow him to throw that many passes. And if he had not missed so many, he'd have had 600 on him.
Cleveland was. Dude, just imagine he hit the one deep shot to Judy. That would have been another 65 yards.
Yes.
Cleveland was 50% on third down. They were 9 of 19. They just turned it over too much. Jameis, the picks just were killers. And I thought this is my first time really sitting and watching Knicks. He's got some stuff to him, man. He makes some plays. He
makes some plays. He's inaccurate. I'll give you that.
I mean, he threw 2 interceptions last night too.
Yeah.
He was 18 of 35, so sub right at 50%.
Right at 51, 52%.
Yeah, I think it was interesting.
He was below 50 for a while, and then he threw some. He hit some one. I think on the run, he's a much better passer.
Yeah, I mean, but then the couple big plays he made, that deep shot he hit to Mims was a really pretty ball when he was on the run and hit him downfield. That's a 93-yard touchdown.
That touchdown there was just about to be a pick, too. It got tipped a little bit, and Mims ended up pulling it in. That ball right there was one of those, okay.
Sure. It was that sequence of that game where Knicks hit Mims for 90 and then Winston hit Judy for 70 was pretty damn awesome.
Judy was balding, dude.
Judy in his return to Denver, 9 catches for 235 yards with a touchdown.
NFL record. The most by a receiver to go against a former team.
Well, dude, again, that easily could be
It could be 300.
300. Yeah. Jameis just
300.
missed him wide open, perfect play call. With Knicks, did you watch the regular broadcast or the Manning cast?
I watched the regular broadcast.
Okay, so did I. So I had Joe and Troy on. I kind of think Joe Buck and Troy Aikman have become the best in football.
Well, they got to get their information right. Okay.
Did they have something wrong last night?
Yeah, they were totally wrong. They talk about the only coach that has a rookie quarterback that could be a coach of the year is the only coach doing it with a rookie. I think Dan Quinn doing it with a rookie too, right?
Sure.
So they were completely wrong on that.
Okay. I missed that part.
Yeah.
But one thing that...
And they said it multiple times.
Well, then that's clearly wrong. But I almost wonder, Joe, and this is going to sound crazy. Aikman, maybe it's because he now makes 18 mil a year or whatever, but I have found I don't think anybody is more overtly critical than Troy has become. And it almost seemed like Bo Nix stood up his daughter for a date or something. Aikman was highly critical of Nix, I thought. And a lot of times, Nix would not take the underneath stuff and try to make bigger plays, and Troy was killing him for it. And then I think they were fair when he did hit a couple big plays.
Yeah.
I found it fascinating how critical I thought Aikman was of Nix.
I don't understand why when people are the broadcasters, we think they're supposed to be 100% positive.
I don't think they are. I'm telling you, I think Joe and Troy are the best.
Most times they are so much on the side of the NFL and so much they don't want to piss off nobody. But if I'm watching the game, if I am supposed to be giving you my analysis, it's not always positive.
I thought it was great.
I think what Troy does is unbelievable. Like, you get my man Romo, he want to be the predictor. He just repeat everything somebody told him. And everybody go, oh, man, he knows everything that's coming. Well, they just told him that when they meet with him. But Troy is sitting there watching the game, and all of a sudden you make he has to go underneath more. He's waiting for the big play too much. Young quarterback, right? Then when he hit a big one, you give him credit for it. But you can't. I have never seen a football game where everything is positive.
I totally agree with you. I think it's remarkable. I thought it was a good, fun game. I don't know. I don't want to oversimplify this because people will throw stats at me or whatever, and that's terrific. And I've only watched one, and I watched two games early in the year when he looked god awful. So Nix has certainly progressed, undoubtedly progressed from early in the year. If I'm drafting, if the NFL is drafting, I'm sorry, Jeff, what do you have going on here, bud?
You stretching?
But why are you in a wife beater? What happened to your shirt?
Nah, bro. The heat was pumping in here, but I didn't want to just turn the AC on.
So you went with that look.
And I tried on the shirt that you gave. Did
it fit?
Nah. That's something you gotta rock unbuttoned.
Okay. Well,
you rocking unbuttoned. Look like
maybe we get that Denton or Stallion or something. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's too big for me. I thought it might fit Jeff. B, I don't know if you'd want it. You like flannels, but anyway. I've now watched 3 games of Knicks. 2 of them were early on when he was god awful, and then I watched last night where he made enough plays. They won the game. He was pretty good. Denver can run the ball pretty well, but Javonte Williams gives them nothing. He got the touchdown for him, but that was a 2nd and goal from the half-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
The kid McLaughlin is pretty slippery, runs tough.
Yes.
I don't mind Estime. I do, though. I did make a couple of conclusions from last night. I think Sean Payton's a good coach. I think Denver has some real talent on that defense. I think that Broncos team is well coached, and they deserve credit for that.
Uh-huh.
Right now, Denver would be the 7 seed in the AFC, and they would be going to Buffalo to play the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
What's that spread? 8? 6.5?
It'll probably be 6.5. No, it'll probably be 8 because it's you going to Buffalo. They have a we saw that defense get carved up last night by a dude who's up and down. And then I think the defense of Buffalo is far better than what Cleveland defense plays. They'll have issues.
There is the way the Bills can score. I'm just calling my shot now. I will lay the points. I'm not a lay the points guy, but I think Denver is well coached. They're able to win some regular season games, and it's a step forward for the organization because Sean Payton had to prove to the world he was right and, chase Russ out of town, all these things. And
Russ is still balling now.
Right. Russ seems just fine.
I would say this, though, Jay. People don't like to put any faith in that, but that travel from Denver over to Buffalo, them 6 points they may outpace that.
You saying Denver will?
No, I'm saying Buffalo will beat them by way more than that.
I'm telling you now, a month, probably 6 weeks before they play this game, if it ends up being Denver going to the Bills, I'm laying the points. All right, Bees just texted and said it's -9. It's a big number. I still think I'm laying it. I hope that the Broncos become a public dog and everybody's loving it because I will lay the points. Bees also said this, and so Bees is texting me and B. Everybody knows our boy Mike Beasley from MGM National Harbor. The people that want to point out that Sean Payton's doing a great job with a rookie quarterback and that perhaps Sean Payton should win Coach of the Year, I think Sean Payton has done a really good job with that Denver team. The only thing I would point out to counter that, besides the fact that Troy Aikman apparently doesn't realize that Dan Quinn's doing the same thing with Jaden Daniels, who's a rookie quarterback, it's the second year of Payton's program in Denver. Like he's been putting things into place now for 48 months. Dan Quinn got here in February.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's a much quicker turnaround.
And I believe the O-line that they have supposedly in Denver is supposed to be better than the one we have here.
Yeah. I thought last night they did a decent job. I think what Washington has, this is my last point then watching this game last night. Besides just God bless Jameis, he's an American treasure. Is there a team next year that could turn the keys to Jameis? Not like, yo, Jameis, we got you, and we're drafting Shador Sanders.
If
just like
they
Jameis,
have
this is
that
your
guy
team.
on the sideline that can constantly talk to him to get him, just bring him off the horse just a little bit. When Jameis gets out there, he's on a Clydesdale standing up on top of a damn bucket. Okay, he's on the high horse. They need somebody to kick the bucket down and put him on a Shetland pony. He just got to, listen, his arm strength is so great that he thinks he can just back off sometimes,
sure.
Dude. If he backs off, if he does 80% of his pace on his balls, I guarantee you he'll have a far, far better completion percentage and way less interceptions.
I know where I'd like to see Jameis go, and I don't think it's going to happen because they drafted a rookie, got hurt, whatever. But, like, if he got a year or two with O'Connell, the way O'Connell's able to make Darnold a functioning, pretty good quarterback, if he got a year or two with McVay, like, honestly, what Jameis had working with Sean Payton in New Orleans before he had the knee injury was by far the best he's ever played as a pro because he was limiting the turnovers. There's no doubt he can make offensive plays. He had a 30-30 season. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
Nobody throws 30 picks, but he also had 30 touchdowns.
That believes in him, that can make him believe that, dude, you don't always have everybody's not open. Because I think his arm strength makes him think, I see my dude is 4 people covering him, but he's taller than them. I'm going to fit the ball where I need to fit it.
It's wild.
Because the pass he tried to throw to Njoku at the end, if it didn't get picked off by, Barton, the next guy was going to knock it down. There's no way that ball got to Njoku unless he put it up some.
When I want to say it was second quarter touchdown throw to Njoku, right? Yeah, it was the end of the first quarter. No, I'm talking about Njoku caught 2, I guess. The first, he completed the touchdown on third down when he went high. On second down, he tried to hum it in there, went like between a backer and a corner.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm just like, I would love to know the speed on that football because it is coming out so hot. I do think, I don't know, there's good football inside of Jameis Winston. Watching Bo Nix, I watched Jaden Daniels, and he makes absolutely fantastic plays, like of his own making and creation. I watch Bo Nix, and there's a little bit of that. There's some playmaking ability, undoubtedly, but I can't imagine for any conversation about this Rookie of the Year stuff. I can't imagine one single talent evaluator that would ever take Knicks ahead of Jaden, including Sean Payton.
Said it already.
Right.
He said it earlier.
Yeah.
So let's be real.
I just think that
If
conversation
that draft were to happen again, the first two may switch.
Yeah.
But you still are not going to pick Bo Nix before either one of them.
No. I think if you redraft right now, I wonder what would happen with Jaden and Caleb. I think there's still enough of the prototypical quarterback size that Caleb checks those boxes that Jaden doesn't. I don't know how that would go, but I honestly don't think even today how well Nix has played, it would go that differently. I think Drake still goes ahead of them.
The prototypical side because of his weight.
Yeah, he's just more sturdy.
I think Jaden is taller than him.
He is.
So, I mean, I don't see him as prototypical.
I mean, Jaden's really skinny.
I mean, he's skinny, but still, Jared Goff is skinny. Jared Goff is rather skinny.
Not like Jaden.
Still, he's skinny.
You think Jaden would go one now?
Jared Goff is now an 8-year vet. Jaden ain't gonna be that skinny in 8 years. But I'm looking at Caleb. Caleb like 6 feet.
They got him at 6'1", 215.
6 feet, 215. Just bet that.
Do you think Jaden would go one now?
I think he will.
Okay, regardless, it could be Jaden. That could flip flop, but I think the rest of it still. I still think people would take Drake May over Nix.
Nix is gonna be right where he was.
Yeah, maybe Penix and McCarthy, but McCarthy's hurt. Who knows? Mm-hmm. I really liked McCarthy. Penix, I think we might get to see him.
A lot of people in Atlanta are asking for him.
Maybe we have that discussion.
Yeah, upset with Kirk,
bro. I wonder if Kirk. I think there's injury questions with Kirk. You don't see the same turn and drive like you did. We got a break. Big suspension down in Houston. Maybe we have a Kirk conversation. That's kind of interesting. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. The NFL has announced a 3-game suspension for Houston Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair for repeated violations of rules intended to protect the health and safety of players and promote sportsmanship. This was after his nasty hit on Trevor Lawrence on Sunday. Now, the NFL's vice president of football operations wrote a letter to Al-Shaair that he can appeal the suspension, but he said, and was not mincing his words, your lack of sportsmanship and respect for the game of football and those who play, coach, and enjoy watching it is troubling. Your continued disregard for the rules puts your health and safety and your opponent's safety in jeopardy, and this will not be tolerated. Dang. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's ITCADRE.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Jeff's got a question for you. Shout out to Stevie. She's dancing. Jeff's dancing. Landfill got new headphones. A lot going on today, man. We're hoping to track down Wendy for a Wendy Knows Sports segment at some point. It's bye week. Bye week content, baby. Marcel Nate's going to join us at 11. Tory Smith joining us at noon. Blaine Bishop at 1 o'clock. But I got to turn it over. Hold on. Let's check in with the stream. We're up on the stream. Come join us. Who was first today, B? You got any guesses?
Choop.
TW says, good morning. I say good morning back. Good morning, everybody in the stream.
What up, Tay?
Good morning, everybody in their cars, driving around, listening. We appreciate you. Jeffrey asked me a question in the break, and now I want him to ask Brian.
All right, so I want you to understand what I foreshadowed this question with to JP. I said, don't get mad because I know it's a topic that you just want to be away with.
I'm not getting mad, and maybe we haven't entertained this. It's a bye week. Perhaps it's a good time to entertain it.
Yes. So, you know how everything is clearing up with the logo, right? I think it would be a good idea. You know how other teams have their alternate jerseys? If we brought back the Redskins jersey, because it don't say Redskin on it, and it pays homage to the team before it was the Washington Commanders. But I thinking about it, I know it's going to stir up more of the bring the name back. But
I've been seeing that all over the social media. Like, people are putting all kind of stuff out there that no one is really talking about.
So I think it's important. I think it's important for at least the four of us, and I don't know that everyone agrees with me here. And I've been highly critical of the Montana Senator Steve Daines for what I think is largely just political behavior.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to credit Senator Daines because he voted for the RFK Stadium bill to move forward, right?
Yeah.
It appears they only need, now they got to get it attached to a spending bill. Roger Goodell and Josh Harris were on Capitol Hill yesterday. I talked to some folks that saw them in various meetings, that there is a lot of momentum. Things are going really well. They need to get Chuck Schumer to attach this to the spending bill to get done before Christmas. Like right now is a serious push. Then you still got to deal with the city, and we know that Mayor Bowser's on board. Right now is like, they might need another drive, but they're in the red zone for sure, as far as it goes with Capitol Hill.
Get that thing, the diesel. You're going to get it in.
Right. Get it in for sure. Now, here's the thing that folks are kind of running with is that
they say bringing back the logo.
The logo.
They
Okay.
were going to pay homage to the logo.
Right.
People have taken that to what they want it to be.
Totally. Now, this came from Senator Daines, is from Montana. The logo's from Montana, right? The Blackfeet Indian Native American group. and he wants to represent them because they're from Montana. That's great. He's met with the Harris group.
Yeah.
The family, the Wetzel family that made the logo, the grandfather's long passed, but the grandson, they've met with them. They've honored the logo. There's a brass statue, I don't know what you would call that, an installation, if you will, of the logo at the stadium. Now, did they make a mistake with the Darryl Green when they were retiring his jersey and they kind of photoshopped away the logo on the T-shirts they were selling? Yes, they acknowledge that, and they're moving forward. But what is happening to me, Brian, I don't know if you agree, the video everyone keeps circulating is from November 20th. People keep acting like it's brand new news. It's not. This is what Senator Dane said on November 20th, and it was after he voted to move it forward. So he's no longer withholding his vote. There's no longer any procedural parliamentarian maneuver for him to slow this thing down. And now for the senator, it's good politics, certainly. I think he wants it for the people of Montana and his constituents, sure, but he also gets to be the guy, hey, stop this woke stuff, bring back the old Skins logo. And I just think people are, you because you've created a political football with this thing, the people that, Jeff, I'm guessing, Jeffrey, you want the logo back because it's dope and it's iconic and it's something we grew up with, right?
Now, when I say I don't want the logo back as like the primary logo for the team, I just said, you know how they have
instead of like the black uniforms.
Yeah, or
that would be the alternate.
Yeah, or like if we play on Thanksgiving, if we play on Christmas and it's a Cowboys game, those be our alternate uniforms for like special games. I just think it would be, a dope alternate.
You didn't even notice that the name wasn't even on the jersey, right?
I didn't. And what really made me go back and check is I seen something on the internet and I was looking, I was like, that's not right. It don't say Redskins. So then I was like, hold on, let me go back.
Yeah, so the NFL shield right here.
Yeah, and it's nothing right there. So I was like,
so
it would be dope.
I think you could go back to those jerseys, and I think you should. Honestly, I just go back to those jerseys for the red and the white, the burgundy and the white. I guess my point is I think people are trying to extrapolate what they want in this logo conversation.
They said pay homage to the logo. They never said anything about bringing the name back. And I just saw like 3 or 4 things this morning. But then when you go and you dig into the profile, you find out exactly who those people are. Those are the people that have been saying stuff for the last 2 to 5 years. And they're the same people connected with all the other stuff, talking about how many people on the signature and things like that. So you see what you're dealing with. So ultimately, I know what's been public and what's been said, and what they're saying is not what's been said.
So I think, like most things with this Redskins logo, name, all this, it's been co-opted by people outside of the area looking to score political points on both sides. Get rid of the name and bring the name back. It's a whole bunch of nonsense. I do think there are a lot of actual fans that love the old logo, myself included. I love the old logo. I used to hand draw it during school. Like it's a part of my life, right? But I still don't think it's coming back. I think people are just in this weird wishful thinking thing that it's coming back. That doesn't mean they can't continue to honor it at the stadium, at a new stadium. It doesn't mean that maybe one thing I firmly think is when they show old footage, or when
you show old footage, is what it was.
Right, but there was a while where they were trying not to do that, and the NFL was trying not to do it, and it seems like that has turned a corner, and I applaud that.
But I don't understand why you're trying to stop what was. I mean, you can't change it. You can't do something from when Bobby Mitchell was playing and Rigo was running and put a damn W on the side of the helmet. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think the ultimate thing is we all claim we're adults, but we can't act like it. When we're talking about something that was, we talk about what was.
Well, here's what I can tell you. Like, I've been to the NFL offices, and they have this like wall of every team. And for a while there was just very little on the Redskins wall because they didn't want to have the stuff from the past. I imagine they're going to redo that. There is a world where you can walk and chew gum, where you can recognize they've changed and move forward, but still honor what is a really iconic franchise with a ton of iconic moments. And I think that is the path forward. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of people will glom onto that and say, oh, bring it all back, do this, do that. And I think I frankly don't believe that's going to happen. I'd be cool, though, if there was a situation, like whatever those Denver uniforms were last night, I thought they were kind of terrible. But, like, you see it with New England. They wear the red with the Patriot on the helmet. You know what I mean? Like, you see, I think when the Eagles wear their Kelly greens is an awesome look.
Yeah.
If there was a world where Washington got to wear, if you could get rid of the black uniforms and then have just the real Redskin uniform and you wear that twice a year, I'm all in. I don't see it happening, but I'm all in.
They haven't lost to them black uniforms this year. People gonna want that to stay.
Jeff, would you want to get rid of the black uniforms for the old Skins uniform?
I would.
Okay.
I would. I can't lie. I would.
Yeah,
open the phones.
On the white uniforms.
Press the button. Open the phones for that.
Saying, like, people fall. Listen, man. People fall in love with what's right in front of them most times. Cause like last year, and I think Devon sent me something about this year. They say last year people hated those uniforms. This year they love them.
The current
Black
Commanders.
Black.
Oh, the black ones.
Yeah.
I liked the black ones when they came out. The ones I don't like the white because it looks like the Arizona Cardinals or the Louisville Cardinals. Like, I think the best move they could make, you can keep the big
my
W.
whole mindset though, brother.
What's that?
I can give a damn about what uniform they have on. You win the football game, that's all that matters.
Do you care about bringing the logo back?
No.
Do you think they will?
Listen, I said this before and I'll say it now. People get mad at me if you want. I played for family pride, my name, and my teammates more than I played for anything else. Because let's be real. If you're playing just for a name, you can never play when you go to another team, can you? If you're playing just for a name, how you drag it from high school on? What is the one thing that I take with me everywhere? Self-pride, right? So I gave that everywhere I went. And whatever came after that, it wasn't because of a name. It wasn't because of a color. It was because that's who the hell I am. And the person that's paying me, I'm going to make sure I'm the best Brian Mitchell I can be. And I think most people think like that. But
most people that play.
Most people that play think like that. But I'm saying, let's be real. We can sit up here and make it what we want to make it. But you start liking something because they win with it.
Sure.
When
I think people like the current uniform look, everything way more now than they did this time last year.
Yeah.
3 and 10.
It changes, but but there are a lot of people out there who can give a damn about that name. It's all political.
I agree. I think this specific issue with the logo, you got to ignore probably 90% of what you hear and think about what the team has actually said. And Harris said, we're never going back to the old name. And people want to make this giant jump. They're like, oh, well, if they're bringing the logo back, go back to that. Or they're going to become the Warriors, this and that. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. I don't truly believe the name is coming back. I'll let folks check in real quick. If it meant getting rid of those blacks and you get the old Skins uniform 2 games a year, let me know what you think. Here's what I know, though. Talking logos or not, whatever you're going to do when it comes to branding, you want to be with the best. And if you're looking to buy or sell your home in the D.C. area, the best is John Leahy.
Yep, just like Chandra. Chandra was in the process of selling her Germantown property so she and her husband could go and buy themselves a new home. Chandra didn't have time to do any repairs or upgrades to her property and was worried that she wouldn't be able to sell that condo. So John Leahy and the Fine Living Group took care of everything needed to get it sold using their VIP selling system. John and his team were able to get her condo sold above asking price and also help Chandra upgrade her new home. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, reach out to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. You can go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and you know that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
Anytime. Here's the other part of this. You're thinking you go to the home valuation tool, you check it out at John Sells Homes, johnsellsdmv.com. But what about if you know you got a leaky faucet and you know your oven kind of sucks? Talk to John. always worth having a conversation with John Leahy because he can coach you through situations, whether or not you end up selling your house, buying a house. John is just an easygoing guy that understands the marketplace. And if it ends up you need 12 grand just to fix up your kitchen and get it ready to sell, talk to John. He can loan you up to $50,000 to make those little needed repairs and upgrades that'll make your house irresistible to buyers, drive up the price if you decide to sell it, and then you can just settle up with John on the back end at closing. It's a remarkable process. That's why I would trust John. That's why you should. He's the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Get your booty on the dance floor. I don't know that word.
Day.
Jeff brought up an interesting topic. I want to give Jeff credit, and I think we had a mature conversation about this that didn't involve like all of the emotions of the name change, and I think them being good helps the conversation a lot. The way I look at it is I think you could go back to the old look just instead of the current look with the actual just the burgundy uniforms and the white uniforms. Maybe you can keep those gold pants in there. If you really want to go old school to the alternate uniforms, like the NFL now allows this, you see lots of teams wear their old helmet. Philly does it. The Giants do it. New England does it. The Dolphins go to that old school look that the 72 Dolphins look, which is pretty cool. I'm sure other teams do it. I'm just top of my head in this thing. Seattle does it with the old look. You could do that, right? But I think you'd have to get rid of the black uniforms they now wear. And this year they've gone 2-0 in. From the foe. You want to make the change, get rid of the blacks and bring back the old logo and the old look?
Nah, JP, we ain't got to get rid of black, but I do want to bring back the old look. We can just have, plenty of jerseys. And
you're not allowed to, bro. The NFL has rules. You can't just,
rules.
This ain't college. This isn't Oregon and Boise State.
And Maryland.
Yeah.
If we got to drop one to show, we could drop it. But you forgot about the Tennessee Titans. They switch it up, too, go back to the Oilers. All them teams you named, they never changed their name. They just changed their uniform. Yep. And B-Mitt, I know that Friday.
They did change their name. They're the Titans.
JP, hang up on me, man.
What's the question?
Hey, B-Mitt.
Go ahead.
Hey, what you think about last night's game, man? Surtain said the coach would not allow.
Landfill hung up on him. It wasn't me. The NFL has rules. Like, the NFL has rules. You can't, and the Tennessee Titans are the Titans. They're not the Oilers. I didn't understand most of that. The question, if you want to answer it, would you get rid of the black so you can have the old uniforms? Or you redo the current ones, but I don't think they're going to have that logo on every jersey they have. Maybe you can pull it off for the alternate going back to it. Leadville, how'd you think about that call?
Sometimes I guess JP has a point when he refuses to take calls.
I do want to ask Nate. I think, I just want to frame it in an honest manner. People are like, do this, do that. The NFL is a multi-billion. I mean, what do you think the NFL is worth, right?
Oh,
the whole league.
Oh, a lot.
I mean, if the Commanders are worth $6 billion, there's 32 teams, and they're making money every year. And they're
Jerry's
going up
worth
every
about
year.
10.
Dude, what do you think Dallas is worth, right?
That's what I'm saying, Jerry's.
Oh, I thought you said the Jets.
Jerry.
Regardless, the NFL is one of the most powerful, big organizations in the world. They have rules. This is not University of Maryland, University of Oregon, where you roll out a new jersey every week. You know who rolls out new jerseys every week and nobody seems to care? The service academies. Every time you watch Army or Navy, they got new dope unis. And every year for Army, Navy, they come out with new stuff. Like that's awesome. But it's also college. In pros, you got your home and your away, and now they allow these alternates. And maybe they're opening that up more. It's all just a cash grab. Yep. So if you want to have this conversation about bringing the old helmets back, which I don't think they're ever going to do, but I think let's have an honest one. Are you giving up? If it was a real option to give up the current blacks and bring back the old, like, soup to nuts uniform, it's a no-brainer for me. And maybe you can't go back to the true Wetzel family, the old iconic logo of the actual Redskins logo. But, like, what if you could go back to the spear helmet? And
possibility.
If you could go back to any of those, even the Lombardi era R with the feather on it, like, I'm in for any of those. But you're gonna have to give something up. Like, it's not like, oh, let's just add another one. That's not the operation. When we come back, Barstool Nate joins the program.
Major League Baseball's hot stove is really starting to heat up. Aroldis Chapman and the Boston Red Sox are in agreement on a 1-year, $10.75 million contract. Now, Boston really needed a lefty in their bullpen, so the 36-year-old will fill that role. But he didn't slow down last season at all. He was throwing all the way up to 101 miles per hour. Moving over to some NFL news, Coach Kyle Shanahan announced that Christian McCaffrey will be placed on the IR with a PCL injury that will sideline him for at least 6 weeks. That means the 49ers, who currently are 5-9 in last place of the NFC West, will have to make the playoffs to see McCaffrey potentially back on the field. But it actually doesn't even stop there. Kyle Shanahan also confirmed that McCaffrey's backup, Jordan Mason, he sustained a high ankle sprain. He's currently on the IR due to that injury, and he will be out at least 4 games. So the 49ers, who are already struggling, they're going to see what they can do without Christian McCaffrey and without Jordan Mason. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Jeff, do me a favor. Randy in the chat, you just do me a favor and tell him to kiss my ass real quick. Thank you. Nate Dogg on 1. All right, our dear friend, Mr. Barstool, Nate on line 1. Hello, Eric. How do you do?
Hey, shout out to Randy from the chat. He makes a lot of good points.
Randy in the chat just said...
actually went across there. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm going to bring it up right now. Randy in the chat just said, JP is so far left, he really hates the natives to be respected. No, Randy, you're an idiot. You have an agenda. I just want to talk about football. Hello, Eric. How do you do?
Yeah, that's not where I thought we were going with that. Yeah, Randy needs to go touch some grass. But yeah, what's going on, guys?
Jeff brought up an interesting topic. It's a bye week, Nate. So we're gonna. I'm curious your thoughts on this. There's all this mostly malarkey about bringing the old logo back. There is like this senator from Montana that occasionally brings it up. I want to try to allow it to be a serious conversation. Like I like how the Eagles bring back their old logo, their old unis. The Patriots do it. The Seahawks do it, and it's kind of become their alternate look. Would you want the old logo if it meant getting rid of the blacks, knowing they're 2-0 in the blacks this year?
I cannot possibly talk about the old name or the logo. I cannot do it. I don't care. We're 8-5. We have the Rookie of the Year franchise quarterback. We just put a 42 spot on the Titans and made them look like a peewee football team. Jaden threw for 25 for 30 for 3 touchdowns. Terry's 3rd in the league in receiving. I don't care about the old logo.
Thank you, Nate. I'm with you.
Golly, I don't bring back the old logo. Keep the current logo. Call the team the Washington JP Finley's ears. I don't care. It doesn't matter. We're 8-5 at the bye in our first year of a rebuild. Dan Snyder is dead. That's what we should care about.
God bless you. You know how you always text me that you like when I quote what you say in the hits and then tweet it out?
Yes, I love it.
You're definitely getting one on this.
You actually owe me a couple. You owe me one from last week as well. So
I owe you nothing, pal. That said, all right. Dude, I had never seen this happen, Brian. I don't know if you noticed this. I guess from the stream, somebody's recording it. Somehow, a 106.7 The Fan Instagram page got a video of me saying the following yesterday. If you go back in time to July and August, and I told you, the team's going to be 8-5, and you got clarity at the quarterback position, the whole damn world would sign up for that.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we have to remind ourselves as they finally get a week off to decompress, is how much progress organizationally they've made.
I think the team has made great progress. The team, the front office, everything. I think some of our fans are still stuck in Park. They
Team
still
is-
talking about stuff that we don't need to care about right now.
Yeah, I feel like I come on every week and I try to remind everybody that this team is in year one of a rebuild, that we were not supposed to be as good as we are right now, that the secondary, we came into the season with very, very, very few guys in the secondary that we were happy with and an O-line that we weren't sure about, and they've all overperformed and exceeded our expectations. And if we went back to July when we had nothing to talk about, and you said, "Hey, I'm going to fast forward you to December 3rd at the bye week, and we're going to be talking about an 8-5 football team after dropping a 42 spot on the Titans," we would have thrown a parade down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yep.
So I think as a fan base, I'm pretty sure my gauge is everybody's mostly on this page. Everybody's very excited. Everybody understands how special Jaden is and how good this is. Cliff has some haters still. I think he calls great games against bad teams, and he clams up a little bit against good teams, or those good teams are just really, really good and we're just not quite there yet. It's hard to tell. But I think overall, this team is special. This team is going places, and we're looking down the barrel of a playoff game. Like that we need to appreciate that this team right now with the remaining schedule can and should make the playoffs. It's very awesome. And finally we get the bye week. These guys can patch up and heal up and, get a little sunshine. And then we finish off the regular season, hope to make the playoffs. And then, we're on to next year with a ton of salary cap room and a new draft class coming in. And I mean, we can talk, I could talk about Ron Rivera and how he screwed this team nonstop, but I don't want to talk about that right now because we're 8-5.
Hey,
Nate Dogg spitting fire today.
see, Nate, today I seem to like you, man. I'm like this most times because what you say, like you said, we are in a rebuild. And I've said that over and over again. I don't lose sight that we're in a rebuild. So when we face the better teams, we may have a problem because we don't have all our people in all the places we need them right now.
Exactly.
But I did not lose my mind when we started winning a few games. Like, oh, yeah, now we're going to just run through the league. No, that's what a lot of people thought. But no, you still got to learn how to win this thing as a team. And right now, this team that's performing this year, when they really cross that bridge next year, a week after, the year after, most of this team won't be on it.
I was going to say, I'm absolutely A-okay, perfectly fine with being the team that beats up on the bad teams and loses to the good teams, because that means we're beating more than half the league, because more than half the league is bad teams. So that puts us on the upper echelon of the league. The only loss that really was terrible is the Cowboys game 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And obviously that's a winnable game. And obviously just in the NFL, in divisional games, things go wrong. We know that. I think next year we win that game handily. Also, that Steelers game, very winnable game. That was November 10th. So despite those two games, we're still 8-5. Despite, every first round pick for 5 straight years no longer being on this team, we're still 8-5. You just need perspective. You need to zoom out, and you need to remember that if this was next year and we were 8-5 going into week 14, we'd be like, wow, look how far this team has come. We're a year ahead of schedule. We're doing everything and more, dropping 40 on Carolina, dropping 42 on Tennessee, beating the Giants twice. That's 2 divisional games that we won twice, losing by 7 to Baltimore in a winnable game, that 4-game winning streak against Giants, Cincinnati, Arizona, Cleveland. Like, so many great things are happening to this team right now that we just need to really just be like, whoa, look how far we've come in so little time with the lack of roster that we really need.
Let's do this. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate. You can follow him on X and Instagram at Barstool Nate. His real name's Eric Nathan. His preferred pronouns, Little Nate X. Nate Dogg, when you look ahead, actually, let's look back, because it was only 2 days ago. They beat the hell out of Tennessee. A lot of folks were convinced that Tennessee had this really good defense. The numbers back that up. Washington was able to run the ball at will, went for 260 on the ground. Jaden had another 200 passing.
Yep.
This is a fun question. What was your favorite touchdown? They scored 6 of them.
My favorite touchdown. So the opening touchdown was B-Rob's long run.
Yep.
Very happy for him. He looks so good. He's one of the top 5 running backs in the league. He's just so in shape. He's so shifty. He's so powerful. Love watching him run the football. Both of Terry's touchdowns were awesome. The first one especially, it's just like, it's so easy to root for Terry. I had a tweet that was putting up numbies just about how special Terry is, how he's kind of just stuck through everything. He's played with every bad quarterback under the sun. He survived the Dan Snyder regime. He survived the Ron Rivera as his head coach regime, and he never complained once. He just volunteers in the community. He helps the kids, and he signed an extension. I think he deserves, if not the field to be named after him, definitely a statue in front of the new stadium. Terry is my number one favorite player of my lifetime on this team. I mean, Sean Taylor as well, but Terry just does everything and more that you can ask for in a football player and a guy on your team. I hope he's here for life. I never want to see him anywhere else. So I will go with Terry's first touchdown to answer your question.
The first? I mean, it's a fun question. All right, now let's look ahead. The playoffs are a real conversation now. And, you know, Brian, we opened the show talking about Monday Night Football last night, Denver, Cleveland. Denver right now, same record as Washington. Denver's locked into the 7 seed. Washington's locked into the 7 seed. On a complete personal level, it looks like right now Washington will either face the Eagles or the Lions. The Lions are a game ahead of the Eagles, but both those teams are playing really well. I think the Lions have a little bit more difficult of a schedule down the stretch just because that NFC North is pretty good. Who would you rather face in the wild card round? The Eagles is overwhelmingly what it looks like, but they do have a head-to-head game there, or Detroit?
Oh, the Eagles for sure. Give me the Eagles in the playoffs. I think the Eagles, you know, they rely on the running game, and Saquon is unbelievable. But when you rely on the running game, you can always see one of these games where Saquon has 10 carries for 12 yards, and you just stuff him at the line and just, you know, the Eagles' offensive line, they just wear down defensive lines. They are a bunch of dogs up front, and their second half offensive line play is easily the best in the league that I've seen. But I would like to play the team that relies on the running game, because you can stop a running game, you can win a game easily. Jaden is able to put up points. His offense is able to put up points. I think the November 14th Thursday night game where Jaden was not healthy, and honestly, we were still in a position where we could have won that game. I think, and that was on the road as well on a short week. I think that says something.
They had the lead with 10 minutes left or whatever.
I think Philly is playing exceptionally well. I think they are a very good team. Detroit, I'll just say it, they scare me. They are awesome football team. I don't really know how anybody would pick them to face. I think Philadelphia, they're not on fraud watch, but I'm not.
I think they've gotten past that.
On what watch?
Fraud. I don't think they're frauds, but I think they're beatable. Detroit scares me a lot more than the Eagles do.
B, a question for you about that. If Washington, who the hell knows, right? They still play them here. There's still 4 games left. How much would it help a young quarterback and a team that has turned it around rapidly ahead of schedule? How much would it help if their first playoff game, it's a road game, it'll obviously be hostile, it'll be loud, but it's a place they know. Like, hey, we've already played at the lake this year. Does it help? Does it matter?
Because you've been there. You've seen them. You know what to expect. You mess around and go to Detroit, you don't know what to expect from them. And I think Detroit is the overall better oil machine. Because Detroit has been doing this for a long time now. Not just this year. They did this last year.
They got weapons.
But they are balling. So, But then you go to Philly and you know them. And they know you as well, but guess what? They may not know your wrinkles.
Well, and to your point, Nate Dogg, when they played him before, Jaden clearly wasn't right. Not that he was wrong, but like he wasn't what we saw against Tennessee the other day, and B-Rob didn't play. You know what I mean? Like there were just a lot of different factors. I still think it's most likely Detroit holds on to that 1 seed and gets the bye. If you look, though, at Detroit, something that is interesting in the calculus here is
what's that?
Detroit has Green Bay Thursday night. Like one thing that's pretty fun, the rest of the way, we got to be paying attention to all these other games. Not that we wouldn't anyway, because we're degens and we love football, etc. But like now this is all about seeding and how it could all shake out. So in my opinion, the best thing that can happen, obviously, is Washington to win out. That would change everything.
That's the best thing that can happen.
But I think there's a better chance, and I'm curious if you both agree with me here. because the Lions are 11-1, they only have the one loss. The Eagles are 10-2. They're far ahead of the rest of these teams. Now the Vikings are 10-2, the Packers are 9-3, but they're all going to play each other. Like there's some losses coming for that NFC North. I think the best hope would be Detroit win out. Hell, go 16-1. And then put some L's on Green Bay and Minnesota, and then maybe Washington gets to climb up. Because if you get out of playing whoever lands in that 2 seed between Detroit and Philly, the other 3 division winners, does the NFC West scare you? Does the NFC South scare you?
Nobody scares me, but this is where you get caught in that. Where you like, well, I don't want to play them early. I want to play them later. And because your focus is on those other teams, that's how you end up losing games early. I like Brian's comments to the Jocks this morning. I look at it just to see where we are going to fit. But I don't care who we play.
Of course. I'm just saying, if you could play on the road against Atlanta, or you get Jaden gets to go back to Tampa that was the first game. How do you like me in week 18?
I think once you go to the playoffs, dog, it's whoever you playing because
of course it is.
You can't. I mean, it's like I've seen teams say, "Oh, we team lose to play this team," and then that team beat their ass. I feel we need to be playing our best whenever we face whoever, and if we do that, then we give ourselves a chance. You can't try to miss people to play somebody else because you're gonna see them eventually.
I'm not saying that the team is trying to do anything. Their job is to beat New Orleans and none of the rest of this. But if it's me, especially on a personal level, let's go to Tampa.
Yeah, B-Mitch, I understand and I agree with mostly what you're saying, but we also have to just recognize how bad the NFC South is. Like the Falcons and Buccaneers are in first place at 6-6 each. And then in the NFC West, you have the Cardinals and Rams both at 6-6, chasing those 7-5 pesky Seahawks.
I think the Seahawks are better than people think. I think Mike McDonald's
I think the Seahawks
pretty sharp.
Are fine. I'm not scared to go into Seattle. Oh no, the 12th man. Who cares? Like we can beat the Seahawks in Seattle. I'm not worried about them.
To the earlier point, though, it was 10-6 at the beginning of the fourth quarter against the Eagles, and it was the Eagles made it 12-10. Washington had a kick that had an opportunity to go up 13-12 right there, probably about halfway through, at least probably the 8-minute mark. I could track it down, but it's not that relevant.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Does it? You're going to get to a point where you're playing who you play, and the point of the playoffs is that's where the good teams are. You know what I mean? Like whoever you play is going to be good. It's wild to watch because the AFC, especially the West and the East, are just so full of bad teams. So the Lions are 11-1. The Eagles are 10-2. Neither of them have clinched anything. The Chiefs and the Bills have already clinched and won the division at the same records.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are 11-1. The Bills are 10-2.
Yeah.
It's just wild to think about the disparities there.
Yeah.
Eric, quickly.
Yes.
Caps are on the ice tonight, hosting San Jose. I believe they're still tops in the Metro. Maybe that's changed a bit because they haven't played a game in a couple nights. How encouraging, exciting is what the Caps are doing right now without Ovi?
Yeah, so the Caps are second in the Metro right now because the Devils have played 28 games and the Caps have played 24 games. The Caps in 24 games are the first team to have over 100 goals this season. We've won 4 straight without Ovi, including 3 against teams that are currently slotted for the playoffs.
And weren't they on the road? Weren't that
on the road as well?
Two
yeah,
of them were, right?
Florida. I would like to point out as well, the Rangers are just falling apart at the seams. They are a disgusting, embarrassing, pathetic franchise from top to bottom. Look forward to them doing something drastic and stupid as they always do. Yeah, the Capitals are an absolute wagon. They every player is just awesome. The coaching is unbelievable. You can already pencil Carberry in for Coach of the Year. Dylan Strome should get Hart Trophy MVP votes. It is remarkable to watch this team play night in and night out. Hopefully Chickering gets a blank check. Hopefully he's here for the next 8 years. He's probably the best defenseman in the league right now, if not top 5. It's very, very fun. I'm not ready to shout our year quite yet. I'm going to wait till after the All-Star break to print the shirts. But 17-6-1. That's where we're at right now, a quarter through the season. If you're not paying attention to the Caps, it's time to start because this team is very, very fun to watch.
I can report with certainty, not even per sources. I saw it with my own eyes. The
Yes.
Caps are undefeated when both of my daughters go to a game. We went to the Islanders game. It was awesome. And my oldest got to ride on the Zamboni, which was super dope.
That's unbelievable. You have great connections.
You know what? I don't know if I've told this story on air yet. It was zero connections. I was in my buddy Jamie. I was in Jamie's suite, and the lady came in. She said, "Hey, congratulations! Your suite's been randomly selected to have somebody ride the Zamboni."
That's connections.
Well, it wasn't my connect. Is all I'm saying. And then
you know Jamie, that's in his suite.
Yeah, but Jamie's son was there, so I was like, "All right, well, I know which kid's doing this." But his son had a buddy, and he didn't want to break them up. Then there were like 3 high school kids there, and I'm like, "All right, well, they're next," and they were too cool for it. So then it got to my 2 girls, and Ainsley wasn't thrilled. She got a
You
stuffed
picked your
animal.
favorite.
No, you had to be at least 8 years old to ride it.
Ah.
Which is what I told my 5-year-old, and it actually wasn't true. But whatever, we got through it. Thank you, buddy.
All right,
Thank
Nate.
you,
Be cool,
guys.
brother.
All right, that's our
Bye,
boy,
Lee.
Barstool Nate. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate. I want to talk about this Saints game and one big player Washington could get back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets, from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever. And now is a perfect time to get in on the action, because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a betting ball with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The NFL has suspended Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shazir 3 games over his hit to the head of Trevor Lawrence. Now, according to Adam Schefter, Al-Shazir will appeal the suspension. If he does end up having to serve all 3 games, he will be eligible to return for Houston's regular season finale against the Titans. And Tiger Woods has made a statement. He says he is not close to being physically ready to play in PGA Tour tournaments and has a long way to go. Now, he told reporters that he does still have a desire to compete, but after his back surgery, it's believed to be his 6th one that he underwent in mid-September. He is not feeling like he's ready to go. Looking to upgrade your office game? We'll swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Coming up at 12:45, we're giving away Harlem Globetrotters tickets. What's my man's name? Curly?
Yeah, he's no longer there, dog.
No?
No. When I first got here in 1990, I used to date a young lady whose stepdad was the referee for the Globetrotters. Bald head, tall brother, Bo.
Bo?
Mm-hmm.
I got to meet Meadowlark Lemon when I worked at a newspaper in Wilmington, North Carolina. I think he was from there.
I saw him at the Bobby Mitchell golf tournament. He would come every year.
Big fella.
Yep.
Yeah, he was from Wilmington. He must have been back for some event. That's how you know I was really hitting it big. Is I got to interview Meadowlark Lemon. Probably
Globetrotters were the hit, dog.
But I mean, when I talked to him, he was probably in his 70s.
Probably will still dunk on you.
Sure. Certainly. Are the Globetrotters still like a wacky fun thing?
Yeah.
Or are they okay, cool.
They still do it.
It's fun for kids for sure. Well, we're giving those tickets away in a little more than an hour. Marshawn Latimore, Washington traded for him a few weeks back. Obviously they got him, basically gave up a 3rd rounder. A bunch of other picks were involved, but I've been clear that this move does not require him playing immediately, and some people are already like, oh man, they messed up.
People always say somebody messed up. They almost know what they were trying to do.
He was able to practice before the Titans game, and honestly, especially now that we know how that game went, and frankly, watching Will Levis, I'm not rushing a corner with a soft tissue injury back. I think Dan Quinn, he practiced last week. A lot of people are like, oh, if they cut Forbes, that means Latimore could go. No, it didn't. They had 4 corners active. I asked Dan Quinn yesterday, going into the bye, if he feels pretty good about Latimore playing week 15 in New Orleans.
More training we did today, some more Wednesday as we're going, and then hopefully, we'll see this trend continue to come up. So I'll give everybody a better assessment, health-wise with the team on Monday, but we're certainly pleased with the direction that it's headed. And if we hit all the steps in the process, JP, then we will, and we'll let it rip. But until then, we'll keep going through it, but he's certainly trended in the right spot, man.
What do you think, B?
Yep, he's playing.
You think?
Listen, man, I truly believe, my personal opinion, he could have played the last game we just had. But their mindset was, if we can go out here, we should be able to handle this team here. And if we can get this game plus the bye week and then come back when he played against the Saints, you're now talking about almost, 5 weeks rehabbing? So I think he's going to play. against the Saints.
I do too. How big of a deal is it?
I think it's a huge deal because when Marshawn Latimore is at his best and you put him out there, you forget about the guy he's checking. And now you can manipulate anything else you want. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I think at that point, because nobody has to worry about the quarterback per se. So you now have an advantage on defense now where you can probably favor to another guy if you want. You know, a lot of times people always say, "Oh yeah, your number one corner going to number one receiver." Not necessarily. You can put your number one corner on a number two guy, and then you could make a matchup problem for the other guy where you got double stuff and you're giving him different reads, different coverages, and now you mess his head up. So it gives you an advantage when you got a guy that can just take one guy and say, "Boom, I'm gonna erase him."
I'm with you. I think it's pretty fascinating defensively what they could do. I mean, I think this could really help Mike Samerstill. I think this could really help Quan Martin. I think it could really help a guy like Jeremy Chin. I'm with you. It sounds to me like Latimore will play. Nobody's making any guarantees, right? But it sure seems like it to me.
It's kind of my hope and feel at the same time.
Do you think it'll matter to Latimore that he gets to get his first game back in New Orleans?
Yeah. Always matters. Listen, no matter why you left or how it happened, the guy always wanted to play his former team. All you know is, I'm no longer there. And when it tells you one thing, they must have not wanted me anymore. No matter if somebody offered a better deal to get you away from them or whatever, the player is going to automatically assume, oh, you thought less of me. I want to play you. I'm going to show you.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. I think it is going to matter for him. He seems, listen, I've spoken to that guy once, and I'm not making any great decisions on speaking to somebody once. Seems like a pretty intense fella, B.
Yeah.
Like,
you watch him play?
Yeah.
You ever watch him and Evans go at it?
Yeah.
That's always intense.
One more reason.
I would love to see that.
One more reason why you want him going to Tampa. Latimore and Evans. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I didn't get to play Old Memorial in September when all you guys played.
I think you're just trying to get down to Tampa to go to Mons Venus.
Nah, I'd rather go to Burns. I would go to Old Mo and Burns. Bang. This dude.
Mons Venus comes after all that.
Nah, I'm going home. You know me. I leave early.
You got to do three things. You got to have three spots. Golf, dinner, exciting.
I like
excitement.
American Social's the bar we always go to in Tampa on the water. And you caught me sneaking out last time when I hit the Irish exit.
Yeah.
So I want to. This dude Travis Wigfall tweeted me. He said, "Man, if you don't stop that, do everything you can to avoid the Lions soft talk. LOL. You over there scared to death that the Lions might fall to the second seed." And I replied to Travis, and this is the truth, people. I said, "Nah, I'd rather go to Florida in January than freaking Michigan. That's the truth, baby." That if you're curious what this is about, it's about me. Pro Bowl voting. Really, really cool to see. Let's run through where some Commanders players land in the most recent. Now, this isn't the final, okay? And the fan vote is just starting, and I think we'll get crazy. But a lot of Commanders land in the top 10 across the NFL in Pro Bowl voting.
Loving it.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067. I want to get to this Pro Bowl stuff, but I'm going to size the boys with some Odyssey points real quick. Jeff, are you Jeffrey Walker board op or Jeff Walker on-air personality? Which one?
Board up.
Board op. Frankly, for the record, I think you should be on-air personality. Just so you know.
I agree with you, JP.
And now I got to find
Just find that dude, beat him up, take his
just go beat up the other Jeff Walker. What market's he in? Chattanooga? Andrew Mullins? Boom. 15 points, boys. What's a good reason to give Landfill points, you think, B? Jeff, I said positivity. Landfill, I'm going to say wit.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And hashtag curiosity. Bang.
Curiosity kills a cat.
Maybe I can't. Maybe I may have accidentally given them all to Jeff. Sorry. I'll let you guys figure that out. B, last night I got this. It's pretty cool. The NFL shares this information with a number of people, and the email started. So there'll be weekly emails for the next month or so. Got the first one last night. Pro Bowl voting. And Commanders are well represented, man. By far the headline, to me anyway, is that there's a rookie quarterback on the list. Jaden Daniels was
leading the way?
Not leading the way. You want to guess who's ahead of him?
In the NFC?
The whole NFL.
Patrick?
This is Pro Bowl voting.
Still?
No.
Josh?
Yep. That's it?
Well,
Let me just tell you.
Go ahead, man.
Lamar is first. I'd say deservedly. Lamar's been outrageous.
Yes, he has.
Josh Allen is second. He's been outrageous.
Okay.
Joe Burrow is third. He's been outrageous. Number 4, Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders.
All right.
That's pretty damn cool. He's the highest rated rookie.
It's no longer NFC, AFC? It's just whoever plays that?
No, the voting is tabulated for the whole NFL, and then eventually they break it down NFC, AFC. So he's
no team on there was from no quarterback was there from the
no
NFC
quarterback
but
ahead
him.
of him.
Yeah.
But it goes through 10. So it's Lamar, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, then the Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, then Mahomes, then Hurts, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold.
Right.
He's the highest rated rookie, highest voted NFC quarterback. Really, really cool. And I'd argue very, very deserving.
Yeah.
There's another one on here that I'm almost more excited about because
Curry?
Yeah. So of the wide receiver vote, top is Justin Jefferson, then Jamar Chase, then Amon-Ra St. Brown, then Terry McLaurin.
Oh.
And if you look at some of Terry's numbers, he's, I want to say, third in the league in yards, tied for second in the league in touchdowns. It's awesome to see Terry with a really good quarterback.
When he was a good quarterback,
think about how much he's grinded out without.
There you go.
Um,
It shows you, looking at his numbers this year compared to how it was previous years and how much he's getting into the end zone, tells you a lot about the quarterback with them as well.
And about who was here before.
Yeah.
Beyond those two, and I think both those two will make the Pro Bowl. Terry has been before. I don't know that he would turn it down. I don't even know, Jeff or Landfill, see if you can look up what the Pro Bowl format is this year. For all I know, it might be a basketball game or something.
And they might be playing
celebrity softball
games and stuff again.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know that
It's
Terry.
in Orlando. I know that.
Okay, great. Go check out Mickey.
I like Orlando, but
you are an Orlando guy.
When it was going to Hawaii, people go to Hawaii more than they would Orlando.
Yeah.
You can go to Orlando any weekend you want.
You can go to Orlando pretty regularly.
You don't just jump and go to Hawaii.
You guys figure out what the Pro Bowl is this year? Elsewhere. So I think Terry would go, but I'm not sure. Jaden, it's your first one. You might be
you go to your first one.
You might be accepting a Rookie of the Year trophy while you're there. I don't know how they do that, but I think Jaden should go. Elsewhere, Tyler Biotish made the list. 9th among centers in the NFL.
He's had a good year, man.
Yes. And he was actually really good the other night.
Yeah.
Bobby Wagner made the
Wag.
list. 4th among inside linebackers.
I like when the older gentleman gets some credence.
It's a
How?
flag football game again.
Flag football?
Yes.
Okay. What does, I mean, I guess, does the center snap it in flag? Like, what do linemen do? How many linemen play in flag football?
None, really.
I think there's a couple linemen
Well,
out there.
all of them can catch the ball, don't they?
No, I think the linemen actually block. Yeah, hold on. Flag football positions. It's 7-on-7, so I guess there are no linemen. What do linemen do for the Pro Bowl? They just go and have like a tug of war contest?
With their family.
I was about to say it's skills games and stuff that go on around it too.
They got other stuff going
Yeah,
on.
but what is the game for the linemen? Tug of war?
No,
bench press?
No, they probably have the linemen doing like the they do the quick stuff then, you know. We get
3-cone drill?
Get them and have them do like what the receivers and everybody do. Spat them, get their little legs spatted up and go out there.
Be kind of funny. Like if you did the linemen, like if you had lineman races, it'd be pretty damn funny. You have my support on that. Bobby Wagner, 4th among inside linebackers.
Wagner's been playing.
How many Pro Bowls do you think Bobby Wagner's made in his career?
7, 6.
He's got 6 All-Pro seasons.
I'm gonna say he made 5 Pro Bowls.
Well, I mean, if you're making All-Pro, you're definitely making Pro Bowl.
Sometimes these people vote differently, dog.
9.
Okay.
9 Pro Bowl seasons for Wagner. Elsewhere on the list, I mean, there's a lot of Commanders. Dante Fowler, 5th among outside linebackers. Frankie Louvu, 9th among outside linebackers.
All right.
The tricky part there for both Fowler and Louvu, who are having really good seasons, is kind of declaring where they should be voted. I think inside linebackers correct. They're not pure DNs. Do you think that's the right place to put those guys?
Who?
For Louvu and Fowler. I definitely Luvu's not a D end. Fowler,
they're outside linebacker.
Both of them.
Fowler's
Definitely
a pass
Louvu.
rusher.
They don't have a pass rusher category though, which is
but like when you look at the 3-4, the outside guys are linebackers. So they'll find a way.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I think
Keep balling.
Both of them. When you look at just sack leaders, I still think Fowler got hosed in that Titans game for not getting a sack when he suplexed.
They can change eventually.
They probably would by today, certainly by tomorrow, and it hasn't happened, but we'll find out. Fowler just outside the top 10 in the NFL with 8.5 sacks. Louvu just behind him with 8 sacks. They rank 11th and 14th in the NFL, respectively. I think one, if not both of those guys will get into the Pro Bowl because I think Myles Garrett ain't going. Hendrickson ain't going. TJ Watt's not going to go. Dexter Lawrence is out for the year. You know what I mean? Like, you think Daniil Hunter's going? Like, Benito will go because he's going to be excited about it.
Maybe in the playoffs at the Super Bowl. Whoever makes the Super Bowl, they're not going to go.
Right. So I just think there's a good chance one, if not both of those guys end up going, and hopefully they enjoy it. I think I covered everybody. Daniels, Biotish, Wagner, Fowler, Louvu, Terry. Pretty good representation.
Yeah. 2
from one side, 3 on the other. You know who is hosed because of this effective offense?
Who?
Tress Way. No Pro Bowl votes. Just ain't putting enough. That is a good problem to have, folks.
Oh, yeah.
When we come back, our friend Tory Smith, Super Bowl winner, will join the program.
Tonight, you've got both the Wizards and the Capitals in action. Washington Wizards are going to hit the road against Cleveland, looking to end their 8-game road slide. So you can tune in to the Team 980 at 7 p.m. for tip-off there. Now, while the Wizards are trying to end a streak, the Caps, they're going to try to keep one going. Capitals host San Jose Sharks as the winners of 4 straight games. Right here on 106.7 The Fan at 7 p.m., you can listen live as the Caps go for 5 in a row. And the 2 big pieces of news from today, veteran reliever Aroldis Chapman and the Red Sox are in agreement on a 1-year, $10 million contract. And boy, did the Red Sox need his help. Boston finished 24th in the bullpen ERA last season, so this power lefty should be able to give him some late inning help. And over in the NFL, Houston Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair has been suspended for 3 games over his hit on Trevor Lawrence on Sunday. Now, he is reportedly going to appeal the suspension, but if that appeal is denied, he will be eligible to return for Houston's regular season finale against the Tennessee Titans. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. B. Mitch and Finley on your radio. Breaking news from Northwest Stadium announced that Kendrick Lamar coming to Northwest Stadium June 18th. Tickets go on sale this Friday.
Think Drake gonna try to show up?
I bet he does not. I bet he does not. He's not like us. Joining us now, I'm very excited whenever we get to talk to our friend, Mr. Tory Smith. Tory, what up, man?
What up, T?
How are you, buddy?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Man, we good, brother. How you doing?
Good, man. Can't complain. Can't complain.
Can't complain. Your time of the year, bro.
Yeah, man. The best time of the year. Football's good.
Yep.
Family's busy. So, I'm thankful.
How did your coaching season end up?
Came up short, man. We lost in the Super Bowl again.
Wow.
Yeah,
How
man.
many years is this?
We done lost the Super Bowl 3 years in a row.
No way. You're like the Bills.
Yeah, man.
I was about to say
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Exactly like the Bills, man. I need someone to teach me how to teach kids how to be tough. Because not because of talent. They mentally, like we were driving. This is the most important sports breakdown of the day, by the way. We get a stop, get a pick first drive of the game, drive down the field. Our center snaps the ball over our guy's head. We fumble. Half my kids started crying. We lost the game at that moment.
They started crying.
Started crying. You know
how old are these kids, Tory?
I was 10, and I was disgusted. I was trying to learn how to navigate, like being like, embracing feelings. But I'm sorry, I have zero patience for crybaby kids when it comes to sports.
No,
you gotta learn how to deal with it. Keep it moving.
There we go.
You can't be crying after like 7, maybe 8, but definitely not at 10.
It's the first quarter at that. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. If you're going to break down in the fourth quarter or something, golly, come on now.
So is there one team that keeps beating you?
It is one team that keeps beating us, man. And
do we want to shout them out or no?
Absolutely not. I ain't shouting on nobody that beat us.
I love it, man. All right.
I got a lot of love and respect for them, though. Good people over there.
All right. Let's get down to some NFL business now that we've covered the Maryland Youth Football Super Bowl. A bunch of teams that you care about and played for are really, really good. I want to start with Washington. What do you think now through 13 games? They finally get this bye week. They had that rough stretch, lost 3 in a row, but came back and beat the hell out of Tennessee. What do you make of this Washington Commanders team?
Man, I love this Commanders team. I think it's really cool to watch based on where we were talking about this a few years ago, about what the team and where they stood. It's a happy time in the DMV. I'm excited about this team. I'm excited about their potential. And I think anyone that predicted their season, them being this successful at this point, would be a flat out liar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
Totally.
think they've exceeded expectations. I think they're far ahead of schedule, and it's nice to see that they hit on their quarterback and Jaden Daniels. I actually love him as a person. I think he's a great person, a great representative for the DMV area, and I'm excited about this team and their playoff chances.
So, how is it like? You look at it coming into the season. It's a rebuild, but they start to play better than what you expect. How tough is it to kind of hold back your expectations at that point?
Man, I think it's really tough because I say it all the time. In the NFL, there is no bowl game, right? Like you're not excited. There's one winner and there's 31 losers.
Yeah.
But to me, if you had the opportunity to be there ahead of schedule, I mean, to me, once you get to the party, you get in the show. It's anybody's ball game, right? Because at this point, this Commanders team has proven they can beat any team in this league. So yes, they may be a little ahead of schedule from what we think, but the people in that building, they know what they have going on.
Yeah.
And then they know what their expectations are. They aren't coaching and going out there each and every week to try to say, yeah, y'all, we won more games than what they thought we would win. Like, no. They're like, man, we're trying to get in the playoffs. We still want to win this division, and we want to try to get to the Super Bowl, and that's everyone's goal. And again, going into the season, very few teams can say that they actually have a real chance. And then there are some teams like the Commanders who put you on the map and let you know, hey, they are one of those surprising teams. So to me, they get in that party. I think they are not a team that I would want to see simply because they have a defense that has the ability to play well and they have a dynamic quarterback.
In the 2017 season, you were on the Philadelphia Eagles that won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles at quarterback. You had 5 catches for 49 yards in that game. After Wentz went down, and you guys were red hot with Wentz, then he gets hurt. Foles, at one point, I think, even got benched because it wasn't going great right away. I think Suggs got in for a little bit. When did you guys start to believe, or perhaps you did all along, but when did you guys feel, we could still go to the Super Bowl? We're still loaded.
Man, I think it took for game by game. Listen, I would love to sit here and tell you that we had all the faith in the world that Foles was going to be ready to roll. That would be a flat out lie. When Carson went down, I will never forget looking at Alshon like, damn, we just wasted a year. Like, we had it. Like, you just felt like everything just left, right?
Yeah.
Because, Carson was playing at an MVP level. But the reality of it is what people don't know, and you should probably read Nick Foles' book to talk about it, is like he wasn't even practicing. Basically, like all year he had this arm injury. So
wow.
The public didn't know that, but it was like, man, he could barely throw the ball. But like, how are we going to win? And all of a sudden he got stronger and stronger each and every week as we got close, and he just continued to play lights out. The thing I loved about Nick Foles is there are quarterbacks that play the game so many different ways, right? There are some quarterbacks like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. They're based on timing in the way they play this game. Then there are guys, they like to go through progression. They like to make things happen in that way. Then there are guys like Nick Foles who say, hey, I don't mind going through this progression, but I like my guy in his matchup over here. I'm going to give my guy a one-on-one chance to win.
Yeah.
And that's why guys like, Alshon Jeffrey really loved playing with him, and his performance went up because it was a situation where Alshon was the X. He was on the back side of the field, the weak side away from all the other receivers oftentimes. He had the one-on-one matchup, and Foles gave him a chance to go out there and play to the best of his abilities. So, I mean, injuries are tough. Again, I would be lying if I said we were extremely confident, but as the weeks went on, we knew that we had the ability to get it done.
Hey, Nick said, I got a chance, but I'm gonna reach out to everybody. What's Harrison from the Steelers? He said, hey, man, you pay $500,000 to get your body right? I need to talk to your guy.
Absolutely, man.
Hell
it was crazy. Like, even looking back, it's an amazing story.
Totally.
So, Tory, with this Washington team, I think it's a hell of a story unfolding. We'll see how far it goes and what happens. Excellent to watch. Been watching this season. Brian and I were talking about this earlier. We watched Bo Nix last night, and he's an exciting quarterback prospect.
Gunslinger.
There's something there. He makes some big throws. He misses some easy ones. I think Drake May has shown real moments in New England, but for us, it's pretty obvious that Jaden is the cream of this class. I'm curious if you see it at that point too.
I think so as well. I think Bo's made it very interesting with this team getting back in the winning column in terms of winning like Rookie of the Year. But, you ask me, I still think it's Jaden, right? I think, Bo coming in, I think both teams probably had lower expectations, and they're both playing very well. So let me not knock Bo Nix and saying this, but I think for a minute there were conversations and a feeling that Jaden Daniels, he's playing well enough to be in the MVP conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's how it looked earlier in the year. So anytime you kind of feel that way, to me, I'm like, well, there's a difference there in terms of the way he plays this game, the way he leads. But, I mean, I think they hit it. I think he's the best guy in the class, and those other guys are really, really good. And I hope they pan out for their franchises. But, I love Jaden and everything he brings to, this area, both on and off the field.
Talking with two-time Super Bowl winner Tory Smith. Tory knows the quarterback position pretty well, being a receiver, winning 2 Super Bowls. Jaden is obviously a hell of a player.
Yes.
You mentioned the MVP there. I think the MVP front runner right now, it might be a running back on the Eagles. If not, though, it might be Lamar. Where are you at with the Ravens, who undoubtedly have a ton of offensive talent, but they're 8-5. They've lost a bunch of games that people probably didn't expect, and I think Philly just came to Baltimore and bullied them.
Yeah, man, I think it was a tough game. I think it boiled down to just mistakes. The Baltimore Ravens, right? There's not a team in this league that can beat them when they aren't shooting themselves in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I mean by that? Turnovers, missed field goals, which is, if you told me going into the season that missed field goals would be a concern for the Baltimore Ravens, I'd be like, yeah, right. I've been on record multiple times saying I don't trust many people in my life as much as I trust Justin Tucker kicking a field goal, right? But, he's going through some things right now, but he's the guy with the answers, and I know he's going to snap back out of it. But you're talking about a couple of games that field goals have been a difference in winning. So now you're talking about a 10-11 win team there. They got a toe on the line in Kansas City to keep them from a chance of scoring there and going for a touchdown at the end of the game, or a 2-point conversion at the end of the game to win there. So, I mean, they're still right in position. I think when it boils down to it, they still have a shot at the division. They're a game and a half behind there. The Pittsburgh Steelers are actually playing very well right now with Russell Wilson and
Can you buy Russ? Can you buy Russ for a playoff run?
And I'm Russell Wilson biased, right? We came out the same time from Virginia, so I shout out to Russ, man. I like Russ, but I hate the Steelers. So I feel like the Ravens are still a way better team, no matter how good Russ plays. But as you guys know, in the division, you can throw out stats, you can throw out everything, right? I still feel like Lamar Jackson is the best player in the league. You talk about the MVP love. You mentioned Lamar and Saquon. Saquon looks ridiculous himself.
Yes,
but
he does.
There's no player that's more important to their team than Lamar Jackson. There's no player that is as dynamic as him, and having the ability to play the quarterback position at a high level like he has, and also making plays with his feet. There's only one guy that is even rivaling that a little bit right now, and that's Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And what he's doing up there in Buffalo, and for him to do it on primetime the other day, everyone got to see it. But to me, no stats don't count the same. But I feel like he's. Did y'all see that defense out there tiptoeing around on the field?
Yeah.
But I think Lamar is as dynamic as they come, and this Ravens team, I'm not concerned about them. The defense is playing better. They're picking it up, and they're playing their best ball later down the year. The wins just don't. The wins don't all the way show the way they've been playing. They just got to be consistent on the offensive side of the ball and staying on track. And this team's going to be ready to roll come playoff time.
All right, so one more before we get to let you talk about your Giving Tuesday with your level up. Lamar's mom, I got a chance to meet her, and she's a little fiery. Lamar said after the game, his mama cursed him out because they looked at you didn't run enough. you met his mom, and the relationship that they have. She's the only one that can keep him straight in a sense?
Hey, man, listen. I'm a grown man, and still, when my mom looks at me a certain way, I feel like a little kid. So I know exactly what he meant when he said his mom got on him. But unlike most parents out there, his mother knows the game, right? His mother has been like kind of his agent from day one, right? Helping to lead him and guide him in his athletic career. She's not like these normal moms. And so for her to get on him, she knows her son better than anyone else. But I think for Lamar, he knows he just has to be able to make plays and be consistent. And I mean, I'm not a big overreactor, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to winning in this league, and winning is a team stat. I want to say that and put that disclaimer out there before I go. But there's no quarterback that has been able to win. There are very few, Patrick Mahomes being one of them, that have won as much as Lamar Jackson. He's going to win about 80% of the games that he plays in.
Yep.
Right, and that's an extremely high level for a guy like him. So I think, he's accustomed to winning, and he'll make the adjustments he needs to make for this team to be great.
Well, Tory, we all love you because you play ball, but you know what? We love you more because what you do off the field, and you've been a guy who's been a stand-up guy ever since you got into this league and even before, So let the people know how they can help you do the things that you're doing with Level 82.
Man, it's Giving Tuesday, so nonprofits from all across the country are looking for opportunity to raise money, and we're no different. What we're doing at Level 82, we're looking to raise $50,000. We've raised $25,000 so far. My wife and I kicked it off with the first $25,000, and we're looking forward to trying to challenge our peers in the DMV area to raise $25,000 more. I always joke and say, listen, if you took half of the folks, not even half, a third of the folks in Northwest Stadium, and they all donated $1, we'd be fine. Same with M&T Bank Stadium.
Yep, there you go.
If they all donated $1, we'd be fine. So like the pastor says, there's no amount too big or too small. We're just looking forward to trying to hit that $50,000 mark to continue to do the work that we're doing in the whole DMV area, because our work is where our feet are. I'm a Virginia boy, born in Virginia. I'm a Maryland man, being here, and we actually do a lot of things up in the Pennsylvania area as well. So just trying to do our part to benefit the community, and you can't do anything without community. So we're leaning on our folks to try to help us get to that 50,000 mark.
How can they give?
You can go to level82.org to donate, or follow me on any social media. It's at Tory Smith, Torrey Smith, WR, and you will see me posting like it's my job, that link to make sure we try to hit that mark within a week.
All right, man.
I just hit the retweet
I
button
appreciate
on that. Sorry. Thank you for the time, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, Tory, be cool, brother.
Tory's
Turn
a
up.
good dude, man.
Oh, yeah. Man of his word, too.
Yeah, for sure. Check it out, level82.org. You can follow Tory at Tory Smith WR on X. He's on Instagram under the same name. Tory is out in these streets really trying to make a difference for kids.
A lot of people talk about it.
Yeah.
Tory's really doing it.
Yeah, he actually does it, man. That was funny. He said he was mad at his team for crying in the Super Bowl.
But listen, and I know some people might feel a little way about that, but let's be real. Life ain't easy. This world isn't easy. And we got to learn to make sure people understand how you deal with something and get over it. And you don't have to wait till you're 25, 30 to start doing that. I learned this at a young age. My dad was a military guy. He didn't play that. You better suck that up. And I understand what people talk about, but you know what? It made me the person I am. Whenever you ask me, can you do this? Can you do that? Do I ever say no? No. Oh, I'm going to find a damn way, because that's the way I was raised. And I think we got to make sure kids understand that too. We all have worked our asses off. We bust our tail, been through a lot, and we made life easy for them. And they think that's how life going to be all the time. It's not going to be like that all the time. You got to go through something sometimes to get where you want to go.
Well said, Brian. Speaking of going through stuff to get where you want to go, there's some Hall of Fame news. I want to at least discuss a lot of coaches. There's one name that I find fascinating in the Hall of Fame discussion, and it's Mike Shanahan. We got news if Shanny's moving forward or not. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Roll Forsey. We're brought to you by Ace Trim, the home builders trade partners. Start with the football news from last night. Broncos beat the Browns Wild one Monday Night Football, 41-32, the final in Denver. Today, Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shire suspended 3 games by the NFL for his hit that knocked out Jags QB Trevor Lawrence over the weekend. Former Commanders first-round pick Emmanuel Forbes has been claimed by a former Washington assistant. Sean McVay, the LA Rams, claim Emmanuel Forbes off waivers yesterday. Also, you heard JP talk about it. Jaden Daniels, leading vote getter among NFC quarterbacks for the Pro Bowl fan voting, which came out yesterday. Caps on the ice tonight, home against San Jose Sharks. That one here on the Fan. Wizards also on the floor in Cleveland. 7 p.m. tip for Wiz basketball on the Team 980. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com. Today, Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
This don't come around here no more, but with like a sitar. All right. I can do it. Breaking news on the Fan. I signed up for Walmart Plus.
Walmart what?
Walmart Plus.
I got a phone call yesterday saying that something about some video game was being ordered on my Walmart account.
Eee.
I wanted to answer the phone and say, you stupid MF. I don't have a Walmart account. It's one of those little scam things. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
So here's my thing with Walmart Plus, why I signed up. So a lot of times, what, Jeff? Are you anti-Walmart?
Walmart Plus, I wouldn't.
It's their version of Amazon Prime, I think. And here's my thought process. Tell me if you're with me on this. This happened at a CVS near my house, right? This happens at CVS's everywhere. Eventually, there's not going to be drugstores left for you to go and just buy some toothpaste or some deodorant, because I saw this happen. These dudes just come in and rob the CVS, and the workers are told not to do anything. Let them do it. Call the police.
Yeah.
And Jeff is the one that told me what then happens is those dudes go sell that toothpaste on Amazon, right? I'm not saying all the toothpaste on Amazon is coming from the dudes stealing from CVS, but some of it is.
Well, I know a guy that basically what they do, they go to all of the different stores like Walmart's and CVS, and they get the cheaper ones.
Yeah.
And they because this guy had won this award or whatever for some gambling thing, and then he was telling me how he and his buddies are 7 dudes. They buy houses, and they go and buy all the cheap toothpaste, and that's what they send through Amazon.
Right. So there's a lot going on in the world. Basically, with Amazon, there's a lot of people that may be potentially like touching the toothpaste I'm ordering. With Walmart, it's just a store. So that's why I joined Walmart
Well,
Plus.
that's what you think. But anyway, go ahead.
But there's not third-party people selling on Walmart Plus. Amazon is dominated by third-party vendors.
Yeah.
So that's just a fundamental difference. More breaking news on the Fan. Hall of Fame information is out. Everybody understands I don't bug Brian with Hall of Fame talk because Brian's going to get in the senior committee. He's not eligible for that until 2028. That's how this is going to go down. We're going to have the push like you've never seen it, and we're going to take care of business. All right? But today we got news about the finalists.
You're in charge of all that.
Yes. It's one thing I'm very prepared for. Today, though, we got news for the contributor, the coach, and the senior finalists revealed for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So what they've done, they've created these other categories to try to get more folks in, where it's a contributor, a coach, and a senior. And now they still have to clear 80% of votes, right? So the contributor finalist, honestly, I think a lot of this was done so that more owners can get into the Hall of Fame because a lot of these owners want to get into the Hall of Fame. I got no dog in this fight, B. There were 9 semifinalists for the contributor category. Bud Adams, who I think was the original owner of the Oilers, Bucko Kilroy, who I have zero file on, Robert Kraft, Art Modell, Art Rooney Jr., Seymour Seawoff, Doug Williams, and John Wooten. This was the one where Doug Williams was nominated as a contributor. Obviously, Doug's biggest contribution to the game of football was being the first black quarterback to win the Super Bowl and to really just disprove a long-running myth and indecency, frankly.
Yeah.
Doug didn't get it. Ralph Hay is the one that got in. He basically started the NFL. He owned the Canton Bulldogs from 1918 to 1922, and in 1920 had a meeting with other team owners to form the association that was later renamed the National Football League.
Okay.
Pretty big deal. There's a reason the Hall of Fame's in Canton. I think the guy belongs in. I'm curious. Art Modell, to me, no way. I mean, ask the people in Cleveland how they feel about Art Modell. Art Rooney, I don't know which Rooney Art Rooney Jr. is, but there should be Rooney.
One of them Rooney. That's Steelers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the Rooneys belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Just put the name in there. Just put all of them underneath.
Right. Where do you land on Robert Kraft?
Man, the man under his tutelage, how many Super Bowls they win?
6. And I think they went to they lost 2 with Brady, so they went to 8. And I think Kraft owned them when Parcells got into that Super Bowl when they got drilled by the Packers.
So you go that many Super
That's 9
Bowls as an owner, that's a hell of a run there, man. And then you look at what that team was when he bought it and what it is now.
Sure.
I say yes.
That's interesting because I kind of say no, but I say no, and this is a bias. I'll own it. I kind of say no because that documentary that I don't think you ever watched that he put together on Apple TV was such a hatchet job at Bill and such an obvious attempt to promote his own Hall of Fame candidacy that it rubbed me the wrong way.
Hey, I go to the saying that John Thompson said. That man did all that good, and then he did that one thing bad. I can't hold all that against him without. I could give him credit for being a great owner. And I can also say he's an ass. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just like Jerry. We can say Jerry's a great owner, but he's an ass. Point blank. Some of these owners are just asses. Ain't nothing great about them.
Right.
So they don't need to be there whatsoever. But the Rooneys now, they have led the way. Standard. Three coaches in their whole history. Multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
They also, the Rooney Rule was something set there to make sure everybody get an opportunity. So I say hell yes. You talking about contributor? They contributed a lot to this league.
I don't know that a Rooney isn't in, but all I know is a Rooney needs to be in.
There you go.
All right, now the coaching finalists, and I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. Ready? The finalists that made it, there were 9 coaches nominated. Only 1 got through. Here's your 9. Bill Arnsparger, Tom Coughlin, Chuck Knox, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer, George Seifert, Mike Shanahan, and Clark Shaughnessy. Mike Holmgren is the one that got through. Holmgren won a Super Bowl in Green Bay after the Seahawks hadn't won in 30. He won a Super Bowl in Green Bay after the Packers hadn't won in 30 years. And then he got the Seahawks to, I believe, their first Super Bowl ever. With the Packers, he went to the playoffs 6 times in 7 years. He also won 2 Super Bowls as the OC with the Niners.
Mike Holmgren.
Let's start there. What do you think of Holmgren? Now, if you look at his coaching trees back in the
Andy
day,
Reid was on that tree.
Andy Reid, Gruden.
I mean, the Gruden.
packed.
So we talking about the Gruden tree. Hell, he is the root of all that stuff.
Right.
With Andy and all that. When you look at that, and you start looking back at what is it? Seifert? Before Seifert.
Walsh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, if you look at football today, most of half of the coaches came from that damn Holmgren tree.
Yeah, who came from Walt. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm not mad at Holmgren. I find it interesting. He's got 1 ring, and a few of the guys that didn't get through have 2.
Yeah, but you know, there's people like Robert Horry who has 6 or 7.
Sure.
And he damn sure ain't better than people that like Jordan that have less.
Robert Ory's not better than Karl Malone because he has the ring.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you're on you some people catch on with something better and they could get more. But this man here established something that you still see little branches coming from it.
So
some of those coaches with 2 rings, you may not see nothing else coming from it.
I'm not sure a lot of people will agree with this. Tom Coughlin, obviously he won the 2 with the Giants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beat the Patriots both times.
Yeah.
That 2007 Pats team was undefeated, broke every offensive record ever. Winning that Super Bowl is massive. Then to do it again 4 years later. So Tom Coughlin has 2 rings. In what I don't think gets talked about enough for Coughlin to me is he started a expansion team in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And had them in the playoffs within 2 years, within their second year.
Mm-hmm.
They got to an AFC title game the second year of an expansion team. His playoff record is really strong. I kind of think personally Coughlin deserves to go in. He had some bad years at the end of both his Jags.
Coughlin I'm going to tell you his issue. He pissed off a lot of people.
He doesn't seem like the easiest going
he
fella.
wasn't the easy going fella. A lot of the people in the media probably like, did he give him time at all?
But here's where I separate Coughlin and Mike Shanahan. That I know a bunch of people here in Washington, certainly in Denver, believe Shanahan should be in. You can talk about the coaching tree. Shanahan won back-to-back Super Bowls with John Elway. You can't deny that. And it's not like Shanahan didn't have other success without Elway, but in Denver, he won 1 playoff game when John Elway wasn't the quarterback.
Yeah.
And
I think a lot of people give John Elway more credit for that than they do Mike.
I think Mike,
but I have to give
really
Mike because Mike knew
a great run game.
Mike knew how to put the run game in there.
Totally.
Yeah.
So Shanahan has 2 Super Bowls. Why I would go Coughlin over Shanahan is Coughlin succeeded in multiple places. Mike only succeeded in Denver and really only with Elway. Mm-hmm. They put up some offensive statistics, but they never won. They won 1 other playoff game with Jake Plummer.
How many did they lost before Mike came there?
Elway lost 3 before he got there.
And Mike came and they won. So you got to look at that fact.
Sure.
Elway was there with Reeves. Was it Reeves? I think it was.
Reeves. Reeves was also nominated, didn't get in.
He was there with Reeves, and they couldn't win one. But Mike comes in there, and he was pulling people from the unknowns, and they were winning.
But then he came here and was 24-40.
Yeah. I think here.
I don't know. Do you think Mike should go in?
At this point, coming here, not many people succeeded under what was going on.
Totally.
There. But I think Mike, the reason Mike didn't succeed, Mike came here to get his son started.
Yeah,
and that's probably why he didn't succeed a lot.
You're good with Holmgren?
I'm good with Holmgren.
What about Coughlin? You think he deserves in? What about
maybe another time? Not right now.
What about Shanahan?
I think Mike did enough, bro, with that running game because everyone tried to run his
totally.
His running game is all over the league now.
I agree with that. Arnsparger, if you feel
Bill Arnsparger,
yeah.
If we gonna go based off of what he did at LSU, yes.
Chuck Knox, those Rams teams were pretty good. I think kind of before me, dude.
But Arnsparger was excellent at LSU.
I think Dan Reeves got certainly Denver to the Super Bowl. Wasn't Dan Reeves the coach of the Falcons with Jamal Anderson when they went to that Super Bowl? Yeah, the Dirty Birds.
Yeah,
but he lost them all. Marty Schottenheimer. Marty had a lot of success, but I don't think even coached in a Super Bowl. I think he had a lot of success. I think he has a lot of conference title game losses.
He fell short in those major moments.
George Seifert definitely has at least 1 ring, but I think most people think he kind of inherited Bill Walsh's Niners and 2-time Super Bowl winner.
They're starting to put those people in there, bro.
Now, I don't. Was he
They'll
head
find
coach?
a way to put a lot of those coaches in the stuff before they put a lot of players on there.
Hold on, was he head coach in '89? All right, he was the head coach for 2 Super Bowls. So that's pretty interesting. You got 3 coaches that didn't get in with 2 rings each: Seifert, Shanahan, Coughlin. Now, Seifert, to me, when he went to Carolina, they were pretty bad. Like, I don't know. You got to take over the Niners, dog. I have a tough time with that one.
Mhm.
I would put Shanny and Coughlin ahead of him.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Blaine Bishop joins the program. All right, folks. I got a couple questions, and then the moment we've all been waiting for.
Okay.
I believe Ahmet showed up with a gang of pizzas. I never had Andy's pizza. Quite good. Shout out to AD. We appreciate you, buddy. I believe we have enough pizza to offer Rooster a slice of pizza.
Ahmed and Andy are the same people.
Also, you've definitely had Andy's pizza before, JP. Ahmed's brought this like 4 different times.
I don't think so.
I definitely think he has.
Maybe I wasn't here. He says he brought it once. It's good. I like it, regardless of how many times I've had it. You know what, Landfill? There are certain things in the world that no matter how many times I do them, I still enjoy it. I think we have enough pizza to offer Rooster and Doc a slice. Do you guys?
I think Doc. Nah, Rooster always cool, man.
We'll see if he comes back. I saw him in the hallway, offered him a slice. He couldn't tell if I was doing a bit, and I had to hustle because we were back on the radio. Can somebody explain to me what this is? It the golden rule in baseball? I did want to touch on this briefly. Have you heard about this?
No.
The golden at bat, not to be confused with the shower.
I hope it's not the same thing.
Apparently there's buzz about this at the owners' meetings going on right now. The basic concept is that this is Major League Baseball. We're not talking about the Savannah Bananas or whatever.
All right.
The basic concept is that a team could choose one at bat in every game to use its best hitter, regardless of where they are in the lineup.
Is that a rule? Is that been there?
No.
Are they trying to make it?
They're proposing it.
I think that's a bunch of crap.
Why?
Why we have to allow you as a professional damn player, a professional team, to now try to take an advantage? You pay, everybody get paid their money. When your guy came up the bat, if he struck out then, he don't get another damn chance. You don't get a chance to redo.
To me, this is like that crazy Chiefs-Bills playoff game a couple years ago that went to overtime. I guess it was 2 seasons in a row, right? Because Brady and versus Mahomes, Brady got the ball in overtime. Mahomes never got the ball back. And then it was Mahomes versus Allen, that crazy game. And then Allen never got the ball in overtime.
Whatever the rules are, you leave them
but
there.
they changed the rule so that doesn't happen anymore. That both quarterbacks get a snap.
Yeah, because but my whole thing is, if the rule is you go down and you score a touchdown, game's over, it's over. That is what the problem I have with trying to change rules. Make everybody put together a damn football team. Everybody want to just get a quarterback and give him everything. You need somebody to stop the damn quarterback. If Buffalo had stopped Kansas City, Buffalo would have had a chance to win the game. But they didn't stop them. Every
Same
coach
with KC against New England the year before.
And I didn't have a problem with that either. But everybody talk about offense, defense, special teams. But when we go through football, all we do is change rules to make offense.
So I take it with this baseball golden at bat rule.
I think it's stupid.
Landini, golden at bat. Where are you at?
Dumb as hell.
Jeffrey?
I'm against it too. It's too easy to manipulate.
Well, it would also create a ton of other questions. If it's the eighth slot on your batting order and you bat the guy that hits third, what if the guy gets on base? Then the guy that you moved out is hitting third?
No, he gonna get a runner for him. And he gonna go back and bat again.
I mean,
I just think that it's splitting too much. Listen, man, you got 9 players. You already have a pinch hitter, don't you? You also could give somebody to run for the guys. We don't need to put we don't need to say, oh, okay, I'm going to let Shohei Ohtani bat. He just hit a home run. Let's bring him right back out here again. You know what's going to happen? They're going to start getting beamed even more.
I kind of like it.
Nah, man.
I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it should happen. But, like, the fact that when they go to extra innings, they have a fake runner on second to start. Like, baseball's done so much stuff to try to speed the game up, which I love. And
speed the game up, but don't make the game
more fun.
Make the game into a joke. See, this is where I'm at, Jay, and I'm going to say it. Sports are trying to make everybody feel like they can play the sport. Everybody can't play the damn sport. So, when we play at home, we come like when I play with my buddy Brendan, okay? Play golf with him. Brendan always set up a bet on the first tee. By the time you get to the 6 tee, it's about 8, 9 different damn bets going on, and they all benefit him.
Sure.
That is like what this is what this sounds like to me. Like they want to make everybody think you can play with this because we'll do that stuff at home. Oh man, no. See, we down. Y'all have a better team. So let JP come up and hit again. That's something you do at home.
I like that.
This is the NFL. I mean, in Major League Baseball. We don't do that for you, man. Hell no.
Here's what we do. Pause.
What?
He said doo-doo.
Here's what we do for you. We give away Harlem Globetrotters tickets. Caller number 10 right now. You win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters Friday, March 7th at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Phone number 800-636-1067. Caller 10 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Commuter Connections Rideshare. Call 800-745-RIDE. Commanders certainly going to enjoy the bye week after the big win Sunday over Tennessee to snap a 3-game skid. Terry McLaurin had a big game as the Commanders get a big win before the bye week.
That felt amazing, honestly. That's a standard that we have to live up to, and we got to figure out a way to continue to come out the bye even better and stronger if we want to make a run. So, I know the guys in there are ready to get this little break, but it's a good way to go in there with an emphatic win like that.
It's 9 touchdown receptions now for McLaurin this season. For him, that's a career high. He's also number 9 now with 34 total touchdown catches, number 9 on the Commanders' all-time franchise receiving list. Jaden Daniels, leading vote getter among NFC quarterbacks in Pro Bowl fan voting. The first numbers came out on Monday. Houston Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shire today suspended 3 games by the NFL for that hit that knocked out Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence on Sunday. Capitals back on the ice tonight, home against the San Jose Sharks, 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey here on the Fan. Wizards in Cleveland tonight to take on the Cavaliers. Wiz trying to snap that skid. 14 straight losses now for the Wizards. Maybe it ends tonight, 7 p.m. for Wizards basketball on the Team 980. Share the ride to work. Commuter Connections can match you with others who live and work near or with you. Learn more at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. All right, B.
All right, Jay.
We kind of danced around this earlier. Who is the best team in the NFC?
I still go with the Lions. Yeah.
Okay. I'm excited. We get to watch them Thursday night.
It's kind of hard to not go with that team, bro.
They're loaded.
You see how good they were last year, and normally teams sometimes they came in. Dan was there first. Everybody thought he was a joke because he talking about biting people's knees and all that type of stuff. Then they come back last year. They did what they did, and then they come back this year and did not skip a beat. They're like ready to go again, like they have learned every year. And you watch how he approached training camp, and if they got 10 to 14 days to go full gear, I think they get all 14, possibly 15. Because they go for it, dog.
Yeah. I love what Dan Campbell has built up there. It is wildly impressive, honestly, I think. And I just think that's just a team full of dogs. You know what I mean? And there's just a mindset. All right, we're going to get on the phone lines here. Welcome in 4-time Pro Bowl DB, Mr. Blaine Bishop. Blaine, what's up, dude?
What's going on, fellas? What's up, B. Mitch?
What's up, Blaine, man? What's happening with you?
Man, I'm still, my butt is hurt, man, after that spanking you gave us, man. I'm sore, man. That's what happened, man. I wasn't quite ready yet.
Let me ask you something, Blaine. So they were talking about the defense, and they kept saying that the Titans were number 1 as far as yards given up per game, but they were like 31st or 32nd.
They were second in
points.
yards allowed. Second in yards allowed and 27th in points.
So when
allowed.
I look at that, I'm like, okay, then we were talking to this guy last week from Kuharski, I think his name.
Yep.
From down that way. And he said, we turn over the ball a lot, and special team, when you hear about special team, that's normally punt return and kick return, which means you're in your territory. And I saw that, and I was like, okay. Then when the game started, I'm like, oh, I see why they were showing number 2 in yards, because you don't have nothing but 30 yards to go to get a touchdown.
Right.
Did you notice that before the game?
Oh, absolutely. I've been saying it all season. First and foremost, the Titans are doing a good job as far as what the pieces that they have. They're undermanned as far as just talent in the National Football League on defense. And so when they kept on saying all this, they're number 1 in this or they're number 3 in this, I go, this defense as in totality is number 1 at nothing. I've been on the number 1 defense. I know what a number 1 defense looks like. This is not that. I said at best it's a middle of the road defense. At best.
Yeah.
So that special teams has been horrific all season. I mean, they I don't know if they're going to keep the first time special teams coordinator, Coach Anderson. He brought him from Cincinnati from his familiarity of Callahan with him. So they've had some, block punts and kind of started the season off that way. And they've kind of continued that. Now the returners or, returner is starting to have some fumble issues. He's fumbled in 4 straight games.
Ooh.
Damn.
So there are some things there that were all signs.
I got a couple years left, dog.
I know you can definitely do it. I mean,
tweet that out, Landfill.
Do not.
B-Mitch looking to get a job with the Titans as a returner.
And so they,
I mean, that turnover, that was
Mm-hmm.
such a killer when you're already down 21-0 and then desperately just need a big drive, and then the kid fumbled the kickoff and Washington scores again to make it 28-0. That was just a killer. We're talking with Blaine Bishop, 4-time Pro Bowl safety, spent the bulk of his career in the Titans organization, was actually there in Houston before they became Tennessee. I'm sure you've seen him just over the course of the season, but I know you watched it last week. What do you think of Jaden Daniels as a rookie quarterback?
Oh man, you guys got a winner there. He's the best quarterback. He's shown he's playing better than Caleb Williams going number 2. I'm not surprised more so in what he's doing as a passer, but his durability, that comes in question, just of how he's built, I thought would be somewhat of an issue after getting hit and pounded on. But he's kind of got this, I'm not going to say he's Lamar Jackson, but as far as his build and his movement, he doesn't take big shots most of the time. And so he's got a lot of wiggle to him. So that's been really impressive. But to do what he's done so far, we've had on a lot of NFL guys earlier in the season. He was even in MVP conversations. Mm-hmm. There was no question. Naturally, he's going to be in for Rookie of the Year conversations and probably will win that. But I don't know how much he's still in MVP. But what you guys have done there for the turnaround in one season is impressive in itself. And we all know I'm a big chemistry guy. That's hard to achieve in a flip of ownership and coaching staff. And to get into play like that and start this season like that, it's pretty impressive. You got to think also, 3 games are lost in a row. The odds on winning 4, and they have a lot to play for, was against the Tennessee Titans for sure.
What do you think of Will Levis? That's the first time I'd seen him in person, and he's like, to me, he's like a really good-looking girl with STDs. Like, it's okay to watch him. You don't want to take that home.
You took it there, Jay? Damn.
You don't want to take that home, dude.
Right there, man.
Whoa.
That's what I saw. Because he'll make plays that are wild, but you do not want to go home with that person.
Yeah. That was a little extreme, but I get exactly what you're talking about. Will Levis, I'm going to say this. Now, he kind of cost him some games early in the season. He got injured, then he took a step back, stood on the sidelines. You can learn a lot on the sidelines. I know I did, but then I'm not a quarterback. Then he came back, and then you had to execute and actually go do what you saw. And he's done that. So the last 4 games, he's shown more consistency, but he still has some wow factor to him that I think gets a lot of coaches super excited on some of the throws. I'm going to give you an example. The one that he spun out of the sack, and then he throws the 7 route, to the guy with almost like not looking, like, how the heck did you know, and then he throws it in on the money.
Yeah,
and so
it was
these
beautiful.
Yes, that they see and they go, "Ooh, he can potentially be something if we can will him in just to be, consistent and make the boring throws consistently and not try to force it in like he did in college, probably more so than I try to. I call it hero ball, but there's other terms, where he's trying to do everything he can to win the game on every down. That you don't have to do that. Sometimes go look at the great ones. Sometimes they just say, "All right, you got me on this play. I'm gonna fall down. You got me."
There you go.
He teaching him how to slide, throwing it out of bounds. And the reason why I say that, throwing it out of bounds, is because he's trying to make a play instead of just saying, "We lost this down.
There you go.
We're going to win the majority of the downs."
Sure.
So I think he's going through that maturation process of how to play quarterback truly as a quarterback. Must not forget the true origin of who he is. He was a running back linebacker in high school. And, so then he transformed into a quarterback his senior year. And so he's still learning the little nuances. I think they thought that he already knew when Callahan took the job, and now he's figuring it all out. But I think he's definitely buying them time for, to see if, going into next season that they don't have to draft a quarterback, at least this upcoming draft, buying them some time because it's probably a weaker draft at quarterback, at least at the high end, and they won't have a high pick, but they'll have a top 10 pick.
Right.
Have you ever gone for coffee with him?
I have not. I have not gone.
You know they use for creamer, right?
Mayo.
Yeah, that's weird as hell. I wouldn't have drafted him because of that.
Yeah. Well said. There's a lot of people who say that too. I lean into it and I call him the Mayo King. So it's kind of a funny thing. We've all done some crazy stuff in college and some fun stuff, and he ate the peel of a banana and all this stuff. So you don't know if he was trying to get attention to the Kentucky program and, just to get noticed or bring attention to himself. It's a different generation. I can't say I'm all connected. I got a son in that age, so I try to, refer to him and just look at him and like the things that he's doing. But, the NFL is different now, and, you're self-promoting yourself, and however you want to get it done, I got to respect it. I can't say that I would do something like that, but, it's got some national commercials. So, hey, more power to him.
Yeah.
Talking with Blaine Bishop, four-time Pro Bowl. B hates that. Four-time Pro Bowler, two-time All-Pro safety playing for Houston and then Tennessee. You can hear him on 104.5 The Zone down in Nashville. Blaine, what did you think of Washington's defense watching that game? They've got some veterans that are really putting together really good seasons in Dante Fowler, Frankie Louvu, Jeremy Chin, Bobby Wagner still playing at a high level.
Yeah. Going into this game, I didn't know much because, we don't watch the NFC very much. So I was thoroughly impressed with Fowler and Louvu. I didn't know much about those guys initially as far as how their production was, and we all know Wagner is. He's a future Hall of Fame guy and player. But I thought the Titans would have some form of an advantage throwing the football in the secondary, and that didn't happen. So I'm wondering what were you guys' thought on you guys' secondary? Because I thought that was a matchup, especially with Ridley's speed, that they would have issues with, but it didn't play out that way.
Yeah, it was I did not. I thought Washington would win and win by a touchdown. I was pretty stunned with how it shook out. But
yeah, I didn't think it was going 40-something.
To your earlier point,
no, me either. I thought it was going to be a closer game, no doubt.
When you turn it over like that in bad field position, it adds up quick. One thing I did want to ask you about, Blaine, since we have you, is there's a lot of discussion centering around the hit that Trevor Lawrence took from Azeez Al-Shaair and kind of what the slide does. As a former defensive back, when you were playing, I mean, you guys were probably looking to knock somebody's block off. Now, they've kind of tried to litigate that out of the game. What did you make of Lawrence's slide and Shaair clearly just leveling him? He's now been suspended for 3 games.
Yeah, that there was, I think it's a bang play. A lot of people. I thought he had enough time not to do it, though. I really do. I get where when he's going, and I thought he should have been able to pull up. And the reason why I say that is he played for the Titans last year, and I observed the players more than anybody, and he got 4, and as a leader and a starter on the team, he got 4 or 5 unnecessary roughness penalties on hits out of bounds. And I kept on saying, hey, man, I love the way he plays, but we got to play smarter. I get everybody makes a mistake here or there, but, man, he kept doing it like it was a thing. So I wasn't surprised that he did that. He played most of his career naturally with the 49ers as a backup, and he got to start that last year. He was with the 49ers. So, and I like him as a player, but, I thought I don't know why he runs around and almost like he's trying to prove that he's a tough guy. He doesn't really need to do that. He's a good player, good solid starter in the NFL. I think getting suspended is appropriate there by yours. Watch this, be Mitch, by yours truly, John Runyon.
Yeah. Hey, he did it. The one that did a lot of late hits. But it happened, but he had did something similar just a few weeks prior.
Yeah.
And I think when you become a repeat when you become a repeat offender, it's going to happen for you. But the ultimate thing, like I was noticing this in the game, Jaden Daniels dove head first. And when a quarterback's giving up his body, whether it's feet first or head first, you're not supposed to hit him. Jaden did it and got hit 2 yards from where he started by one of the D tackles for the Titans. Referee never looked like he was going to do anything. But then they spot the ball from where he started. The league has allowed that scrap to happen and get out of hand without making the calls more often.
Yeah, they missed a lot of calls. They missed the face mask. They're, and I'm a bit advocate. I know refereeing is really hard, man. But this season has been the first time I'll come after a game and go, man, the refereeing was horrible. And they don't make calls that we can actually see. So I don't know if it's just the effect of replay and we can see everything and they're in live action. They're afraid to make a call because, NFL is going to call down to them and tell them to do this. I don't know, man, but I think they need the whole process of training for officiating needs to change a little bit so we can get closer. It's a game of inches, but of error, human error. But, man, they are not getting close to a lot of calls that are getting missed game in and game out. And it's becoming really prevalent for me on a weekly basis. And I'm tired of saying, man, the refereeing was horrible.
Yeah.
On either side, I'm watching other games. I'm like, golly. So is it because we sitting there watching, replay and we see it?
They're just looking for the offensive lineman being in the backfield.
Well, how about now all the ineligible man downfield?
They call those two things more this year than I've seen it call in my whole time coming to the NFL since 1990.
They got the Titans one game 3 times. I'm going, oh, man.
We are talking with Blaine Bishop, 4-time Pro Bowl safety for Houston and Tennessee. I'm a guy that does his homework, okay? Now, if you want to hear more from Blaine, check out, he's on the radio every day down in Nashville, 104.5 The Zone. But I know where you're from. I looked this up. You're from Indy, and you went to Cathedral. I believe that's the same high school Terry McLaurin went to.
Scary Terry.
Yeah, I'm curious if you guys had like a relationship just as NFL players that went to the same high school back in Indy and what you think of his game.
No, I haven't met him, but I've met some of his teammates. Actually, they all came down for my foundation deal for when we played the Colts, naturally. And then, so they got to meet Wayne and those guys. So I haven't met him, but I talked to them a lot. I remember when he was playing in high school there, he kind of played multiple positions, mainly a running back, but he was wide receiver, quarterback. So he was that dude like that.
Yeah.
And then I remember him catching 1,000 balls daily once he went to Ohio State, committing there. And then he moved to receiver. So no, I have not. I can't wait to get a chance to meet him. I had an opportunity, but I couldn't make it down there to Cathedral in the season deal. But I have not, man. But trust me, I said it all week that they're gonna have trouble with Scary Terry from my high school.
He's a bad one.
He can play, man.
He's damn good, Blaine.
So last question for me, Blaine. I think you have a unique perspective on something that is often talked about in this town. We're talking with Blaine Bishop, 4-time Pro Bowl safety. You were drafted by the Oilers, okay? And after 4 seasons in the NFL, the Houston Oilers become the Tennessee Titans. And you had to experience what it was like to move from Houston to Nashville as a franchise, all of those things. When I look back now, I saw a dude wearing it at the game the other day. I love that old Oilers logo. I love that Oilers color scheme. I think of Warren Moon throwing to Haywood, Jeffries. Like I just liked those.
Wow.
I liked those Houston teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there in Washington? There was a name change that was controversial. Obviously, the situation surrounding Washington getting rid of its old logo and changing its name are very, very different than Houston and Tennessee. But are there folks that talk about the old logo and the old look often?
Man, it's a great question, and I've been begging for the ownership to bring the logo back. And Amy Adams Strunk finally did, the controlling owner, the daughter of KS, the late great KS Bud Adams. And they really embraced it the last couple years. They have Oiler gear out that they sell and everything else. They have Oiler reunions here in Tennessee because those guys don't have anywhere to go. They're not affiliated with the Texans. They own all the rights and the history here in Tennessee of the former, the Oilers history. So, it's definitely embraced. And we have, the owner brings us in and then gives us Oiler Titans gear, really nice stuff every alumni weekend. So they finally embraced it probably 2 or 3 years ago, and I thought it was appropriate because you wanted the city and the state to feel like it's their team, the Tennessee Titans, but there is a past history there that should be embraced that is out there. And it's I was looking at more for a business perspective, a money grab, where you can also sell all the Oiler gear. And it is sweet and nothing like it in its history. And the fans have embraced it here in Tennessee.
That's interesting, man.
Yep.
Blaine, we really appreciate you. You played a lot of football. You watched a lot of football. You talk about it all the time. Just quickly, you watched that Washington team last weekend. Is that a playoff team, and is that a team that can maybe win some games in January?
Oh, absolutely. Playoff is they definitely going to be in the playoffs. I think getting to the second round would be a reach, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Jaden Daniels, man, once he gets it going because he brings that running thread, but also he understands his, being a true pocket quarterback, so he can beat you in multiple ways, and they got the weapons. So really, I thought they would be a little weaker on the defensive side. They play really well against the run. I thought the Titans would be able to run the football at least better than they did, but getting behind that was kind of a moot point. So yeah, I think you guys are pretty good, pretty solid.
Thanks, Blaine.
All right, Blaine.
Appreciate
Appreciate
time,
you,
man.
brother.
All right, appreciate it, guys. See you,
All right, bro.
man.
Be cool, babe.
You heard Blaine. They're a playoff team. They're kicking ass. They're ahead of schedule. What do you think? Everybody says I never open the phones up. Washington,
You
playoff
just got to
team.
let the calls come in when they're there, though.
Is Washington a playoff team? The odds tell you overwhelmingly yes. Can they win a game in January? 800-636-1067.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening all about hoops and hockey tonight on the Fan and the Team 980. Start with the NHL. Caps are back on the ice. Home against San Jose, 7 p.m. for the faceoff here in the Fan. Caps looking for a 5th straight win. They are also the highest scoring team in the NHL. Lead the league in scoring 4.21 goals per game so far this season. Wizards, it's a different story. 2-16. They have dropped 14 in a row now. Wizards take on the Cavs in Cleveland tonight, 7 p.m. start for that one on the Team 980. NFL today, they took some action against Houston Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shire, suspended 3 games by the league today for his hit that knocked out Jags QB Trevor Lawrence on Sunday. During a bye week, some good news for Commanders fans. Jaden Daniels, the leading vote getter among NFC quarterbacks in Pro Bowl fan voting in the NFL league-wide. Only Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen have more votes than the Commanders' rookie QB. Former first-round pick Emmanuel Forbes, claimed by a former Washington assistant coach Sean McVay and the Rams, claimed Forbes off waivers on Monday. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Love when Landfill throws me a little bone. Plays a little dead. Breaking news on the Fan. I don't think Sean Payton should be ahead of Dan Quinn in the Coach of the Year conversation. You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
And I just saw some odds from, I want to say BetMGM, that Sean Payton is like the 3rd or 4th highest, and Dan Quinn's not on there. That makes no sense. It's year 2 of a rebuild in Denver, and they won 8 games last year.
Yeah.
And if you want to say it's
This
because
team won 4 games.
Yeah. It's a
And
total rebuild.
they were in year 4 of a rebuild.
More breaking news, because I am
right?
going to go to the phones. I am. But we have more breaking news on the Fan. I'm not reporting this. I want to be clear on this. I'm just reading this. Per B. Mitch and Finley, breaking rumor at B. Mitch Live 30 is open to being the Titans' new return man. And then our guy, Terrence McClarence, replied with a Photoshop of B. Mitch in a Titans jersey. Number 69. Interesting choice, Brian.
I just think it got some crazy people I work with. I probably should go to HR and blame all y'all for putting lies out there on a consistent basis.
We don't have HR.
I have HR.
In this building?
Yeah.
Where?
Me.
H and R?
There you go. Yeah.
All right. I think they're obviously a playoff team. I think, hell yeah, they could win a game. I don't think it's that hard. I think it's very hard to win a game, but it's not that hard to envision a way they could.
Yeah.
Landfill, are they a playoff team? Right now, they are the last wild card spot, so it's not like anything's totally locked up. They did lose 3 in a row prior to that really good game against Tennessee. Are they a playoff team? Could they win one?
I expect them to make the playoffs. The only game that they have left that really has me concerned is the Eagles game. I think they're a playoff team, and when you get in the playoffs, anything's possible. So, yeah, I think they could win one.
Jeffrey?
You asking him that question? You already know his answer.
He's coughing.
You
They going
already
to the
know.
Super Bowl.
You already know. I think we can. And I will be fine. Look, I will be fine. Now, I'll be overly excited if we win one playoff game. But even if we didn't get there, I will still be overly excited that we made it to the playoffs. So, yeah, but to the question, yes, I do think we can win the playoff game.
I'm with you, Jeff. Sometimes you got to celebrate whatever you do. Success is hard, especially in the NFL.
Now, and Jeff, if I may just follow up, you said if they got to the Super Bowl, you would take the full 2 weeks off work. Is that accurate?
I will take that full week off. 2 weeks is a stretch.
Knowing that you could probably make a lot of extra money that week, you're going to take it off.
I can make a lot of extra money in New Orleans, too.
Just DJing or just
DJing, DJing. Dude, I can make some money in New Orleans.
What's your plan? Be the plug?
I'll be honest with you, Jeff. If you don't already have the gig, you probably won't have nothing in New Orleans.
Yeah, Super Bowl
Hey,
DJs
probably
tend to
booked
book
up
up
already.
like years in advance.
Hey, look. I know people. I have a vast
In New
network.
Orleans.
Yeah.
Who?
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you their names. I'm not going to just put their names on, but it's spots I could DJ in.
Strip clubs?
I have no problem. I'm gonna carry his crates for him. I'm carrying the crates, Jeff.
Landfill, you want me to open the phones and go to the phone lines? Here we go. Charlie's in College Park. Hello, Charles. Are they a playoff team? Can they win a game?
Yeah, they're a playoff team. They play as well as they can. They can beat most anybody. That's the thing in the NFL anyway. But I'm going to be realistic. You know, everybody's been raving. Lost 3 straight, and you get a big win against a team that played worse than Dallas played. Let's not be fooled. Who have they beaten that's really good? They had a close game against the best team, Pittsburgh. Tampa Bay beat them to start the season when they weren't quite ready. I don't think they've beaten anybody that's very good. If they play as well as they can, I think they can beat anybody. I think they'd win the first round playoff game. I think it'd be tough, especially if they match up against Philadelphia. They match up against Detroit. They match up against Minnesota. I give more of a chance against Minnesota than I would Detroit or Philadelphia. But if they play as well as they can, it's too bad Austin Eckler went down because he runs angry. Anyway, I think they're a playoff team. I got a lot of confidence in them, but I want people to be realistic.
Thank you,
Everybody goes
Charlie.
off the table.
Thank you, buddy.
I think everything.
What music was playing in the
Let me
background
just say this
of
here.
Charlie's call?
I understand Charlie's point, but I just listen, man. You beat who the hell you play against. We always like to knock our team by saying that. Hell, who have the Ravens lost to? Some horrible teams, huh? They lost to the Eagles, just like we lost to the Eagles. They lost to the Raiders and other teams like that.
Browns.
Okay? So
Jameis took them down.
How is it that we have to point out that when we beat somebody, we don't point out when the other teams lose to the teams that we beat by 20-something, 30 points? Think about that. They say, who did we beat? We beat the Browns 42 to what? 14, something like that? Or whatever it was. And they beat the Ravens, right?
Yes.
So why then we went up and we put about the same amount of points on Cincinnati that they put on Cincinnati. So why is it so much of a knock?
34
Because we beat the damn people we're supposed to beat. I'm serious. I'm only like you now. That little notion right there, get you hung up on from now on.
I like it. Jamin
That
questions,
kills me,
Forbes
man.
questions. Can Jaden play in the cold questions? And now beating bad teams. That's
That's
a hang up.
Jaden playing in the cold thing was a week when he wore some. He wore the coat. I don't know where his music coming from.
This is the song that Charlie was listening to.
Then the next week he comes out with no sleeves on and balls out, and people like, well, everybody talk about it. No, it's the people that want to bring that narrative up again. That crap came up when he had on the jackets. He didn't have on the jackets last week. He sat down on the bench like everybody does when you get in the NFL. But the people that like to ask that question and go overboard with it, take your ass outside without a jacket on and just walk around then. Since you want to question everything. Because when you're not used to the cold, you got to get used to the cold, right? I came from Louisiana in 1990. I did not like the cold either. Today, I bet you I can walk outside better than most people that live up here. Because I don't wear many damn coats.
You taught me in Minnesota, the Super Bowl we worked together in Minnesota when the Eagles beat the Patriots, not to wear a coat. It was -10. You're like, look, man, we're not going to be outside that long. Then you got to deal with coat check.
You got to prepare stuff.
Coat check sucks. You're right. Yeah. You go to these parties, dealing with coat check sucks.
And all of the stuff we were drinking, we were cold anyway.
The one night I got drunk, I got lost, my phone didn't work.
Well, that's your problem.
I was wandering the streets of Minneapolis, and I had a beer in my breast pocket of my blazer that spilled all over me. That night was cold. That night was legit
that's
cold.
Because you did not do what I said.
No.
I said when you're going somewhere,
I did a number of things.
If it's not going to be over 5 to 10 minutes, you don't need to go.
Well, B, you also, when we left that concert, you went with the crowd that I refused to wait in the line, and I was going to find my own Uber down the block. Things went poorly that night.
Yeah.
I ended up, you know where I ended up that night? So it's Minneapolis. It's -10, snowing, and I'm wandering the streets I felt like it was frontier days. Like I just gotta face the elements and see. At one point, I huddled in like this, in like the brownstone kind of apartments.
Yeah.
The door was cracked open, and I just huddled in like the lobby at the bottom of the stairs for a few minutes.
You're still here, dog.
And then I kept walking around, and you know what I found was like the little shack. You know those bicycle cabs?
Yeah.
So they have like a little shack where they go in to warm up around like a trash can fire. And I went in there and just hung out with those guys for a while, long enough to get my phone working, and then I finally got home. It was quite a night.
Let's not let him go anywhere by himself again.
Los, are they a playoff team? Who can they beat?
Oh, they're a playoff team, all right. And they can beat anyone. Honestly, if we play the Eagles again, third time's a charm. I don't see us winning the second one, but third time's a charm. And the Detroit, they're injured. But I know some players come back. Look, any given Sunday, in this case Saturday. And listen, I don't even know why Jane Daniels, everyone's hyped that Jane Daniels and Terry McLaurin are leading the Pro Bowl. They ain't playing the Pro Bowl. They're playing the Super Bowl. What's up? I'm just kidding. But whenever we do go out to Louisiana, because we gotta. Hey, listen, get your Airbnbs ready. Get your belly on, because guess what? B. Mitch is gonna cook for a lot of people when we go down to Louisiana, and I am here for it. Thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
Thanks,
Well,
buddy.
a lot of people like to just put words in my mouth and say what I'm gonna do, right?
If you made it this far, B. Mitch will buy you a drink in New Orleans.
No, he won't.
I thought Landfill, isn't that what we usually close the show with?
Mm-mm.
I believe that's
That's you saying what you would do.
No.
I'm
This is
making
about
nobody any
yours is
promise.
specific to New Orleans.
No. Mm-mm.
Just B. Mitch throwing out beads.
If you make it to if you make it to New Orleans, buy yourself a drink, and I'll buy me one.
If you make it to New Orleans, there's booze everywhere.
Exactly.
I said booze, Landfill. Booze, booze. Now, if you live in the DMV, there's only one person you should call if you're looking for home improvement, windows, or doors. That's our guy, Paul Henry, at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul has changed my house for the better. I actually just got my Pepco bill earlier this week, I guess yesterday, and it's lower than it was a year ago, and it was lower than it was 2 years ago before I got my windows redone. Over time, if you got old janky-ass windows that are drafty and cold in the winter, over time, they will pay for themselves. If you get new windows installed, it'll keep your home more comfortable, keep your wife more comfortable, keep your children more comfortable. That's why you work, is to take care of your family. Paul Henry can help you do it. Call this month. Anytime in December, you get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors.
Sometimes you just got to pull them closer, JP. That's all you got to do is that. But you do get the windows from Paul Henry's. What I did the other day, I remember when I had my old windows, I used to go stand by the window, and I could feel the draft coming in. And I wanted to see exactly how good the windows were. So last night, I stood right next to the window where all the draft used to come in, and I felt absolutely nothing. Because Paul had told me, he said, we're going to redo these windows. You won't feel that draft anymore. And I felt no draft. I said before, he took out all the windows in my house, and I have a detached garage, which I like to hang out in, cooking with all the guys. And we were able to hang out there the other day with the new windows and doors that we had, and didn't feel much at all. I'd open up the doors and sit down and let the air come from the other side. The heat come from the other side, and it kept us a lot more warm than we've ever been over the last, 15, 20 years I've been doing that. So if you want to get some windows right now, reach out to Paul, and you can get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Train roll on. Best ongoing bit in radio. Ooh, breaking news on the Fan. I don't know who's reporting this. This is not me. I want to be clear. Per sources, if the Commanders make the Super Bowl, B. Mitch Live 30 will cook gumbo and beignets for all Commanders fans in New Orleans.
Who put that out there?
Not me, dog. I don't even have access to that
So
account.
Landfill put that out there.
It's from at B. Mitch and
Well, I can tell you, if the Commanders make it to the Super Bowl, everybody can go to the gumbo house and get whatever the hell they want because they sell a lot of gumbo.
Yeah, Gumbo House. So it'll be B. Mitch's
Oh,
hotel
it
room.
won't be me.
But I don't know who runs that account, so that wasn't me.
Landfill, it was you.
B. You got me wrong.
You and Jeff run it. Jeff was over here too busy, so I knew it was you.
What if it's Cody Betts?
No. Cody's my dog.
All right. I don't know who or what this dude is, but I get a kick out of him. There's a fellow by the name of Longfellow Tidwad on Twitter who has I think he's like a fake Linnell account. He has a picture of Linnell, but this dude makes me laugh whenever I see it. Listen how messed up this is. This guy, Longfellow Tidwad, he always messes with Rooster and Linnell and Doc. He said, it's Social Security Tuesday on Team 980 starting at 2:00 with Rick, Doc, Walker, and Russellmania. Tune in to listen to so he also calls Russell Industry Plant. He says, tune in to listen to an industry plant talk about the Jets and Giants while Doc wants nothing to do with sports radio hot topics. I want O-line trench talk and no whale talk. That dude makes me laugh, man. I don't know who's running the account. I don't care. I find it entertaining. You guys, the hater said it would never happen. Blake is our last caller. Blake, are they a playoff team? Can they win a playoff game?
I think that the floor is the playoffs. I mean, if you look at this team right now going to the bye, you're 8-5. You're going to get Latimore after the bye. I think the floor has to be the playoffs. Now I'm going to take a page out of Bullish Mitch's playbook here and say I think they could get to the NFC Championship game. I really do. If they can get this defense going with the addition of Latimore, B-Rob stays healthy, and Jaden continues to ascend, I see no reason for ceiling NFC Championship game. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, Blake.
Who's Bullish Mitch? That must be
Bullish Mitch is Tisha.
That must be Tisha.
Yeah.
How about that? I don't know. I didn't say it all that.
I'm staying on time. Let's make some bets.
Gonna rain today, y'all. JP stayed on time.
Ha.
First, I stayed on time. I took all the calls. I'm red hot, folks. I won my bet last night. Jeffrey, you're up.
Oh, man, it was a bad night for the rest of the show because Landfill, B. Mitch, and I bets did not hit. JP, you are sitting at 2-0 because the Hoyas won by a large margin.
Hoyas got after it last night, 22.
I'm sorry for your team, bro. And
we did determine who do you think's more famous, Ahmet or Ben Standig? Because that's the number 2 most famous person from UMBC.
Ahmet, we talk about him on the radio a lot.
More than Ben.
Yeah.
Number 1, though, sorry, AD, is Kathleen Turner, apparently. Ooh. She's an old actress. Ooh. She had a fastball back in the day. That's all I could tell you.
Back in the day? So she lost that fastball rather quickly?
Oh, she's throwing nothing but junk now.
Yes, it's a lot.
All right, make some picks.
We got Wiz and Cavaliers. Over under is 234. I'm going to take the over on that.
That's it?
Give me the Wiz plus 16.
Oh, Jeff, I didn't want you to do it. I was going to take the Wiz plus 16. But now I don't want to do it with you.
Only because I have a vengeance against Donovan Mitchell.
Actually, that's on the road.
You hating them? You hating on the Mitchells?
Yeah, why you hating
Only
on
on
the Mitchells?
Donovan Mitchell. Because he got Coco Jones.
I'm taking the Cavs minus 16.
Why you worry about that? You didn't have a chance at all.
Who did?
I'm also taking over 6.5 in the Cavs
picture
game.
with me.
No, she smiles. She takes pictures with everybody.
She mean mug everybody else.
There's so much yelling, I can't hear anything you're saying, Landfill.
I heard
the hell
Landfill.
with you.
What's
You
your
yell
bet?
all day. Give me the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Jazz over
There
as well.
it is. I guess I need to do something. Caps play tonight? I'm taking the Caps, baby. San Jose, you can't go west to east on a Tuesday night.
I want to change my bet. Give me the Knicks money line.
All right, if Jeff's off the Wizards, I'll get on him. Let's stop talking about mamas because I just got off yours. We got to go. Thank you to everybody that called into the program today.
This dude is
Thank you to
over. Hey, something
Barstool
wrong
Nate.
with him.
Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Tory Smith
I
for
think he was on
joining
the
us.
corner with the crackheads
Thank
instead
you.
of the people putting
Thank you to
the damn
Blaine
mic.
Bishop for joining us. We're back tomorrow. Grant and Danny up next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. So forget about Victory Monday. It's Victory Bye Week in D.C. Commanders certainly going to enjoy the next few days after the big win Sunday to snap the 3-game skid. The big win over Tennessee puts Dan Quinn's in great shape, 8-5, a playoff team heading into the bye week.
My message for them is, can we have the discipline to not look ahead? The narrative is always, so far out. Oftentimes people talk about what's there, and the most important thing is the fight that you're in. And so when we come back, I won't talk much about the month ahead. I'll talk about the week ahead, and knowing if we take care of those weeks, then they turn into more weeks. But I won't look ahead with them.
After the bye, Final Four coming up next weekend at New Orleans, then Philly, Atlanta, Dallas to close out the season. Houston Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shire suspended by the NFL for 3 games for the hit that knocked out Jaguars QB Trevor Lawrence on Sunday. Former Commander, first-round pick Emmanuel Forbes, he's been claimed off waivers by the LA Rams. Hockey Caps are back on the ice tonight, home against San Jose, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Wizards in Cleveland to take on the Cavaliers, 7 p.m. for Wiz Basketball on the Team 980. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Yeah, Tuesday. What's up? Welcome in. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We are happy to be with you, taking you all the way up to 6:30 today. Should be a lot of fun. Danny, I'm excited about this. Austin Eckler is going to be on the show.
Nice.
At 5. We have not talked to Eckler in a couple of weeks since he suffered that concussion that has placed him on injured reserve. So we'll get an idea of how he's feeling, a timeline for recovery. Is he going to play again this season? Make sure you're listening to Eckler at 5 o'clock.
That'll be cool. We got some Survivor business to attend to. We're going to talk about Ovechkin somehow skating on a broken leg. What a freak of nature that dude is. Plenty of good stuff. And a good football match last night. Those are my favorite kinds of games, if I may interject. The unexciting on paper game that is unexciting for a while and then all of a sudden turns into a must-see barn burner. Those bonus games, like on paper, you get a great game like this Thursday, for example. Green Bay, Detroit. Yes, sign me up. Into my veins, please, immediately. The Browns-Broncos matchup, not the sexiest on paper, and last night was riveting.
But I can add to that I think it's better when you have no horse in the race. They're pretty harmless teams, right? Like neither team winning or losing really is going to bother you. It has absolutely no effect on Washington season. So there's not even this tangential care, really, unless you have some type of bet or fantasy ramifications. And then great football happens, and you just get to be a bystander. And by great football, sometimes we just mean bad defense, because that's what last night was largely. It was wide open receivers. It was big chunk plays, touchdowns on consecutive plays, on home run balls that span nearly 80 yards apiece. It was a wild game that nobody saw coming. It is Tuesday, which means we should start on Grant and Danny with Commanders Survivor. For the Commanders remaining on Survivor right now, we've got 5 players. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin on offense. Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, and Jeremy Chin on defense. McLaurin has immunity this week. Not that he needs it after 2 more touchdown catches. So he will be one of the last 4 players standing, which means you guys are going right now to vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. So go vote right now. You're going to give one of these 4 players immunity, and you're going to kick one of them off the island. Jaden Daniels had 4 touchdowns in his first 3 passing touchdown game. Bobby Wagner got to 100 tackles for the season for the 13th straight year. He and London Fletcher are the only 2 players to ever do that in league history. Frankie Louvu had another sack. And Jeremy Chin played well in the secondary, brought the pain a couple of times physically, throwing his weight around. Someone's going home. Someone's getting immunity. And as we've said for a couple of weeks, Danny, we're at a point in this game now where this team's good enough and the remaining players are quality enough that it's not a matter of who played badly as much as who didn't do the loudest things.
This is nitty-gritty time, right? As you get down to it. There's enough deposits in the bank for Jaden Daniels. So if he'd had a mediocre week, he probably would have survived to the next week. Turns out he's probably getting immunity. I voted for him, certainly. You get yourself 4 touchdowns, including that rushing touchdown, which was unbelievable, sublime. I thought he was splendid in the game, well-deserved. McLaurin, who you already touched on, already immune. Probably would have had another chance to be so this week as well. Bobby Wagner, in addition to a nice game, no gaudy stats in terms of tackle numbers or anything else, but he gave the Wednesday speech post-game. You could menace against an inferior offense as he's been all season long. So leaves you one guy odd man out, and all he's done here is play well and probably earn himself a second contract in Jeremy Chin.
Yeah. Chin could be in trouble today. But again, go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Let's talk about last night's Monday night game. You referenced that it was fun. It was another example of how good this quarterbacking class has been. These rookie QBs drafted this past spring. Jaden Daniels, the headliner, is currently the front runner everywhere to win Rookie of the Year. Bo Nix, who was taken 12th overall out of Oregon by way of Auburn, has had a strong enough season with the Denver Broncos, who are also 8-5, that he's nipping at the heels of Jaden Daniels now. Drake May didn't start early enough to be in the conversation, but he is really impressed and looked very good on a terrible New England team. And I would throw in the other 2 quarterbacks as well, which is a J.J. McCarthy strong preseason before he got hurt, and Michael Penix, who may or may not play at some point down the stretch here, depending on what happens in Atlanta, who's been sitting behind Kirk Cousins. Of course, 1-1 Caleb Williams has looked a lot better since they fired Shane Waldron and now fired Matt Eberflus. So there's a new OC, a new head coach, but he's been playing some of his best football. I don't know where you're at on this rookie class, but at this moment, if you have to divide everybody into like a binary, is that the answer for that team, yes or no? Of the guys that have played, Williams, you would say yes.
Yep.
Daniels, you would say yes.
Emphatically so, yeah.
Nix, you would say yes. I think May, you would say yes.
For May, yeah, I would.
I think the other 2 we haven't seen enough of, but the Vikings have to be giddy about the way McCarthy played in the preseason. And it seems they're very, very happy with Michael Penix. We're not going to go 6 for 6 probably because that doesn't happen. But there isn't a single one of those 6 guys so far that a team would hit a button and say, I wish I didn't make that pick. And by now, into the season every year, there's normally a couple guys like that.
Yeah, I mean, last year at this point, Bryce Young is, falling all over himself. And
benched,
they benched pretty much. CJ Stroud has hit the ground running, and he's incredible. And there's been some regression this year as Houston has kind of been okay. But it's premature, what I'm about to say. But it's shades of 1983, right? Where this doesn't happen, to your point. We talked about this leading up to the draft, where you go, remember, half these guys are going to be busts. That's just stats. That's not an individual fault. That's not because J.J. McCarthy can't play or because Drake may not know what he's doing or, Daniels is this, that, and the other thing. There's still so much football to be played. Nobody's getting fitted for a gold jacket this week. But to have this many guys be this competent this early, I'm not talking about great, competent, is really unusual. Because, what you never quite count on is you were dominant at the previous level. How many guys that put up unbelievable numbers or couldn't be stopped at the college level just sort of floundered as pros? You can think of 1,000 examples off the top of your head right now driving around. The fact that these guys have shown they belong, let alone performed well, is remarkable to that level. I mean, and maybe now the new paradigm is, and I know Drake May is kind of breaking this, so bear with me. Maybe the new paradigm is, we actually want a guy that's played 50 college games.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do this 6th-year senior thing. We can't do it every time because we'll always have COVID in the rearview mirror. But let's get as much experience as we can so these guys can maybe hit the ground sprinting. Something to think about.
It certainly is, and that certainly benefited Daniels and Nix. But to your point, May is the opposite of that.
Yep.
And is the youngest starting quarterback in the league and looks like the real deal. Maybe the class was just really, really good.
Turns out it could just be that, yeah.
And also, to your point, like we don't know what we think we know yet either. I mean, these things are going to change, and it's not linear. A year from now, we could feel differently about some of these guys. And Heck, we're saying that 2 of them are going to be really good, and they haven't really played at all. In the case of McCarthy in Minnesota and Penix in Atlanta. But the possibility of 6 for 6 in a first round where 6 QBs went in the top 12 picks is pretty astounding. Watching Nix last night, I think that was probably the most a lot of people in town have seen of him. Unless you have Sunday Ticket, you're just watching highlights and touchdowns and turnovers basically on Red Zone. I thought he was way better than his stat line. He finished 18 of 35. It was reminiscent
It felt
to me
better than that.
of like Jaden Daniels against Pittsburgh,
Mm-hmm.
where there were statistically 4 drops and another 2 balls that could have been caught or whatever. At the point that he had thrown 10 passes last night, there were 3 perfectly thrown balls that hit guys in the hands that were dropped. They had a couple of more as the game went on that could have been caught. But that could have been, a 23 of 35 for close to 350 yards for him last night with a couple of touchdowns. Instead, he settled for the 1 touchdown on what was a dime.
What a throw that was.
I mean, that play down the field that he made was incredible.
Justin Herbert style on that throw. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Just it's a window that everyone else would go, nah.
Straight
He's like,
drop back.
He's like, watch this.
3 steps, plant, 93-yard touchdown, middle of the field, beat basically 2 deep safeties, 1 coming over, dropped it in the bucket. Just a gorgeous ball. But I thought he was really impressive. And I'm sure having the primetime spotlight benefited in some way in terms of the Rookie of the Year conversation. But after what Daniels did this week, I think it stands to reason that with 4 games for Washington to go and 5 weekends of football to go in the league, Daniels is the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year award.
So there's also a phenomenon here that happens. Daniels got there first. So the first guy to land on Plymouth Rock that played great in front of everybody is still that in their minds. Does that make sense? Like every voter's not watching every single play, or everybody that has influence in the sphere. And because Daniels was rip-roaring success early on, he had the lead, and it would take something catastrophic for him to maybe relinquish that. And he had his dip already. I mean, he's a rookie. That happens. And he played great in this previous week. So he kind of maintained his lead, solidified it. But, if you look at overall blind taste test, Nix has a great case. And honestly, he's so much better than I thought he would be. I mean, to me, I thought, okay, I see this with Sean Payton. They like him, good fit. He's going to be a poor man's Drew Brees, throw it to their version of Alvin Kamara behind the line of scrimmage, trot him off for their version of Taysom Hill, nothing but check downs, short stuff, run game, etc.
Well, that's kind of the narrative. Like we had Chris Trapasso on last week from CBS Sports, and he actually said that he thinks Daniels is way more valuable to Washington than Nix is to Denver. And the argument he made is basically that while the scheme buoys Jaden Daniels from time to time here, basically the scheme is doing the Lord's work, buoying and lifting up Bo Nix in Denver. I didn't see that last night constantly. I mean, there was some of that for sure, but there were a couple of plays, even the drop by Cortland Sutton on the deep cross early in the game where he constantly was rolling. He's never really in the pocket. They bootleg him more than probably any quarterback I've seen since early career Russell Wilson. And he's making these throws on the run and he's launching down the field. I didn't view that, unless you're saying he's not doing it from the pocket. They've got to bootleg him and move him off of his spot, basically, that's the scheme. But I thought he was just making big time throws. I was really impressed last night.
Yeah. I mean, so this is it comes back to this argument we have, not you and I, but people in football have all the time where they go, it's scheme. And they'll go, no, it's the player. You need a player to fit the scheme. In other words, when Brock Purdy doesn't play, San Francisco's offense ain't the same. Last year, the Denver offense didn't look like that with Russell Wilson. Same coach, same scheme. You find somebody that can fit it and that can run it the way that you want it run. It takes a skill set to do that, and it's a good marriage and match. So to me, it doesn't diminish somebody's ability and aptitude simply because they're, quote unquote, in a good scheme. See Daniels here with Kingsbury over the course of the season. So the thing that I didn't realize that Nix had was that level of athleticism. And I'm not talking about sprint speed or making guys miss in the hole or scrambling, although he's been pretty good at that. It's that shake free, make that off angle throw. I thought, to me, this was a line up in the shotgun every time, catch, turn, throw. Catch, turn, throw. And it's nothing complex, nothing but screens. And we'll do that fine. We'll matriculate down the field here and there. He's got more ability than I ever thought possible. So it looks like they really found something.
So you tell me if you disagree with this take. I think where we are now in this Rookie of the Year chase is that Daniels is the favorite.
Yep.
And I wouldn't say decidedly ahead of him, but comfortably for the moment. But Nix has closed the gap enough that Jaden has to finish strong if Nix finishes strong.
Yeah, the odds say that. I agree with that.
He can absolutely be caught if he doesn't play well down the stretch, and I'm anticipating that he's going to, and he'll win the Rookie of the Year award. But whereas at one point in time, about a month ago, certainly 6 weeks ago, you might as well have taken the Offensive Rookie of the Year odds off the board in some places because it was just a foregone conclusion that Jaden Daniels was going to win the award. It's not anymore, but he has been better in my opinion. Whether you look at, and some of this is scheme stuff, right? But like he completes close to 70% of his passes. Nix is at 63%. Nix does have 17 passing touchdowns. Daniels closed that gap this week with 3 tutties. He's got 15, but he's turned the ball over less, 6 interceptions versus 8 from Bo Nix. When you look at the rushing and you take that into account, Nix has actually run the ball a lot more, to your point, than maybe people expected. 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. Jaden Daniels, as a runner, not surprisingly, the only quarterback in the league leading his team in rushing, has 590 yards and 6 touchdowns. So that's where some of that added value for him comes in. And I think he is the guy at this moment in the driver's seat and should be, even if Nix keeps playing well, as long as Daniels does as well. But if he falters like he did for those few weeks, Nix could catch him. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I would echo those sentiments because, Nix deserves all the credit here. Remember, he got off to a really sluggish, anemic, slow start. I can't remember which week it was, but there was like one air yard total in a game or like a half or something like that.
That
early
was the
on.
Monsoon game against the Jets.
Oh, was that so? Never mind.
It was week 4. It was a rain game.
Excuse built in there, so never mind. But I remember early season, it was just there's nothing dynamic here. This is a fight just to earn a foot, and they were really struggling. While Daniels was running all over the place, highlight reel stuff. When he was hitting Terry McLaurin in Cincinnati, Bo Nix was checking it down to somebody else. And they've built, and this offense has really come on. They are impressive to me at this point. Night and day from what we saw in September.
But, man, it just I think it's fun for the league, because we got to a point over the last couple of years where we've talked about some of the graduations, and by that I mean retirement, like the guys leaving the league. That whether it's Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers will be 41 years old, I think just had a birthday. Does not look like he's got a whole lot of game left. Phillip Rivers gone. And you think about that era that just came and went of quarterback play and how great it was, right? How do you start replacing some of these guys? And the discussion we were having last year is that quarterback play is down around the NFL. Well, it would be a really big boon to the league and what would be critical to elevating QB play? If in one offseason, 6 guys join the league who are franchise quarterbacks, who are top, 15 to 18 in the NFL for the next several years. That would be a pretty easy way to start improving the product. It would be massive for the game.
Totally right. Passing the proverbial torch. There was a period, I can't remember exactly the years, they all kind of blend together, but when there are a bunch of guys in their upper 30s, early 40s. See, as you pointed out, Rodgers, who was still winning MVPs at that point, Breeze, Brady, no more Peyton Manning, Phil Rivers is still kicking. There's a bunch of guys that are sort of the senior citizens, still doing it at a high level. And then no one was like at 30. There was a few guys in their 20s. So you have Mahomes and Allen and a couple others. Lamar Jackson already won a couple or an MVP maybe at that point. But you're going, where's that? That next tier. Now you've got a couple different generations of guys in their prime, guys approaching their prime, bunch of young passers. Like everybody, there's more teams that to me are quote unquote set at quarterback than maybe I can remember in recent memory. That's anecdotal, but it still feels that way.
We have not mentioned the most Jameis Winston Jameis ever, which was that he threw for 497 last night with 4 touchdowns, but he was picked off 3 times.
That's my man.
2 pick sixes, and the third pick was almost a pick six. Tackle was made like after a 50-yard return. But he delivered not only one of the most classic Winston performances in his career last night, but arguably the greatest post-game quote I've ever heard in my life. Not surprisingly, because Jameis Winston could do a stand-up set funnier than just about anybody you know. This was Winston at the mic after the game.
I am a better player, but in times like this, it's an opportunity to continue to glorify the Lord, even through the toughest circumstances. I know I'm better than this. I know I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes. Like that's not me. Like a phenomenal game, offense, do some great things, but I messed it up.
I am praying for the Lord to deliver me, not from evil, from pick sixes.
When he says, that's not me, respectfully, that's 100% you.
That's you.
That's exactly who you are. And
that's why it's fun.
And listen, I don't have to worry about it because you're not on my team or anything like that, but I will tell you, it's great theater. I can't wait to watch you play again.
Next, let's get into Cliff Kingsbury's future. Kingsbury has had a very strong season collectively here in Washington. They're top 5 in a bunch of categories, top 10 in almost every category. And because he worked with and has a great relationship with Caleb Williams, where there's a coaching vacancy already, his name is coming up as a head coaching candidate. Do we think he would leave Washington after a year to go be a head coach again? And would that be damaging? Or have they built a strong enough insulation around Daniels with the staff that if Kingsbury does leave, they can continue to move forward without much of a setback? Let's get into that next on The Fan.
They view this as a coveted opening. No doubt they are going to choose. They're going to aim as high as possible as far as a candidate goes. This is all about Caleb Williams. Everything they do, every selection of a head coach is going to be, is this the best for the development of Caleb Williams? Might point us in the direction of an offensive head coach. Obviously, we will see. Certainly seems that is the way they're heading. And then as far as the candidates to consider, Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, makes a lot of sense, going to be one of the top candidates. I do believe he would consider this opportunity if all things go well. Aaron Glenn and Mike Vrabel, certainly two high candidates to consider. And then Cliff Kingsbury, the Commanders OC, who, of course, worked with Caleb at USC, also a big-time name to watch.
Big time name to watch. Cliff Kingsbury, according to Ian Rappaport, talking Chicago Bears job opening. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny, Washington's offense, for all of the discussions we've had about the regression in the last month that came to a screeching halt with a masterpiece offensively on Sunday against the Titans. They ranked number 6 in yards per play, number 5 running the football, number 6 passing the football. They're top 8 at avoiding interceptions. They're number 4 in generating first downs. They are number 6 on third down. They're number 1 on fourth down. And they are 7th in the red zone. After going 5 of 7, they've climbed a bunch of spots. Cliff Kingsbury, as a coordinator, is going to generate interest. The question is, do we think after just 1 year as an OC, he would leave Washington to go take a head coaching job?
I do. I think that's always been the goal. And sometimes that's okay, by the way. So I think of, I'm trying to remember the name of the cornerback. I'm blanking on it now all of a sudden. But there was a player that needs a reclamation. Ronald Darby, I think was the name I was thinking of, who was a former top pick, hadn't gone well, was injured a bunch, needed a rehab. So we'll give you a 1-year deal. We need good corner play. You need to rehab your image. Everybody benefits. We can't sign you long-term, but we'll give you a chance to showcase. Boom, he did. Everybody lives happily ever after. That's what this is to me. A guy with head coaching experience who's trying to rehabilitate his head coaching image to show that he's adjusted and learned and changed some things. He had a sabbatical, time back in college. Now you're running one of the league's hottest offenses. The young quarterback has thrived under your tutelage. I think I've always thought that's what this was a, hey, this makes sense for you. It actually makes sense for us too. And we're going to have a bunch of guys underneath you that will kind of hopefully keep implementing your scheme and design. So it's not too much of a curve or an adjustment period year over year. But I've always thought that's what this was. If it goes well, he's gone.
So it stands to reason that Kingsbury or any other recently fired head coach would want to be a head coach again. It's not like he's had 2 or 3 opportunities and failed, and so he's not in the coaching circle of guys that you want to offer a job to. He had 1 opportunity. It didn't go that badly, by the way. You know, the Cardinals got off to some incredible starts, had a playoff run, ended up after a couple of key injuries to Murray going sideways, and he ended up falling on the chopping block. He goes and rehabilitates himself essentially at USC, working with Caleb Williams, and lo and behold, now Williams is the pick at 1 with the Bears, the best opening this offseason. A guy in Kingsbury that's already interviewed for your OC job that you, for whatever reason, didn't take last year is potentially now going to be a candidate again for your head coaching job. So I get all the connecting of the dots, 100%. I also think it's easy to assume he'd want to be a head coach, Danny. Why? Because you're going to make 2 or 3 times what you make anyway, maybe more, honestly. And if you're making a couple $1 million if you're $2.5 million or something, you might make 3 times that as a head coach, depending on where you end up. On top of that, isn't some of this just an ego thing? And I don't mean this negatively, but like
100%.
You don't want your name on the radio show. You know what I'm saying? Like,
of course,
you don't want to be doing the drive time. You don't want to be whatever your business is. Like, some of it is you're working towards something. As a coach, your whole life, you're not working toward being an OC.
Well, yeah, these guys are the alphas of the alphas, right? Like the athletic arrogance that you have to play this game is off the charts. You have to walk into these car wrecks thinking you're invincible. Same thing with a coach, that your way is the best way. Because you could learn from anybody. You could do anything. You could run a wishbone. You could run, the oop-de-oop like Varsity Blues. You could do a million different things. You've chosen your way. Your way to you is the best way, and all you want to do is be a competitor and prove it. So yeah, and that's not a knock at all, by the way. That competitive spirit is what drives these guys to such high degrees, and that's why they're in such demand. So yeah, I mean, to me, this has always been, of course, like, you know what I mean? Like, if it goes well, that's the risk of having a defensive head coach is you've got to make sure you have a good tree underneath him. And that's looks like what they've done by design. Proof will be in the pudding over the next several years, if it works.
So, but here's what I've heard, and I don't know how gospel this is. I'm just passing along what I've been told. And this is from two people. One is around the organization day in and day out, I will say. And the other is someone who knows Kingsbury decently. Both of them have told me they'd be surprised if he left this offseason for a head coaching job. That essentially, when they talked to him, at least this past offseason or going into this OC job, that his goal was not to try to get a head coaching job as quick as he could. He's a little bit of a different guy. How many times have you guys seen Cliff Kingsbury doing interviews outside of the podium this year? I'm not sure that you have. He doesn't really enjoy the media part of this. It's not fun for him. Doesn't make him a bad guy. His obligation is right now to talk once a week, go out, answer questions. He does that. And for the most part, he doesn't bristle or get overly annoyed. I think he kind of got agitated at some questions and handled it fine. I mean, it was playful. But last week about the regression, the cliff or whatever. But if you're a head coach, the amount of extra work and time and obligations outside of just drawing up plays on a napkin and calling plays and working with your quarterback is astronomical. Does he want to do that? I think it's a fair question. Look at like Ben Johnson as an example, who the last two off seasons has been the single most sought after coach as a candidate. And he has left teams at the altar and said, no, thank you, to stay put because he liked his situation. I do think that there is a very real possibility that Kingsbury is a guy who goes, I got a quarterback I want to work with who's going to be a star. I got a pretty good situation with a defensive-minded head coach here. I'm in a market that's ascending, playoffs year one, chance to go on a run potentially. I'm not in a rush to leave. Yeah, it'd be more money. Yeah, the ego thing is nice, but that'll come. And I think there's something to that. Now, the only caveat I have is, are you going to get a better offer than the Bears with Caleb Williams and the group they've put together? If you're like, let's say for whatever reason, they interview Ben Johnson, they interview Cliff Kingsbury, and you got a real chance to get that job. I have a hard time imagining you're going to do better. Like with Ben Johnson, don't you think he regrets not trying to get Washington's job? You're not going to get a Adam Peters, Jaden Daniels, new hungry ownership situation wherever you go. If you go to the Bears, quarterback might not be as good. GM isn't as good maybe. And the ownership is way worse, it would appear. So I think you have to think about that. And that's why I'm open to the possibility that maybe, even though I'm told he won't want to leave, maybe the Bears job is so good he'd have to consider
and that's a huge part of it to me, right? Like now, obviously this would be realistic. Like maybe it would. If Carolina comes calling tomorrow and you got to rehabilitate another 3-win team, they're trying to dig them out of the toilet with a terrible ownership group.
Or like Jacksonville.
Yeah, if Jacksonville comes calling again and whatever, maybe you don't leave. But I don't know. I mean, to me, sometimes it can be D'Amico Ryans. And every one of these guys is so, and again, this sounds like I'm being negative, I'm not, is so full of themselves that I'm the one that's going to fix it. I'm the one that's going to go there and use my aptitude, my knowledge, my competitiveness. I'm going to set the culture. I'm going to turn it around, plus all the money, and everything that goes with it. It's if I do it, then everyone has to say I'm the best. And that competitiveness is what drives these guys for the most part. Again, I don't know Cliff Kingsbury. I've never spoken to him, and he may be wired differently. But to me, if there's a situation that makes a lot of sense, it's that Chicago one, right? Ryan Poles, whether they got every bit of personnel right or not, has been shrewd, making deals over the last several seasons, acquiring some talent, acquiring draft picks, maneuvering around the board. That's as good a situation as you're going to find. A quarterback that you already know, that you believe in, presumably, unless he happened to be around Caleb and thinks that he stinks, which I've never heard. But that's a pretty cushy landing spot if you're going to go try to be a head coach. Obviously in a pretty difficult division, but still, again, that competitiveness kind of kicks in at that point, I would think.
As of this moment, there's 3 openings where we've got interim coaches playing out the string. Which, by the way, before Thanksgiving or at Thanksgiving, when Eberflus got fired to make it 3, that's pretty astounding. Even in a league where about a quarter of the league turns over every year or so. But Saints, to me, is not a job you'd leave for.
They're in hell.
They're in an easy division to win maybe in the short term, but it's a terrible cap situation. I think they're under-talented with young players.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're Cliff Kingsbury, the number one consideration is what? Quarterback. I mean, they don't have their quarterback of the future on that roster. The Jets, I would say, similar things about. I think they're better than the Saints are in terms of young talent. It's a market where, they're going to spend, they're going to do things to give you a chance, but it's also a gigantic pain in the butt to deal with that media group.
Yeah,
And
they went all in for now.
Guy, you want to go to New York and play that game? You've been in Arizona, dude, and here in Washington, we're talking once a week. You're going to go deal with the Jets? Ask Robert Saleh about that. So that's why, to me, there will be other openings. But if you're asking me, would he be interested in the Bears job? I would have to imagine yes, assuming he's got a great relationship with Caleb Williams, which we're expecting. All right, what's the word? Not expecting. We're assuming is the case. If he loved his time with Caleb at USC, those guys hit it off. He thinks he's the real deal. We have no idea.
Yeah, or he could not. That's also possible.
He could also think Caleb's a diva and doesn't want to deal with him. And I'm just making that up.
Yeah,
but
potentially as well, a Giants gig. Maybe you have a whole new clean slate there with new GM, new head coach coming in at the same time. You're going to be drafting very high.
Yes, but then you have to like a quarterback coming out a lot.
Right.
Is there a guy in this draft that you're going to like working with more than you're going to like with working with Jaden Daniels? I have a hard time imagining that. Because if you're Kingsbury, in my opinion, you only get one more shot at this. So if you're hitching your wagon to a organization, what you're basically doing is tying yourself to a quarterback for your last head coaching opportunity ever. I might do that with 1-1 last year, Caleb Williams, who's flashed like a strobe light. I ain't doing that in New York, let's say, where the Giants might be drafting Carson Beck or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. To me, there's risk in everything. There's risk in action, risk in inaction. And I always default, and I'm wrong all the time, by the way, about these sorts of things, prognosticating this stuff. I was like, Tom Brady's never living in New England, Super Bowl later in Tampa Bay, et cetera. But to me, my default is when in doubt, the competitiveness takes over. And they just go, I'm going to go do it. I'm going to show you. Because if you stay put, God forbid, Jaden Daniels slips on a banana peel and is never the same again, then you're no longer a hot head coaching candidate. Your offense is mediocre because you have to play journeyman jag quarterback. You're a Scott Turner 2.0 at this point, and nobody ever thinks of you again. The iron is hot right now. So it's worked out for Ben Johnson, where they're still nasty on that side of the football.
Yeah.
But what if they weren't? Now no one cares about you anymore. Now they're going, phew, thank God we didn't hire that guy who canceled on us while we were in flight.
Are you guys worried about Kingsbury leaving, or do you think he'd likely stay around for another season? 800-636-1067. Also, if he were to leave, how damaging would that be? They did a good job building a staff with a former coordinator and play caller and Brian Johnson, who's the passing game coordinator. They have basically 4 OCs, if you count the guys they're grooming and developing to be coordinators on this staff that all could work with quarterbacks throughout training camp. They did a good job in that way. But do you think that if Kingsbury walked and Daniels had to be a part of a second coordinating relationship in 2 years, that would be debilitating? 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
I revealed some names yesterday on the Fox show. Ian, of course, did his work on the NFL Network show. You're going to hear the obvious ones. Vrabel's going to be mentioned. Cliff Kingsbury, who coached Caleb in college, is going to be mentioned. But I will say this with a red flag on the Cliff thing. They interviewed Cliff Kingsbury 8 hours last year to be the offensive coordinator with Caleb and chose Shane Waldron over him. Does that mean that he bombed his interview? Does that mean if they didn't like him for the offensive coordinator job, are they suddenly going to a year later be like, actually, you're our head coach? We'll see how that goes.
That's the voice of Peter Schrager on NFL Network, who is very close with Cliff Kingsbury and has said on air many, many times they're very good buddies. So when he speaks about Kingsbury, he is going to couch it, I'm sure, as best he can. But you know that it's normally some variation of how Kingsbury feels about what's going on. So he points out, Danny, that an 8-hour interview didn't net me an OC job. Is there some animus from Kingsbury toward the Bears for that? I mean, there's only 32 of these jobs, so I don't know how many grudges you want to hold.
Yeah, I was going to say you can be Tom Petty about it. That's your prerogative, but you know, word gets out pretty quick, right? I mean, you stiff a couple people, you tell them no, you leave them at the altar, you change your mind last minute. Eventually, people stop calling. You know, reps are reps, right?
My guess is the Bears want Ben Johnson, and if he takes the job, he'll be the head coach. And if that happens, I have a hard time believing Cliff Kingsbury leaves Washington and maybe more accurately, Jaden Daniels to go somewhere else. I just don't know that there's going to be a good enough situation to convince him to leave. That's just a hunch. That's my own thought on this. But as long as Chicago's open, then that is a pretty darn good opening. They don't come along very often. The year after a guy goes 1-1 who looks like he might have a very long, prosperous career at quarterback in this league if you're an offensive-minded play-calling head coach. So the question for you guys is, what's your level of concern? Are you worried that Kingsbury walks? And if he does, would it be damaging? Or do you think they have enough in the building that they could just continue to perform offensively like they did this year in Daniel's second season? 800-636-1067.
So I'm whatever past concern is, I feel like he's leaving. So I'm kind of like, okay, let's deal with the reality of it.
Wow.
And that may be too far, but I think this is what happens. The iron's hot. You're as sexy as you're going to be. I think he goes. So in terms of what's left over, this is the billion-dollar question, right? Because when you go and hire a Dan Quinn, you hire a defensive-minded head coach, etc., this is the risk you run. Now,
yeah, I didn't dislike Quinn as much as I dislike retread defensive-minded coaches and defensive-minded coaches in general for this very reason. And as the years gone on, and Quinn's done a very good job and filled out a great staff, especially when they were 7-2, you know, everyone who wanted Quinn here is kind of doing their tap dance and their victory lap, and you're welcome to. He's had an outstanding season. He might be the coach of the year in the league. He deserves all the credit he's getting. My issue was never that they couldn't win with Dan Quinn or that they couldn't have a turnaround or he can't build a culture. My issue is you're going to be on an offensive coordinator carousel moving forward, which makes it really, really hard to win sustainably. And it's just why the defensive-minded hiring thing hasn't worked in this league over the last several coaching iterations.
Yeah, I mean, there are exceptions. The most rare exception is Mike Tomlin. He's like the third coach in Pittsburgh history, and their offenses have stunk until this year,
Yeah,
right?
they haven't won in almost a decade. I love Tomlin. I would probably hire him first.
I'd hire him to do
coaches,
anything, honestly.
And he's defensive-minded. But I bring him up to say, him and Belichick, like that's the last time that someone defensive-minded was drafted who has sustained winning over 10, 12 years, no matter who was calling plays. And those guys were hired 20 years ago.
And so to the point, the challenge then becomes, how are you layering underneath them? Young guys like David Blau, who was in this league an hour and a half ago, all the way down at the bottom. Then Ryan Johnson, a guy that was an OC, who would probably be the heir apparent in that role. Then you've got Tavita Pritchard. You got a number of guys that hopefully would implement something similar, because it's hard enough to be an NFL quarterback. To go from college to pros has claimed a lot of guys. Doing hey, let's do a new offense every single year thing is untenable. So the idea is we all are on the same page, talking about now if I'm in the coaching room.
Yeah.
This is the offense we run. We run this offense. You can add your own personality and tweaks, but I don't want him to have to learn a new language every 6 months.
Come learn this.
This is who we are. This is what we do. And again, if you got a wrinkle, let's add the wrinkle. But we're not making up new terms, not having to learn a foreign language every hour. You know what I mean? It's hard enough to do this at a high level. Let's not complicate it for the kid, which means if it works, all our key cards work for as long as we want.
So here's my only argument that bothers me about. So Dan Quinn has said that he learned his lesson with Kyle Shanahan leaving. And remember, they had to replace Shanahan. It all went sideways in Atlanta. And he basically said we've layered the organization with enough guys now where we would be able, he hasn't said this, but this is the point, to replace someone leaving. The problem I have with that logic is that that's what they had in Atlanta, by the way. In Atlanta, they had Kyle Shanahan. They had Mike McDaniel, now with the Dolphins. They had Matt LaFleur, now with Green Bay. Those guys were all on that staff. You know what happened when Kyle Shanahan got a head coaching job? He brought them with him. Why, if Cliff Kingsbury loves Brian Johnson, why wouldn't he bring him with him? And now you get to go run the shop with me as my OC, right? In a bigger role than you have here. I guess because they have Jaden Daniels, the hope is that rather than going and coaching up Caleb or whoever, a guy would want to stay here. But at that point with Atlanta, all those coaches went to San Francisco where they didn't have a quarterback, or LA soon thereafter with McVay, where they didn't have a quarterback. They had Goff, I guess, but it was before Jared Goff was this Ben Johnson version of himself. But if you think about it that way, they left an MVP in Matt Ryan. They didn't say, I'm going to stay with this QB. It's like, that's my argument against the whole, he learned his lesson. They've got 4 guys in the building right now who could all be OCs of the future. Oh, you mean like exactly what he had in Atlanta, and then they all leave when the offensive guy goes and gets a job because they're boys and they work together hours and hours every day. Do I think someone would stay? Of course. Brian Johnson, Tavita Pritchard. I don't think Blau would be ready to be an OC, but that's the question, is what would that look like if Cliff left? Do you actually think it's worth worrying about at this point? Or do you think he ends up staying? Let's hit the calls hard on this next. 800-636-1067. Want to hear from you guys on Kingsbury. Is it worth worrying about? Or do you think he ends up being in Washington for a second year? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny at 4 o'clock. Our Beltway Blitz, but more important for you guys, a chance to win tickets to go to the Capitals game next week. Hottest ticket in town, best team in the East. They are rolling. If you want to go see the Caps, you got to be listening right at 4 o'clock on the Fan. Austin Eckler's on the show today at 5. Excited about that. And we should let everybody know that this Friday, our field trip series continues. We're broadcasting live from Springfield at the Hard Times Cafe. Cannot wait to get out there and see everybody at Hard Times in Springfield.
Bart Scott said it best, and I'll say it too. Can't wait. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
About a month ago, it seemed like a possible foregone conclusion that Cliff Kingsbury was going to be a hot head coaching candidate. Then Washington hit a skid over 3 games. Looked like maybe in the second half they may come crashing back down to earth. Would make it a little bit less likely that he got a head coaching job. But after they balled out, had one of their best games of the season, they get back on track this past week. It's back on the table that they could finish in the top 5 in a bunch of categories, and he will have just put together a season with a rookie quarterback that was fairly historical, and he'll get a lot of credit deservedly for that and for this scheme. I think he's been invaluable to Daniels and this offense. If all of those things play out, he's going to interview for a bevy of jobs. And the question we have for you guys is, number one, do you think he would leave Washington for a head coaching vacancy, leave Daniels behind? Number two, if he does, is that a speed bump or is that a real issue? Because I think it's the second one. I think anytime you lose a coach, you go into year 2 with a young quarterback and you're changing a bunch of things offensively, that's a recipe for slowing down progression and stunting development. I hate it so much. And it's a frustration of mine that teams, generally have to deal with when they draft the right guy and have a defensive-minded coach. And everyone says, "Oh, we'll worry about that when you get there." Okay, well, you're headed toward
4 games away from it.
So now what? The Bears I mentioned is the only team I could see him going to. Somebody tweeted me. How about this, Danny? Someone said, "What about the Cowboys?"
Cowboys.
If Mike McCarthy gets fired, which I sneaky think he's going to keep his job, by the way. But if Mike McCarthy gets fired, you get to go coach Dak, who's a top 10-ish quarterback in the NFL. It's not a bad gig.
I mean, there's a good starter kit there, right? I know Dak gets beat up an awful lot, and that's fine. I know he's been hurt a bunch, too.
You could line CeeDee Lamb up on the left every single down.
God dang it.
I'm sorry.
I'm driving my little beater down the highway to the bit, and you just zipped right in on the merge lane and beat me to Bit Town.
That's my fault.
I got nothing else. You enjoy the rest of the show, everybody. That hurts when that happens. No, but it's honestly not that awful of a situation. I know they're terrible right now, and it's fun when they're terrible, and let's all tap dance. But there are a few playmakers down there. They've drafted pretty well historically. I'm not counting them out for the long term.
To the phones we go, 800-636-1067. Do you think Cliff Kingsbury is going to leave this offseason? Let's go to Nick in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I don't think Cliff is gonna leave. I have 3 reasons, and I'm gonna make them quick. One, you have a diamond with Jaden Daniels, and I'll leave it at that. If you want to go back to Caleb, you're kind of crazy, but to each his own. The second thing is the cap space. Guys, we have so much money. It's like 122, 123 million to spend in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Cliff's got his hand in the cookie jar. He can have a say, you know what I mean? Bring in his playmakers. He's already got the quarterback. I don't know. And the last thing would be, this is all new, and Cliff is a part of it. I don't think leaving, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got something good going.
It's true. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you, except that, first of all, I could just stop it. I'm with you, because I do think he will be here next year. But you said he's a part of it. He could run it. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
With the Bears, it's your show now. You and Ryan Poles are Quinn and Peters. Very different than he's a part of it. And you mentioned all the money Washington has, over $100 million in cap space. You know who else is in the top 5 in money? The Chicago Bears.
Just behind Washington, yeah.
So I think it's going to have to be a really good opening. I just think that's a really good opening. And for me, it comes back to the question, which is, do I buy the couple people that have told me This guy doesn't want to deal with all the media stuff. He doesn't really want to do all the head coaching stuff. He kind of enjoys just getting to be a coordinator and handling the offense. You hear that from time to time. Sometimes it's true. But when someone dangles $8 million in front of you per year and one of 32 jobs in the world, do you pounce? I think that's a fair question.
It's very fair. And again, if all situations are equal, we're not talking about him going to take another OC job somewhere else. That's the difference to me. When you go, he's part of something here, he can be part of something there. It's different. You already said it. He'd be running the show, getting a chance to prove that everyone else was wrong. Everyone that said you're not the answer in Arizona. Every yokel like me that's like the offensive regression of the second half. You get to shut people like me up. Your gig, your money, your program. That is a tempting piece of fruit to resist.
By the way, he called from Leesburg. I was in Leesburg this weekend. I went out to Luckett's Holiday House, which is a great play. It's just so fun and get you in the holiday spirit. But I'm a Leesburg guy.
You're a Leesburg guy.
I want to move to Leesburg. My wife won't let us. She thinks it's too far away. I wouldn't like the commute, which she's right about. But I bring this up to tell you, have you ever eaten at a place called Melt?
Melt provides cheeseburgers to people.
They do.
And what you should do, if you're within, what would you say, 3 hours of Leesburg, go there now and go to Melt.
Melt.
That's what I would say to
cheeseburgers. One of the best burgers I've ever had.
They're fantastic.
And we went out of we were 20 minutes away. We're like, we just go here. We're like, no, you know what? People always tell us to go to Melt. Let's go try it.
Go to Melt.
We dragged kids along. They were a lot to deal with. They didn't make it a fun time.
Wait, your kids didn't cooperate?
But the burger was a 10, Miss Davis. A 10. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris?
Chris Dever.
What's up? Now you got me hungry for burgers. Listen, we should be very worried. I can't remember an offensive coordinator who was discussed as much as Cliff Kingsbury in Washington. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of fans think he's the head coach because we barely discussed Dan Quinn. But I want to play devil's advocate for the defensive-minded figurehead coach, Grant, if I may for a minute.
Yeah,
because
go for it.
There are actually many examples currently and in NFL history of teams having long-term success with a defensive-minded head coach. You forgot to mention Harbaugh. I know he was a special teams guy, but he's not an OC, and he's the second longest tenured coach in the league.
Yeah,
and the Ravens have been one of the best teams in football.
True. So he was hired in that same era, which is over 15 years ago. But also, defensive-minded to me is different. But if you want to say non-offensive, that's fine. It's still, you got to go back over a decade and change to find a guy that has gotten several contracts, that has persevered as offensive people came and went.
Okay, but Bill Belichick had a carousel of OCs, and his team was one of the, is the best team ever.
And Tomlin are the examples.
Okay, but hear me out for a second. If you're the offensive-minded head coach as you so desire, and I tend to agree with that, but just for a second, if you're the offensive architect and the head coach, and suddenly the offense does not perform well, you don't have a lot of outs.
Yeah, we call that the
right?
Brian Billick.
Right. If your offense stops working and you're the head coach, you're probably going to be fired very soon because you don't have many options for changing your subordinates, or you can't change the offense because you're the architect. If you're a defensive figurehead sort of coach, you can do a lot of you have more outs available to you to sustain the team culture, the infrastructure, while having changes in succession at the offensive coordinator position.
I think that's probably fair. I would say most defensive coaches call defensive plays, so it would be similar. But I think you're probably right about that. I'd have to look into it. Again, for me, it's just nothing is a rule. There are no rules. You shouldn't draft a running back in the top 5. Well, every now and then Saquon Barkley or Adrian Peterson comes along, right? I don't do rules. I'm not saying you should never draft a defensive-minded head coach. Draft, I'm sure, hire. Like Mike Tomlin could coach for me any day of the week. But what I'm saying is the information is the information. The data in the league over the last 10 to 15 years is what it is. We don't have to regurgitate it all. But my point is this is the issue if it rears its head. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully they found the coordinator who wants to stay put, a la Ben Johnson. And I don't want to say it's a trend, but that would be 2 guys in short order, which hasn't happened in a long time, who bucked opportunities because they had a good coordinating situation and less in their life that they had to deal with. That would be great for Washington. And I hope that happens. Kendall's in Temple Hills. What's up, Kendall?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
You make some good points, Grant. But I just don't. I don't think he's going at this time. I think that there is a situation out there, perhaps similar to what Chicago has in the future, but I think it's some truth to the fact that he doesn't want to deal with the head coach and stuff right now. And he's in a situation where he can groom a young superstar, and I don't know if he wants to give up on that. But if he does, I guess I'm just not of the opinion. I think it's not ideal to switch a OC. And it's not ideal, perhaps, even to have a defensive-minded head coach, although what I do disagree with you on is the fact that the most important aspect of coaching is leadership, in my opinion. And I think that transcends whether you're offensive coordinator, defense coordinator. I get everything you're saying about, losing that OC. But I think Dan Quinn is a leader of men. And I think that's just more important to me than it is to have a nerd calling plays. I just hate to say it, but I mean, that's what I believe.
No, it's fair. But I don't even want to get back into this is now becoming the defensive-minded head coach conversation. Dan Quinn's got the boys 8-5, having a good year. No reason to go down that road right now. The question, I guess, is, do you think Kingsbury leaves? And if he does, how damaging would it be?
Yeah, I don't think he leaves, but if he did leave, I do think they layered the organization, and I do get what you're saying about the Atlanta situation, but I just think that they'll be okay. I think they can bring somebody up from within, and yeah, it won't be Kingsbury, but I think that Jaden will survive.
And that's the hope, right? Is that there's some continuity there, even if it means I'm making this up, but Kingsbury goes and Tavita Pritchard's his OC now, right? So Pritchard is the quarterback's coach, but he can be elevated to a much higher role in the new place. So, okay, now what do? You're missing 2 of the 4 guys and probably 2 of the most popular guys in terms of Daniels in the offense. How do you survive that? I mean, even look at good situations. When we're talking about Baltimore, think of Buffalo, for example. It's been Daboll, it's been Dorsey, it's been Joe Brady, or just over the last handful of years, and the Bills keep winning. Though I think the only point I don't want to speak for you is, hey, just acknowledge that this is a challenge. That's all we're saying. That's all anybody is saying about having the defensive-minded head coach is an offense performs well, that OC becomes sexy, and maintaining that continuous pipeline is the challenge built in. On paper right now, Washington's done an excellent job, in my opinion, of layering talent. Young, I call them recent graduates, they're not, but recent players, David Blau, all the way up to experienced assistants, guys that are taking lesser roles here than they had before.
Yeah, they've
Brian
built
Johnson.
an awesome staff.
They've built the staff. So if all you're doing is losing one person who was instrumental, Cliff Kingsbury, and everyone gets promoted, probably not that big a deal. But if the staff gets raided, now what?
Yeah, so that would be interesting. The other thing is Brian Johnson, I don't know enough about. I've never talked to him or met him. But when he ran his shop in Philly last year, remember, he got ran out of Philadelphia as their play caller and their OC, like head on a platter style. Him and Sirianni were butting heads, did not go well. I'd be curious to see what that looks like with a fresh start for him with Jaden Daniels, because there is a caveat to all of this, which needs to be acknowledged, which is if you have one of the great quarterbacks in the league, then nothing matters. It doesn't matter who your GM is or your head coach is or the skill group is. Like Josh Allen in Buffalo, to your point on McDermott, or Ron Rivera was in a Super Bowl when Cam Newton just decided to put a cape on and carry them to 15-1 as the MVP of the league, throwing 35 touchdowns and running all over the place. Like if you have a quarterback who's the best player on the field every single week, then a lot of things don't matter as much. And maybe while that's an impossible path to actually find and walk down, maybe they found it. Maybe they have one of those MVP type elite quarterbacks. I think that's certainly the hope. Vanessa, Largo, are you worried that Cliff Kingsbury is going to walk?
Initially, I wasn't. But about a month and a half ago, I was driving, listening to sports radio, and the guy conversation was about Jaden Daniels. And then all of a sudden he said, well, Jaden's going to have new coaches next year. And I was hysterical. I was like, why? I couldn't understand that. I was like, do they know something that we don't know? And then I was talking with a friend, and he was saying, well, the one thing about these coaches, when you have a lot of success and they're doing well, you have to worry about keeping them. And in order to keep them, you have to pay them. So I'm just wondering, does money play a part of if he goes or stays or whatever? How does that work?
Sure, they could give him a raise if he got offered the job. They could name him the assistant head coach,
or associate head coach, or whatever label.
There's a bunch of things they could do. But if they give him permission to do interviews, which you almost always are going to do with your coordinators, I don't know teams that don't, then when he gets offered the job, you're still being paid as a coordinator. Maybe you're the highest paid coordinator in the league, which, by the way, Eric Bieniemy was last year
Remember
here in
that?
Washington
Yeah.
when they paid him all the money. But you're still going to be handsomely paid, but you could get 2-3 times, maybe whatever it is, as a head coach and run your own organization. It's just a matter of like, is he the kind of guy that could be content as a coordinator forever? There are people like that, that just don't feel like they need to be the alpha, that don't need to be leading the speech right before the game, that are happy just sitting up in the booth or on the sideline and kind of calling plays into the headset. Is he one of those guys? When I'm told he really hates doing all the media stuff and all the non-football stuff, he just wants to be a football robot. Is that true? Because if it is, then, he could be a OC lifer then. It's a pretty good life, by the way.
It ain't bad, yeah.
You're going to make a handful of $1 million a year at your peak, probably a few $1 million right now, and you don't have to answer as many tough questions after games.
Once a week, you can just say, we'll look at that. We'll do it the best we can. We'll get back and watch the film, and see you guys next week.
Let's go to Andre in Upper Marlboro. Kingsbury's a hot name. You heard Ian Rappaport saying he'll be in the mix for the Bears. What do you think?
I have to agree with everything everybody said, but one thing I'm going to throw out there that I think could play on our side. Yeah, they could offer him a deal he can't refuse, and I think that deal is going to have to be a lot of dollars and power. But if he stays here, based on the fact that our expectations of fans were set coming into the season, look, they're going to be sorry for 2 to 3 years. One, the Commanders are further along. So could it be like that freshman coming out of college thing where, look, he comes out, he can make money, but if he stays one more year, like if he stays one more year with the Commanders and they progress even more, does that make his value even more valuable, and then he leaves after next year?
Value meaning how much he can make as a head coach?
Exactly, because that's what it's going to boil down to is dollars.
Right. So like in the way that supposedly Ben Johnson, the rumor was looking for second contract money, meaning I get my extension.
Mhm.
I'm up over 10
I'm a bona
million.
fide winner from somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe if Kingsbury's looking for, hey, I want that money, they're going, no, dude, you had one head coaching job and you got fired. If he goes and has another big year, and instead of being rookie of the year, Daniels wins MVP, and instead of making the playoffs and getting beat pretty quickly, Washington plays in an NFC championship game, and instead of ranking 7th on offense, they rank 1 or something, then are you able to take that to the negotiating table? I think that's a smart call. Let's pivot to this. Is Daniels the key ingredient here? I feel like there's a possibility that you just don't want to leave him. As a coach who calls plays, your whole perception is the on-field success. You are tied to the decision-making and the play of that quarterback. That's a gift to be with a guy like Daniels if he's as good as it looks like he's going to be. Could he be the reason maybe that Kingsbury would stay? Like, would you rather run your own shop and work with Caleb Williams, or just stay here and be an OC and call plays for Daniels, who's had a better season? G&D on the Fan. Thank you, Earl. How about that update? OV skating again on the ice yesterday. Well ahead
Insane.
of schedule, it feels like, for that 4 to 6 week recovery. Now, it was a light skate. It wasn't like he was, slamming on the brakes and skating like he would in a game. But still, feels like the earlier part of that window maybe than the latter.
Yeah, not in a cast with his feet up eating Cheetos. Like, what? Like, he is built by Cyberdyne Systems. He's here to find Sarah Connor. Like, are you kidding me?
If he comes back like he never missed a game, because remember, he was on one of the great heaters of his entire career when he got hurt. If he comes back and strings a couple games together with goals, I mean, it would even make it just more entertaining.
Like, it's already stupid.
Yeah.
We're half past that.
Wizards losers of 14 in a row. They did no win November. So good for the Wizards. They successfully. It's hard to get through November, right? With no win November. Nobody really wants to do that. But the Wizards found a way. And kudos to them. Congratulations. No win November for the Wizards. A rousing success. They are Cooper flagging.
Get it. Keep going. Do not stop.
You can do it.
Full send. Let's go. Bring Bob Henley out of retirement and just wave him in.
Who wants Kyle Kuzma? Who wants Jordan Poole?
Seriously. Well, they got to get Kuzma to start playing better, by the way.
That would be nice. I think they missed the boat on him. There was a time about a year ago where I feel like, and I don't know anything, but there was probably a market where he was playing pretty well. He ain't that right now.
Yeah, the 6'10" guy with 1 rebound the other night, that's just tough for me to watch, and the excuses that they make, and that's all fine. But him without the ball in his hands as much, because they're showcasing Jordan Poole, he can help a contender, being your sixth man. They need Kuzma to do some stuff and then say, anybody, sold.
I have no idea who to credit this to, so I won't even try. But I was doing my normal social media addiction, scrolling, like Reels or whatever, and just videos will pop up on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw this, but this was a viral thing. The Lakers were playing the Suns recently, and it was like a 1-minute excerpt from that game. And the clip said something, the caption was, how are we feeling about the NBA right now or something? And it was exactly what like SNL would do for a sketch about the perception of the NBA. It was like this no defense, go down the floor, terrible long 3 miss, other side, terrible. And they did it like 4 or 5 times in a row. Then a dude drives with no defense and misses inside. Finally, someone makes a basket and it ends. But depending on the game you check out, there are some tough ones to get through this time of year in the NBA.
Yeah, and then it's like, what did this guy wear to the arena? And with more on that, let's go to a person that talks about what he wore to the arena. And then where might this guy go in the offseason, or where is he going to force a trade to? It's at an all-time low for me. I love basketball so much. I grew up loving the NBA, even with my stupid Bullets, terrible my whole life. But I feel like I'm on the shore, and that ship is slowly drifting. I can still see it. Maybe I could swim to it, but it's like, come back to me.
Are you on the Pauly or are you in the water?
Now, you're doing a Pauly Shore bit.
Yeah.
And I'm in on that. I just didn't know how to answer the question right.
It seems like you weren't initially in.
No,
like
I am.
May have got you just a tad.
No, well, see, I didn't even pull it up like the Weasel, like the Pauly Shore bit. I lived through the whole Pauly Shore time when he was a thing, by the way.
What was that movie where like he brought some like caveman to life?
I think
is that Encino Man?
Encino Man.
No,
Excellent
I don't
pull.
think it is.
No, I think you're right. It's Brandon Fraser.
Yes. Brendan Fraser. Yeah.
Brandon or Brendan?
Brendan.
Brendan
Fraser.
Brandon Fraser. Brendan.
Who won an Academy Award recently.
For that, for Encino Man?
No, I think The Whale.
Yes.
Is what he won.
It was.
They actually were like, we just recounted. You deserve this for Encino Man.
This is a Lifetime Achievement Award. It's like Scorsese didn't win for his best stuff.
Wouldn't that be hysterical?
Yes.
If he won like a Lifetime Achievement and they're like, Mummy 1 and Mummy 2 and all the movies where you lead kids with backpacks on through caves. That's basically
it's
what
like
he did.
Meryl Streep and George Clooney up there, the dress to the nines, and she's like, "Oh, it's for Mummy 3."
Oh, we've been talking Cliff Kingsbury. I want to get back to the phones in a second. So here's my question. I was talking about Jaden Daniels being the reason to stay. I think he does give them a chance to keep Cliff around. Now, if let's say Daniels was not looking like the answer, and or at number 2, let's just say, I'm weird hypothetical, but they took a tackle or something, and Sam Howell was still the quarterback, and they didn't have a QB, I could absolutely see Kingsbury going, yeah, I'm good on this. I'll go work with.
Not hitching my wagon to that.
I think that's your best selling point. Is really you want to leave this guy? If he leaves, it's a big deal to me, just because I know that they have smart young people. None of them have done it at a high level. Brian Johnson got a shot last year. It went badly. I look forward to him getting another shot. I'm sure it could go better. I think David Blau, based on everyone talking to me and telling me about around the league what this guy's about, will eventually be a star. Is he ready for that? I don't know. They got one guy in their building who's done it at a high level for many years, and that's Cliff. And if he were to leave, I would be nervous.
Yeah, I mean, you can best laid plans, right? And as Mike Tyson famously said, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, if just Kingsbury goes, they've prepared for this, but you're still talking about guys that haven't necessarily done it, right? Like everyone slides up a notch on the hierarchy. That's a great plan. It is. It's smart.
You're
but
Cliff.
What do we know?
Leave Washington for the Bears head coaching job?
If I'm Cliff, yeah,
you would.
Mm-hmm. I
would too, but do you think he'll get it? I think that's got Ben Johnson's name written all over it.
It could, honestly.
To me, that's why Ben Johnson maybe last year pulled out when he did. Is just kind of waiting for that gig.
I mean, to me, there's very few that I wouldn't take.
Really?
Yeah.
You wouldn't go to Jacksonville and leave Washington.
I mean, again, it's head coach money. I know it's not my fault when I get blown out of there in 2 years.
So but you're thinking about this as respectfully, because you do, you're fine. You live a good life.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who would love millions and millions of dollars. Cliff Kingsbury's already made them. Money should not really be his deciding factor. He's got so much money in the bank.
So do everybody that signs for the highest bidder.
I get that, but I'm saying it's
4X is nothing to sneeze at.
I agree with you. That's fair. Because I always say you know who wants $4 million? The person who has $4 million,
who has 3.5.
Exactly.
Of course you do. So, but to me, A, 4X, B, I know I'm over talking about this, but the arrogance that these guys all have, that their way is the way, and all I want to do is show you my way against your way. Watch, I'm going to beat you. That's what drives them. That's why they wake up at 3:00 in the morning and go to bed at midnight.
So you don't buy when I'm told by people he wants to not deal with all the other stuff and just be an OC.
Now, I've never spoken to him, so I have no idea. I've never had him down on the couch and had him, say his mind to me. But it's hard for me to wrap my head around that. I think that's something you say because you don't want to be seen. He's already flirting with 17 other teams, like 1 foot out the door. I've always thought that this was everybody's using each other. Eyes wide open, right? Where he's using us to get himself a high profile again. We're using him to build this offensive system he's going to pass down to the next guy.
Let's go to Isaiah in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Isaiah?
What's good, G&D? How y'all doing?
Hey, buddy.
All right, cool. So, of course, you got to bring it up in conversation and everything like that. I really don't think Cliff's going anywhere. I don't think you have a good season or anything like that and then hit the bricks once you get a good offer. I think they're going to do what I think he's going to do what Ben Johnson did. He was offered all of this money, all of these coaching gigs, all this power, and he decided to stick with his team. You understand stuff like come with this. It comes with passion. It comes with emotion. You build relationships and everything. And I understand business is business, but all of that because it's a sports game. The sports game comes with passion and everything. So, but I think they're probably going to sign a contract for him. I really think he stays for about 4 more years. If you ask me, it's just way too much good things that's going on. We have good momentum. If you said we were even going to win like 5 games straight to become 7-2 in the offseason, we would have probably laughed at that or anything. Nevertheless, making the playoffs. So it's just too much success. There's too much momentum going on. Cliff doesn't go anywhere. That's my final remarks. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, man. That 4 years is bullish, respectfully. Like I don't know. Maybe somebody's perfectly content and never ever wants to answer a question at the podium again and wants to be out of the spotlight forever. And this really is the perfect storm. It's just hard for me to believe that.
Well, think about how shocked people were when Ben Johnson didn't leave 2 years ago. And then you add to that with everyone being stunned last year. He still hasn't gotten to 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, coordinators that are sought after do not stay for 4 years unless they just never want to coach again. And I'm not going to put Cliff in that category. Reggie's in Charlotte. What's up, Reggie? Reggie, listening on the Odyssey app. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking my call. I do want to say that it may take him, it may be a good shiny penny in him to look at Jaden and dangle that in front of him and say, okay, Cliff will stay because of Jaden. But if you look at like somebody like Chicago, same thing. You're going to have next year, you have a second-year quarterback just like Jaden. But I'm looking at the wide receiver room. That wide receiver room looks a little bit better than ours. I'm looking at the defense in Chicago. That defensive room looks a little bit better than ours. And if he's looking to get back in there and prove it, hey, it wasn't me in Texas Tech. It really wasn't me in Arizona. Here's another chance for me to stick it to y'all. I've got a better opportunity with a little bit better talent. I really don't have to build as much through the draft as I do with Washington next year, he may bolt to Chicago with the same amount of cap space, with a little bit better talent, and that may be a little bit more appealing to him. And he may very well leave, and Jaden may not be enough to dangle in front of him to get him to stay.
Reggie, much tougher division. You're going to play with Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota. How much should that be a factor?
So to me, I look at it the other way, and I agree with you on that, but I look at it the other way because coaches think a little bit differently. They don't think like, it's tough over there. I'm good here as an offensive coordinator. Coaches think like, you know what? My way is going to be able to beat that defense in Detroit. My way will be able to beat that defense in Green Bay, and I'm going to show people that I'm going to come in, implement my scheme, and I'm going to be a better team because I'm competitive, and that's just my mindset. He's not going to run from that. Coaches are built a little bit different, a little bit more competitively, but I like the point.
Thanks, Reggie.
Appreciate you, dude.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what they consider. I just know what I would consider. And if I'm thinking about trying to win hardware, that's as tough a division in the league as there is to go to.
Right now it is, yeah.
But I'm with him. I would leave for Chicago like you would. Would you leave for Dallas? I should have asked him that.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah, I mean, even though I know Jerry's going to Jerry, and it's such a high-profile gig, man.
That's hard. I was about to say absolutely not. But you're right. You're probably the most popular head coach in the NFL if you go to Dallas.
You get paid out the yang.
Yeah.
You do that, and then you probably go to television afterwards. I almost called Brad Garrett from Everyone Loves Raymond. Jason Garrett, the clapper, gets his 8 years to just be a marionette on the sideline, and now is on NBC.
Rory Winchester, how are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm just picturing
I just had two
Brad
things.
Garrett coaching the Cowboys.
Hey, Raymond.
The first thing I have is I don't think anything about this matters if Jaden's the guy. If Jaden's the guy, I mean, you can look at the history. Once you're the guy no matter who's, your coordinator. That's my opinion. And then the other thing is, Danny, have you ever read the Cosmere series?
No.
It's good. Brandon Sanderson. Very good.
I love Sanderson so much. How do you spell spell Cosmere? Is it Cosme? How do you spell it?
Yeah.
It's SAMCOSMI.
Oh, man.
Sam Cosme. Sorry, say it again.
COSMERE.
Okay, thank you. It's on the list.
That was some nerdery right
Yeah,
there.
just a couple of nerds hanging out and talking.
Everything okay? We good to move
Yeah.
on? Or we need to talk about the ring and where it's at and who's going to take it?
This is totally different fantasy genre. This is Brandon Sanderson, buddy.
Oh, of course. I heard Brandon Sanderson can spin a yarn, that guy.
Well, actually, I did read Mistborn, so I didn't realize that was part of the series.
I'm sure.
So, Mistborn was really good. I mean,
Yeah.
it was. There's a plot twist in there that you'll never see coming. I guarantee you read that book, you will not see it coming. I'm telling you right now.
I can promise you, if I read that book, I would not see it coming.
You would not see it coming.
Nor would I get to the part where it happens.
You go, what? I missed it the whole time?
Double play is next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Every day at 3:45 on Grant and Danny, we give you a double play. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Should point out that on Friday, we will be in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe for what is going to be our first training camp, field trip stop before a bye week, I should say. We have not this season done one of these prior to not having a game, but it makes it that much more entertaining, I think, to kind of celebrate the 13 weeks prior, the 8 wins. By the way, the first time Washington's 8-5 or 8 wins in week 13 since 1996, when Terry Allen was their running back and Henry Ellard was going for 1,000 yards and Ken Harvey was headed to the Pro Bowl with Darrell Green.
And by the way, that's not that special. 8-5 isn't that unbelievably great. Teams are routinely 10-2, 9-4, or whatever, right? Just the idea that it hasn't even been okay or even pretty decent. Dare I say good in, what is that, 28 years? I'm the most sure, by the way.
We're giving away Caps tickets at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes, and Austin Eckler's on the show at 5 o'clock, so make sure you're listening as we continue on the Fan. But, Danny, it is time for your double play.
My friend, Yellowstone Season 5, Part 2, so I'm just going to call it Season 6. They're doing this whole bit where it's the second part of Season 5. This is really, really hard to do, and I fully admit this. It can never be as good without Kevin Costner. That's not a spoiler alert. They couldn't come to agreement. Taylor Sheridan, Paramount Plus, you guys know the whole story by now, or if you don't, doesn't matter. He's not on the show. They had to write around that, which is really, really hard.
For just real quick, Kevin Costner on into bigger and better things, or he got into a fight with the director? Like, what happened?
So it's a depends on who you ask. Okay. But here's the old Randy Douye interpretation, and someone's going to yell at me online, and that's fine. He had a bunch of projects, and he didn't want to shoot as much because you got to go out in the middle of nowhere, and you're basically living there for months and months and months at a time. It's a pretty intense thing. It's longer than a movie. You're basically living on a ranch in Montana for a long time. And I know you're like, oh, it's not real work, but it's still, you're away, and you're away from home, and he's a big star, and he's old, and whatever.
It's definitely work.
So he wanted to shoot less. He had this project that he really wanted to do really badly, this multi-part Western series, ironically, that flopped beyond compare. Nobody cared.
The thing that was in the theater?
Yeah, it was like
2.5 hours
Yeah,
long?
it was like Horizon West or the New West, Part 1 and Part 7.
I did not see it, but it looked awful.
Yeah, nobody cared, right, about it. So he basically kept saying, hey, I want to do it, but I want to do it on my terms. They finally said, hey, we got to start. Then they couldn't come to an agreement and sort of moved on. And he was, doing the same thing Steve Carell did when he left the office. Like, I would have, but they did it. And they're going, we would have, but he didn't. So I don't know who's at fault. Probably him, probably them. I have no idea. But he's not on the show. And so you could get away with it for a while. They have to write around it and do the best job they can. The characters on the show are so good, and it's so well acted, and they're so three-dimensional. They've got so much depth to them that now they're doing some other stuff to fill this vacuum away from Costner's character, John Dutton. It's still wildly entertaining. It can never be the same without him. And so I don't say everybody, a lot of folks who are watching the show, it's still just an unbelievable achievement, as good a show as you have found on television in some time. I mean, it's up there with Sopranos, Mad Men, The Wire, some of the Breaking Bad, some of the great shows ever. Different genre, obviously, but still outstanding. It's not the same without him. So that's all anybody can focus on, and they're crying and they're pissed off and they're mad. Instead, I'm dealing with more pragmatically. I know it's not the same without him. I'm still wildly entertained. You now have one of the heir apparents dipping back into the thing that conflicted him for the first couple of seasons of the show. Like he has to slip into his old way of doing things again to kind of help fill this void. And it's awesome to watch him wrestle with it. Just things like that are incredible. Heartbreaking part of it this week as well, but I won't spoil it for you at all. But just know that this show continues to be awesome. If you've written it off because he's not on it, you're making a mistake. It's not as good as it was. Very little is in a 6th season of the original.
I think this guy needs to leave as soon as possible. I saw this, I think, via Barstool's Twitter account, but there is this Reddit thread that went viral where a 28-year-old man was telling everyone about his 29-year-old fiance who wanted a hall pass before their wedding. He said, is my relationship over? Should it be over? We've been together for 4 years now, and it seemed like everything was great and mutual. Yesterday at dinner, my soon-to-be wife brought up the idea of both of us having a free hall pass before the wedding. This stupid idea of hers completely blindsided me. I could tell that she had been thinking about it for some time and just waiting for the perfect moment to bring it up. She said it would be healthy for our relationship and our marriage. It would get us off to a better start because of it. She also claimed it would help get everything out of our systems. In the 4 years we've been together, I've never thought about being with someone else, but it just sucks to know she doesn't feel the same way. He goes on to say more and more. So he's asking people, what should I do? Is there any answer other than call off the wedding at once?
I think Jordan Peele directed this movie, starring Daniel Kaluuya. Get out. Immediately.
Run for the hills.
Go away.
Yeah.
She did you the biggest favor she possibly could have done. She saved you hundreds of thousands of dollars and lost time, resources, energy, misery with divorce proceedings down the line. Thank God that happened. Thank God. Seriously, I'm completely serious about it. She told you now. You could have walked down the aisle and done this nonsense later. Get out, bro.
Yeah, I think that this will one day be viewed as the greatest thing that ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
But she showed you what she's about here. You got to listen. If this little request doesn't end with 57 years of holy matrimony, I don't think.
Yeah, my buddy Joe Robinson, hilarious comic, has a great joke about this where he's like, my wife and I came up with like a cheat list, like a hall pass list. We each get one person. Hers is Matt Damon and mine's Melanie. She lives next door. We'll see what happens. It tells you the
That's
story.
great. Yeah, totally. And that's a fun thing couples will do and whatever. I don't think they're really, like, most of the time suggesting, hey, right before the wedding, let's just, as if it's generally speaking, if you're about to like try to stop drinking, you don't go out binging all night long as a healthy exercise. That generally means you might have a little bit of an issue. Like I do that with my diet.
Sure.
A lot of the time when I start a diet, I'll go, all right, I'm going to start on Monday, but Sunday it's a 5,000 calorie disaster.
And Saturday, let's go to 5 guys.
You know what that means? I have an unhealthy relationship with food.
Let me write that down.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
So let's make a good decision here, buddy. Let's figure this out together.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, the Beltway Blitz, top of the hour. We'll give away those Caps tickets coming up as soon as we return. The Beltway Blitz is coming up in just a moment on Grant and Danny. Remember, in 1 hour, Austin Eckler joins the show right at 5 o'clock. As promised right now, caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Caps and the Sabres Saturday, the 14th of December, next weekend at Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you. That's right, you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Caps who play tonight, the Wizards, and the Commanders, all coming up in the Blitz. Let's go. With a win, the Caps will be back atop not only the division, but the Eastern Conference. They're looking for a 5th straight without Alex Ovechkin, and now they finally got a couple days rest as well. Al Koken is with us. You'll see him on Monumental Sports. Al, what have you made of how they've played without their captain?
Grant, it's been extremely impressive. I mean, I think it took them those couple games that they lost right after the injury to kind of figure out, okay, this is what the new roles are going to be. Here's where you need to be. Here's what I need to do. I think it took them a little while to get that. But once they did, and I've been tremendously impressed how, any move that Spencer Carberry has made with his lines, with his defense pairs, whatever it is, seems to have paid off. And it's amazing to watch the power play. I know this is an aberration because you can't take the best power play score in history off it and have it get better for the long term. But for the short term anyway, I think there's more movement and players are finding their niche there as well without Ovi. So all things considered, I'm very, very impressed with the way they have moved along without their captain.
Yeah, Al, that's what I was going to ask you about. I'm a pretty simple dude. I don't get that. Yes, you said maybe the greatest power play asset, certainly in this team's history, maybe even in league history, he's removed. How are they doing this? I know it's not sustainable to score at this clip, but still the fact that it's decent at all is kind of remarkable to me. Go into that. What are they doing?
Well, one of the things is it absolutely completely throws off the opposition's pre-scout. You sort of knew, obviously, where one of the guys of the power play was going to primarily be. But this is something, Danny, that really kind of goes back to last year as well. When Kirk Muller joined as an assistant coach and was kind of given the reins for the power play, one of the things he wanted the team to do, including number 8, was to move around more, be less predictable, less set in your way, so to speak. It took them forever to kind of finally do that. But if you remember late in the season when they put on that rush, there were times you'd look up and say, oh, wait, Alex and John Carlson have exchanged positions. Oh, wait, Alex is down by the front of the net now. So there was a little of that to begin with. Now, without him in the lineup, now guys are very interchangeable. When you watch the power play now, you'll see guys that you look over, well, Carlson starts out in Ovi's normal spot, but now he's moved over to the other side of the ice, or he's down by the goal line, or he and Chikrin have exchanged. So there's really now a system that really accentuates what Kirk Muller wanted, which was the movement and the less predictability. And now, because other teams don't really know how to prepare for it because it's relatively new, that I think has also helped their cause as well.
Smoking out. How about Jacob Chikrin? I know it takes 2 to tango, but I'd love to have him signed like yesterday to an extension. But what's your thought on if that's in the works or what the timeline might be on that?
Well, Grant, I got to tell you that I just know that, kind of by being around things for a while, this is a guy who's been on their radar for some time. I know they've been trying to get this guy in their organization. And now that he's here, it would make sense, obviously, to do what you suggested, sign him, get him long-term. The question becomes, what does Jacob Chikrin want? And when you're off to the type of start he's off to, still under 30 years of age, so he's really kind of in his prime. You're not signing a guy at 31, 32 to a 7-8-year contract. He's really right there at a ripe spot. Does he look at it and say, you know what, this is really the one time I'm going to have to maximize everything? Or does he say, you know what, I didn't have a good fit with the Arizona Coyotes. Things weren't really going my way in Ottawa. Here, I really love it. This is a perfect fit. Wife, all those things have to come into effect. I think if the Capitals make a solid, really fair, good, strong offer, I think the likelihood is there. But again, when you are in the position Jacob Chikrin is in, with a first time he played 82 games in his entire career last year, now off to the start he is this year, if that continues, man, he is a prime candidate for a big payday. Does he settle for what he's comfortable in, or does he look for the big money? That is going to be the thing that's going to have to play out for Jacob Chikrin in his comfortable. How comfortable am I, and will I walk away for maybe a little more to understand now I've got the right fit in my career?
Now, quick one here. They're coming back and winning these games, which is awesome, but they still have to come back defensively. They've let up 5 goals over the last 3. Not concerned, just something I'm keeping an eye on. Your thoughts?
It's funny you mentioned that, Danny, because I was thinking about this afternoon as I was getting ready for the game. You're kind of like, all right, everything is going right. We talked about the line settled in right. Guys now picking up on the power play, the penalty, boom, boom, boom. You can mark off all these things going right. The one thing right now is what you just said. They're letting in too many goals. Now, if you go back to when Ovi, oddly enough, was in the lineup, you don't really think of him as the defensive guy, but they were playing a pretty good structured system. There was a stretch of games there where it was 2 goals, 2 goals, 2 goals, and 2 goals given up. Well, they need to kind of get back to that. You're putting a little too much pressure now on Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren by the volume and the quality of shots they're getting. I think that is something, if Spencer Carberry looks at this, maybe this 2-game reset, they played a lot of games. They were tired. This is a 2-day reset now is going to be interesting to me, because this San Jose team, you may not see the record to say, wow, got to watch out for them, but lately they're playing really good hockey, and they are scoring at the same clip the Capitals have been scoring on in these last 6 games. Tonight's a good test to see if they can get back to a better structured defensive system, because this San Jose team is scoring at a really great clip.
Al, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Good talking with you, boys. Thanks.
You got it,
You
my
too,
friend.
bud.
Hit that wizard sounder, Darius. Our guy Dave Johnson, play-by-play voice of the Washington Wizards. Cleveland tonight, Dave. Get us set.
Yeah, Cleveland's a big challenge. Look, they won their first 15 games. Then they lost 2 in a row to the Atlanta Hawks. No coincidence, both games, Donovan Mitchell had off-night shooting, but returned to normal service on Sunday against the Boston Celtics. But this Wizards team is coming off. I know it was a loss to Milwaukee Bucks, but I actually thought maybe one of the most complete performances of the year. I mean, they had in rebounds, including offensive rebounds against the Milwaukee Bucks team that, does have Giannis. Points in the paint, points off turnovers, free throws. So many numbers that you look at, you say, you know what, that's a recipe for a victory. So the Wizards did everything against the Milwaukee Bucks, one of the elite teams in the NBA, to secure a win, except win the 3-point battle. And that turned out to be the difference of the game. So you walk away saying, this team will learn. And it's about fine margins. And this is learning experience. When you do the right thing against Giannis, shut him down, double team him, including Alex Sarr as part of that double team. But he finds Torian Prince, who hits a 3 to really determine that game down the stretch. What this game does come down to sometimes is making shots at critical moments, and that's what this young team has to do.
Dave, Corey Kispert has struggled some. He scored 16 points in 31 minutes in the Bucks game that you're referencing, so it was good to see him put the ball in the hoop again. But what have you seen from him?
Well, he needs to be more consistent from the 3-point distance. You mentioned the 16 points. I don't have in front of me how many were threes. The great thing about Corey Kispert is that, as we've talked about, he's not a one-trick pony. If you run him off the 3-point line, he's going to attack, and he's going to finish and maybe get an N1. He is a 3-point shooter, and he will make the shots he needs to make. And just quite frankly, he needs to be more consistent. And he knows that, and he's talked about that. And shooters, they don't forget how to shoot. So I have every confidence in that. But he's taking a step forward in a lot of ways, and especially on the defensive end as well. So it's great to see he's the elder statesman on this team now, if you can believe that. And that also has been fun to watch him grow over the last few years.
Dave, asking you again about Kyle Kuzma. Just, it feels like he's a passenger here. Hasn't really found his footing. I had a coach. It's not the same as being in the NBA. Obviously, I was a kid, but he said, if your shot's not falling, that's going to happen. Find something else to do. And you look at a game the other day, he had 1 rebound or 2 rebounds or one assist or a couple turnovers here and there. Just feels like he's not in lockstep just yet. What are you seeing from him?
Well, I mean, you think about it. I don't have it in front of me how many games he's now missed, but he's not going to play tonight. The rib strain, and he had a groin injury that after the Wizards got that first win over the Atlanta Hawks, their first win of the season. He missed some time with that. So, not making excuses for it, but it's hard to get in rhythm, or not excuses, but trying to give a reason for it when you're dealing with injuries and in and out of the lineup. And in and out of the lineup with a new team. We talked about this on the broadcast the other night that, Brian Keefe continues to experiment with different lineups. And, by the way, that will impact some of the younger players as they're trying to get up to speed. I mean, Bilal Koulibaly offensively was not very productive against the Bucks, but part of that is who you're playing with and feeling, knowing the tendencies of your teammates, and it's not as simple as he averages 10. He's going to definitely get 10. If you mix up the rotation he's a part of, it makes it difficult. But for Kyle Kuzma, you're right. It's been a season where he's not been able to seize the moment because you think we see him coming back, and then he suffers a rib strain, and he's out. So it's that is hindering whatever progress he was hoping to make from several seasons of career years now with the Wizards.
Dave, thank you. We appreciate you, bud.
I appreciate it. And listen, I got to follow Smoking Out, so that was great today too.
Hey,
great lead-in. Dynamite.
The way you want to do it. Let's do this thing. All right, Blitz continues with our guy Scott Abraham. And we talk football with him. Scotty, the wheels were coming off the wagon, but for now, order restored. How about that win on Sunday for the Commanders?
Yeah, the sky's not falling. Put the panic button away. That was a win that they had to get, and they certainly – what I like, guys, is they came out there and they punched Tennessee in the mouth, and they kept punching them. They did not let their foot off the gas. They finished, which has been a problem for several games leading up to the Titans game. So it was great to see them get back on track, now get some rest, and come out for the 4-game finish.
You get a chance to talk to a lot of these guys and coaching staff included. I got the sense that Cliff Kingsbury was a little bit annoyed at maybe people asking questions about things that have happened in the past with his offenses or otherwise. And this almost felt like him, saying, all right, fine, I'll show you. And they had a great offensive performance here. What was your sense of that leading up to this one from Kingsbury?
Yeah, I chuckled at his triple option comment at the end of his press conference. And I did appreciate the little lining up Terry McLaurin on the other side of the field just to kind of do a little dig to the media and the fans that have been complaining of Terry lining up always exclusively on the one side of the field. So, again, the numbers don't lie, guys. And the Cliff per se was a real thing and could be a real thing in terms of defenses catching up to what he's trying to do. And it just shows the numbers from Arizona that toward the second half of the regular season, those numbers start to dip. But hopefully that's not the case here in Washington. There should be a lot of confidence and belief coming out of the bye, getting a Marshawn Latimore back, going on the road against a Saints team that's not going anywhere, where you should hopefully get another win in your pocket. And that was I can't emphasize enough, guys, how important that win was against Tennessee just to right the ship. You don't want to go into a bye week with a 4-game losing streak. So this was a much-needed win for Washington.
Yeah, it sure was. They got what the doctor ordered. To be clear, Scott Abraham, Channel 7 in town on the Commanders. Cliff Kingsbury's future, if they stay hot offensively, he becomes a hot candidate. Based on what you know of him, what you've seen this year, do you think he's a guy that would want to go be a head coach again, or would he be comfortable hanging around for another year?
I think Cliff would want another chance at being a head coach. It didn't end well with Arizona, and I think there's a part of him that wants to see if he can get another chance. Everybody wants a second chance at things in life. You would want a second chance. I would want a second chance at things. And I think that's just the innate competitor that Cliff is. Former player, worked his way up the coaching ladder. I think if the right opportunity came about, I think Cliff would be another head coach in the NFL and give it a chance.
Scott, defensively, what's the difference that Marshawn Latimore is going to make if and when he plays? Thinking about a week after next.
Well, I mean, when healthy, Marshawn Latimore is quote unquote a dog, as he described to us during his first media availability, and he can lock down one end of the field, one side of the field, and that's just a huge benefit to everybody, from the linebackers to the D tackles to the D ends. You don't have to necessarily worry about that one side of the field, and it allows, as Dan Quinn has said numerous times, that you can do different things defensively, schematically, knowing you have a guy that you could put out there on an island on their number one receiver and shut that down. So it's just going to be a huge benefit. He's gotten some time to rest and heal up that hamstring. You got to hope that he's a full go. And what a luxury to have a 4-time Pro Bowler come back for a 4-game finish. That's really exciting, guys.
Scott, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
See you, fellas. Take care.
See you, man.
There are actually 2 developing stories on the Commanders front that we want to get to as soon as we return. The first of them, the team has hired a new team president to replace Jason Wright moving forward. We knew that search was ongoing. We're expecting before the first of the year the hire to be made, and they have announced with a statement today who their new team president is. Pretty fascinating background. Also, news on the negotiation that's still ongoing as the Commanders try to get the DC land that they can build a stadium on over at RFK for the 2.0 version of RFK Stadium. So we'll get you those updates. Very, very big news today for the Commanders as soon as we return on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey, breaking sports news on the Fan, and Grant just mentioned it. The Commanders make it official. They have named Mark Klaus as their new president and chief executive officer. First, he takes over for Jason Wright, who took the job in 2020. He had been moved since then to a senior advisor role for the team. But Mark Klaus joins Commanders from the Campbell's Company, yes, the food company, where he served as their president and chief executive officer since 2019. He oversaw a lot of their iconic brands, Campbell's, Pepperidge Farm, etc. With Campbell's Company, he has now moved in Mark Klaus as the new president and chief executive officer for the Washington Commanders. More details, more news on this as the afternoon goes on with breaking sports news. I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Thank you, Earl. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. So a couple of big developing stories here to get into on the Commanders front. To tell the truth, Monday has turned into a breaking news Tuesday, Danny.
Whoa. Okay.
The Commanders' power structure has been revamped. They have brought in a pretty significant piece today, hiring new team president Mark Klaus. Klaus served as the president and CEO of the Campbell's Company since 2019. That's not Jason Campbell, right?
No.
That is like Campbell Soup, I think. Correct?
I think so, yeah.
Fills the spot filled by Jason Wright, who will be leaving the organization at the end of the season. So he comes on now as the president. I guess for the moment, they have like 2 listed presidents, essentially. Although Wright can show him some of the ropes and go over some of the things they've been doing, and Kraus can take the things he likes and not do the things that he doesn't like and start to steer it in his own image moving forward. But Jason Wright, we found out earlier this year, was not going to be back next year, which it makes some sense, right? I mean, the Harris ownership group came in. They weren't going to blow out everybody right away. They needed somebody to help continue to facilitate some of the business changes that had already begun over the couple of years before they got here. And unlike Dan Snyder, who just fired 100 people on day one, you try to figure out who's good, who isn't. But you're going to want somebody who you trust, who you handpick, who aligns with you culturally, who shares an opinion with you to execute your vision. It's like a head coach picking his own quarterback, or a GM who inherits a head coach. You probably want your own person in there. And today was the day that they hired Mark Klaus to leave Campbell's to come to the Washington Commanders.
So there have been a number of scenes in movie history that have been like this. Think of The Godfather. You can think of The Dark Knight Rises when they were talking about Commissioner Gordon. To me, Jason Wright's a wartime consigliere. In other words, when everything is terrible, when everything is so bad, and every headline you're involved in is this investigation or this lawsuit or this investigation about a lawsuit or this deposition comes out from someone else's lawsuit, everything is bad every day. You need that guy, right? Like, he's really good. He was excellent at that, right? As sort of the steadying hand. He became the de facto spokesman every time Snyder was in the news again for like one of the wrong reasons. And so he was the dude at the owners' meetings and stuff. He was going through all that kind of stuff. Well, now we got a bunch of goodwill. And to your point, you want your own business folks in there that align with your vision, et cetera. It doesn't mean, at the highest levels, Jason Wright did a good, bad, and different job. I have no idea. Honestly, I wouldn't even know how to grade him. The stuff that we saw that would touch the people didn't pass with flying colors, I would say, in a number of cases.
Yeah, they struggled in a lot of the public-facing endeavors that he led. Think about some of the highlights or lowlights, including, whether it's the years on the patch and the rebrand, the rollout of 2222, which was a losing effort anyway.
Sure.
I mean, there was no one that would have done that well because nobody wanted it. But we've said our piece that the way that they did it wasn't very good. And then obviously the Sean Taylor fiascos, like there have been several of those that publicly lead you to believe there wasn't enough institutional knowledge, among other complaints. But that really was only a small part of his job. And maybe even, I would say, the least important part of his job. Like, significant, but more significant is selling tickets, making the season ticket holders, and probably more important than that, the suite holders happy, getting more people to spend lots of money at the stadium, having people be willing to work with the team in terms of advertisers. And I'd be willing to bet that in all those areas, there's been some pretty major growth from the day that he got here, which is just inevitable with a better ownership situation. Sure. But that's going to be on his resume.
Without a doubt. So, yeah, I mean, this is natural in the course of things. In most businesses, this is what happens. I mean, you look at this guy, Klaus. Obviously, I don't know him at all. I never heard the name until I saw the press release like everyone else. But he'd been with several brands that you recognize. Everything from Rayo's, that make delicious tomato sauce, to Goldfish, Pepperidge Farm. Like, that's what happens in business. You're the president at this really high level thing, and you do it for 2 years and change, and you burn out. Then you got to go on to the next challenge as you implement your stuff. It's one of those like high turnover deals. So they're treating this very much like Fortune 500 business, and they want that person doing that. And then there's a whole other silo that's football, which to me is the right structure.
It's the only structure.
Right.
It's so correct. Yeah, this guy was at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, where he played basketball. He was a 6.5-year helicopter pilot, and he became a captain in the military. I guess not a commander. They might do it differently. I don't know what I don't know, but that would be poetic. but Captain Klaus is what they called him. But yeah, man, they needed to make a hire. There were some names floating around that were more familiar to the area. This is not a name that was on my radar, but he's certainly extremely accomplished in business. And going back to what you just said about the separation of church and state, essentially, like football and business, it's critical to me. This is one of the lessons I think that we should learn from the Jason Wright era. And I personally like Jason Wright. I think he did a impossible job, and the results weren't always good. But I think everyone was going to be unpopular and do a bad job. And my interactions with Jason were always very, very pleasant, right? That's what I can tell you.
Yeah, same here.
Having said that, Jason Wright was billed essentially at the time he came in as a hero. Like, he was very publicly trotted out as a white knight. They used to do this all the time. They did it with Scott McLuhan, which went up in flames. They did it with Brian LaFemina, who lasted 6 months, went up in flames. By the way, he was doing a good job, and they just said, you know what? We don't like how you're
Bruce
doing
was like, I don't like your face. Get out of here.
The stories that I've always heard about that was they didn't like that he was getting so much credit for a lot of the good things that were happening. So they blew him out. But then Jason Wright came in, and he was the guy. Like, it's almost like a Wizard of Oz thing. I just went and saw Wicked with my daughter this weekend. You going to see that at all?
No. It's a hard pass.
I guess with two boys, it's not as much.
There's
as two.
0.0 interest.
So my daughter has been waiting for months to go see it. And it's really, really good. But in the Wizard of Oz, essentially, in Wicked, the story from the witch's perspective, like it's all smoke and mirrors, and you need a good guy and you need a bad guy and you need someone to present to everybody. Like, Jason Wright became the face. They're like, all right, this will get Grant and Danny excited for an hour. This really sharp guy who says all the right things, who comes in here to clean house. And that's basically how they used him. And then when they couldn't use him in that way anymore, it went away. But the lesson to me that's learned, he was always kind of rubbing up against football in a way. I remember he used to go on NFL Network. They'd ask him about like the draft class and like the running backs on the team because he played in the NFL. Some of that's inevitable because he was a player. Like, I just don't think that works. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense that you would have Jason Wright and Ron Rivera like ever conversing about the roster. I just watched the press conference when Matt Eberflus got fired. I think the Bears president's Kevin Warren, the old Big Ten commissioner, and Ryan Poles is the GM. And Warren kind of ran the whole show. And it was kind of odd because they're starting to get questions in the presser like, wait, so if you guys disagree, like, who calls the shots? And it was a really long-winded answer where he's like, oh, we'll come to an agreement together. Like, yeah, but who has final say? He's like, well, he's the GM, so he runs football. Like, that guy's too involved. Like, that should be Ryan Poles' press conference.
Yeah.
You fired Matt Eberflus. You're hiring the coach. He'll help you. But that guy shouldn't be sitting there leading the press conference.
Yeah, you hire him, and then you send him over to Kevin's office for terms of the contract.
Exactly.
Right?
But to me, that should be, like, presidents of teams run the business side to the point where we shouldn't be ever talking about Mark Klaus. Like, his name, no one should know the name of the president. The guy that
I'm with you, actually.
Over at Monumental that does such a good job. I think he's been in with the Junkies a couple times, so people have probably heard his name. But Jim Van Stone, who's fantastic and just does it correctly, kind of works in anonymity. No fan knows who that is. That, to me, that's the gig. Like, you shouldn't be public and front facing and on NFL Network. Like, no. Go do the stuff behind the scenes, the business stuff, work the relationships, get the sponsors. And I think that's what Klaus will probably do.
Yeah, it should be, we hear about you now. Then the occasional statement about, we're really excited for the new branding of Nabisco club seats or whatever. And then he's quoted in some sort of team website statement.
Klaus.
And then the day you go somewhere else, that's when we should hear your name as the team president. Right? To me, honestly, this is behind the scenes, big wig, glad-handing, politician lobbying stuff that should not affect the fan day to day. Honestly. I mean, I guess it brushes up to season ticket holders and customer service and care, but to me, he's like big fish to fry guy. Right?
So when the news broke during our Beltway Blitz, like just a little radio insider, Darius, Ryan, me and you are kind of in talk back on, hey, the Commanders named their president. What do we do with this? Do we want to cut into the segment and breaking news? Pretty much in no other market in America is a business person being hired by a football team relevant. The reason it is here is because Jason Wright's name was basically the biggest name in the organization for a couple of years. when Dan was sitting everything out and he was the face and the voice of the team, that role changed. And I hope they get back to, you hear about Josh Harris, everything football goes through Adam Peters, which is obvious. And then I'll have to, in 3 months, go, wait, what's the name of that president from Campbell's? Is it Mark?
Is it Dieter? No, it's Klaus.
Klaus. That's what it is. Mark Klaus. Like, that's to me what a team president, as a fan, should be. We're a little more plugged in because we have dealings with the team or whatever. So I'll meet this guy and build a relationship maybe at games or whatever, and I'll remember his name. But I think the average fan that's just going over there, sitting there watching games on Sunday, there's no reason to know.
It should never cross your radar, honestly. It's like, who's playing right guard today? I mean, that's where the depth of it is. Now, if your season ticket experience gets worse or your game day experience gets worse, I suppose he's going to oversee that to some degree, although I'd even like to compartmentalize that, to be honest with you.
To a large degree.
But
I mean, it's under his purview. He's not going to be the guy. There's a person in charge of the stadium experience, but they answer to him. I mean, everything that involves with money being made, season ticket holders, sponsorships, starts with him.
Yeah, so I'd even try to compartmentalize it even more, to be honest with you. I would have like a dedicated, I'm a customer team president almost, but whatever, what do I know? I've never run an NFL organization before. But I would even keep this, the glad handing, high-fiving, lobbying, corporate Craig, let's make sure all the suites are full, dude, even separate from the regular fans, right? Just because this feels like someone that's very far away, and I would love my fan team president almost to be right there kissing babies and handing out pennants and flags when you walk in.
I've got an idea that I want to bounce off you guys, and I will go around the room here and get a yay or a nay from all three of you. Majority rules. My question is, I just forgot his name already. Mark Klaus?
Klaus.
Mark Klaus comes from Campbell's, right?
Okay.
The new stadium over at the RFK site is an indoor Campbell's can. It looks exactly like a Campbell's can, like the ridges. It says Campbell's on it. It's like a can that's like half in the ground, basically. And it's just a big Campbell's can, and we go to the games at the can. And everybody that's coming to play the Commanders in D.C. is at the can. You are looking live at the can in Southeast Washington, D.C., where the 4-1 Commanders look for their 5th win of the 2030 season.
The can.
So it's an indoor stadium shaped exactly like a Campbell's can, because Campbell's spends so much money because their buddies here now. So they just give you
They got a guy,
all of the millions to have a Campbell's can stadium. Danny, yay or nay? They play their games starting in 2030 in D.C. at the can.
It's a nay, and here's why. That's also another nickname for jail. Like he spent a year in the can. You know what I mean? That sounds bad.
Okay.
I don't think I want that.
Right. Darius.
If we could come up with an alternate word for the can, like just, I don't know, the soup or something. There's got to be another word other than
they're at the soup du jour today.
Well, I think the whole point is it's shaped exactly like a Campbell's can, and you call it the can.
Yeah, I can't do that.
They're at the noodle soup today.
No.
I like that Danny's issue was jail and not a toilet, by the way. Clary.
Trying to be more polite.
Who's your guy?
I'm your guy.
I'm in.
You like the can?
Like, not even doing a bit. Like, I think the design of like a can stadium, like halfway, like just half a can. And the
Not
other
like the
half the can
Armory,
is
but-
below ground. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Like the Armory a little bit. And have like the shades on the outside of each end zone. You can close it. You can open it. I think I'm not even doing a bit. I think it's a great idea.
Campbell's hooks you. They give you all the money because their guy Klaus is calling the shots. Where's the game this weekend? It's at the can. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
It's at the chunky soup can.
Speaking of the stadium, there's news on that front as well. This is actually interesting. Like a possible negotiation that involves fighter jets.
This
changing
is
hands.
something, by the way.
We'll give you your land, but we need fighter jets. I'm sorry. What did you just say?
I'm sorry?
I thought you said fighter jets. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Austin Eckler is on the show at 5 o'clock.
That will always be cool. It's always fun to talk to Austin Eckler, especially after he's missed a couple of weeks. He's on injured reserve with the concussion. What did he think from the sidelines, watching Washington get back on the good foot, winning the football game like they did this past weekend? Post-stretch run, his prognosis rest of the season. Can't wait to talk to him.
So the other development on the Commanders front today is from the Washington Post. A couple of their politics reporters as well as sports reporter Sam Fortier combining on a headline here where Maryland senators apparently want D.C.'s Air National Guard Squadron in exchange for an RFK deal that could ultimately bring the Commanders back to the city. So to say this differently, fighter jets are currently the sticking point in a negotiation, as if this is some trade where Maryland is holding out because you need senatorial support, right? You need the lawmakers to be willing to give you the land. And they're saying, this is, if you go back to like Louise Lucas, the difference is they're not putting out a bunch of memes. They're just like, negotiating. But these senators in Maryland are saying, hey, we'll let you have the land. We want the Air National Guard fighter jets. Now, have you read into this? What does that actually mean?
So I'm again, could not be more out of my depth on this one. I'm out of my depth a lot. This one's special, okay? I don't know how many Air National Guard units there are or how many fighter jets there are in a squadron.
Why does the state need that? So
again,
I'm going to read this real quick.
Yeah.
If D.C. gives their state, meaning Maryland, one of its Air National Guard squadrons, which how many is that? How many planes is that?
Again, a great question.
The lawmakers will not oppose a bill allowing the district to redevelop the RFK Stadium site, according to 3 people with knowledge of the negotiations. Why does the state need those jets?
Because I guess they don't have them, and they would like their own.
Them?
Different stuff. That's, I think, clearly at the core of this, right? Think about all the different things. Now, in all sincerity, there are quick response things needed. So, for example, someone violates airspace in Washington, D.C. You sometimes have to scramble jets very quickly. I don't know who's doing that. I don't know if that's Air Force Base that does that. I mean, there's all sorts of different jurisdictions at play here.
Do you
right?
remember, this has been now a couple years, but do you remember when there was that sonic boom? And the sonic boom was based on a scrambling of jets. Do you remember this story?
No, remind me.
It was fascinating. So I don't remember exactly what happened, but like somebody was flying somewhere where they weren't supposed to and not listening to things or something. Like some random ham and egger, I'm pretty sure. Just in his little
some jobber in his little lawnmower playing.
Some donk. And so it got to a point where it was so like perilous toward the city or whatever, where they're going, something's not quite right. And I want to say they didn't launch from like Andrews Air Force Base. I'd have to look the story up, but it might have been Annapolis, if I remember correctly, or even like West Virginia or something. And so they scrambled these jets, to your point, but it was such an insane noise because they were flying so fast, doing such military movie stuff, that in my house and in your house and in Darius's house and in every house of every person listening right now, no matter where you were sitting, you heard what sounded like someone crashed a car into the car in your driveway. Like it was that loud. It was called a sonic boom. I'd never heard of it. I was fascinated for like 3 days. But anyway, I bring this up, Danny, because those jets got scrambled like you were talking about. So Maryland wants a jet to scramble in that situation.
They want their own set. Now, I don't know if they have them or don't have them, or they want another squad. I don't know.
What's Andrews Air Force Base? They don't have 50 jets sitting over there?
That might be a federal thing. Again, this is so, I couldn't be more above my pay grade on this in terms of what I know, what I don't. Yeah, I mean, I've long been a proponent of the F-16 over the F-15. I mean, we're talking about design flaws, but I don't know exactly the point of this. I do know that this now seems to be a Chuck Schumer production where he's brokering this deal between the parties. The Maryland senators are basically like, we'll drop our fight, knowing we're going to lose the team out of Maryland, knowing that we're just going to give away this land in D.C. for folks presumably then to use it to build a new stadium, and in exchange, give us some fighter jets. And D.C.'s reluctant. Eleanor Holmes Norton basically said, I find that troubling. And there's a couple other quotes in here as well where it's kind of a sticking point. So this is just a reminder that in Missouri, like the state house is like, we want a little bit more funding for discount bus fare. All right, done. You get a stadium. Here it's like 77 different the National Guard is now involved for some reason, just trying to get all the ducks in a row just to put a big piece of stadium up on some ground. Just different, man.
The flight squadron is one of 3 requests Maryland's 2 senators, who would prefer to keep the Commanders in Landover, have made in exchange for backing the bill that would give D.C. control of federally owned RFK's site. They have also requested a public statement from the Commanders about their preferred location for the next stadium and assurances about what the team would build in place of Northwest Stadium. So they want the team to come out publicly and say, we want to be in D.C., and here's what we're going to do in Landover when we leave the stadium. One of the things I've always thought is if they end up in D.C., they will build their team facility elsewhere. I think it should be in Virginia, somewhere out where everyone wants to live. The problem with doing it in Landover is now you're asking guys basically to go live in that area by the stadium.
Well, that's what Maryland wants, I'm sure.
That's what they want, but I
Yeah.
don't know that the houses are there.
Yeah.
It's not Ashburn or
Yeah,
Loudoun
yeah.
County out there. So that's interesting. Senator Ben Cardin from Maryland has emphasized the importance of the flight squadron in the deal. D.C. leaders have signaled a reluctance to give up their National Guard squadron. Wow. More on this. We'll get to Fortier on at 6 o'clock. But, yeah, it's a trade, man. How about that? Willie in D.C. was actually in the Maryland National Guard. I want to squeeze him in really quick. We got Austin Eckler at the top of the hour. But, Willie, what can you tell us?
Hey, so, yeah, I was in the Maryland Air National Guard. We actually, they're losing their flying mission. They have A-10s. The Air Force is actually retiring those. So this sounds like the Maryland Senators are trying to leverage the F-16s from D.C. so they can keep their flying mission.
Explain it to me because I'm dumber than that. I'm still missing something. So why are they losing their flying mission? And does losing their flying mission meaning they lose the jets, or do they not currently own the jets?
Yeah, so the jets belong to the government, the federal government. So with them losing their jets, they're trying to scramble to find a new flying mission. So every state has a flying mission, and these planes, they support state missions, but then they also get federally activated to go deploy, and this helps them stay current and things. So with Maryland not having a flying mission and it belongs to D.C., even though the D.C. Guard is at Andrews in Maryland, it doesn't belong to the Maryland Air National Guard.
So like instead of spending for brand new, billions of dollars for a new fleet of planes, so to speak, they're like, we'll just do this and it doesn't cost us anything.
Right.
Is it like that?
Thanks for the call, buddy.
I wonder.
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder how many jets are in a squadron. I should have asked him that. But are you trying to get Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers, or do you just need a Breece Hall? Or is Tyler Conklin?
Is Tyler
involved?
Conklin coming? Answer that.
And C.J. Mosley and Will McDonald?
Mm-hmm.
Or would you also need Javon Kinlaw and Quinnen Williams? How many are we talking about?
I want to do the trade back for Mike Williams, too. Can I undo that?
Austin Eckler next. We're going to get to the bottom of his recovery so far and when he'll be back on the field. You're listening to Grant and Danny. G&D, welcoming you back on the Fan. And we are thrilled right now to go to the guest hotline and welcome onto the show for his weekly Tuesday 5 p.m. appointment, our guy, Austin Eckler, who's going to provide trust and insight. He is our trusted insider. This is presented by IT Cadre, where DC sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. We've been waiting to talk to Austin as he's gotten healthier post-concussion, and he is willing to hop on with us today. First of all, Austin, welcome back on the show, man. We've been thinking about you. How are you, brother?
Yo, what's up, fellas? I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I've been getting back feeling like myself, so that's been great. Definitely went through it there for a little bit, just with the concussion symptoms, trying to just get through the fogginess feeling, but definitely trending in the right direction, and now just still dealing with some repercussions of the hit, but like I said, trending in the right direction, so that's a good thing.
So, Austin, as much as you're comfortable and willing to discuss, I think there is something instructive about people knowing, like, we hear the word concussion and we're like, that happens in football, right? Or like, okay, who's getting the next carry or whatever? Like, what has your life been like? And what have your last week and a half or so kind of been like for you as you've been battling this?
Yeah, well, first, I think it's important to kind of diagnose the magnitude of kind of the situation. Like, I didn't even remember how I got off the field. Like, I just remember kind of like coming to, as far as like remembering stuff. I had a like short-term memory loss. And I remember my wife was sitting in the room, and I'm getting like evaluated by our medical staff, you know, in the back room. And so that's when I started to remember things. And then I started all of a sudden, okay, was getting, you know, helped up and going and getting in the back of the ambulance to go get a CT scan. So, like, I was definitely concussed and had seen some major symptoms there. So that's something that is
that at the stadium, Austin, or is that at the hospital after?
That's at the stadium. And so basically, ever since I got into the ambulance, I could pretty much remember everything. But it kind of just showed you the kind of the severity of the incident. And this is my second concussion this year. The first one was versus the Bengals early on. And I actually didn't remember how I got off the field on that one either. So not good to see any memory loss, obviously, from taking a hit to the head. And so this one, you know, also has some pain in my neck that I'm dealing with too, just trying to get back through that. So that's kind of where the decision for all the IR stuff came from, where it's like, hey man, let's not rush you back. Let's kind of put you in a place where you can, you know, do the right thing, treat yourself, make sure you're 100%, and not mess around with coming back at all too early, or, you know, having any pressure to come back really early because you're on IR. So kind of where I'm at right now. Now it's just continue to go in every single day and get some treatment, which is a lot of just mobility, a lot of strengthening, a lot of just different memory things, eye tracking. There's a lot of stuff that goes into, you know, just recovering from a concussion. And so that's what I'm going through right now.
Are you completely symptom free now?
Symptom free. I'm getting there. I haven't passed out of the protocol yet, but I'm getting there.
Good.
Yeah. So first of all, relief to hear, man. We were all thinking about you. Obviously, you know, getting right is the most important thing. What's the next milestone for you in terms of getting back?
There's a few. The next one is passing concussion protocol, which I don't think I'm very far off. But you just got to pass all the tests. You got to see all the non-affiliated people. There's a procedure that we have set up to protect our guys, to make sure that there's not a lot of pressure from the club, or there is not an opportunity. So we have a lot of independent neurologists that we have to talk to, that will go and talk to them. So just getting cleared through that is kind of the next step that I'm going through right now.
Let's go back to that Dallas game, if you don't mind. Just sort of thinking about it. You guys come off a couple really tough games against a couple really tough teams. Home game against Dallas, huge rivalry, obviously, here. Just what do you think just wasn't right in that one? And then I want to get your perspective on what was right here this past week against Tennessee.
Yeah, man, division games, you know, as long as I've been in the league, it doesn't seem to matter what your record is ever. Like, division games are always tough. And that's kind of what it's come down to. And this was no different. You know, another division game. They're familiar with us. We're familiar with them as far as players anyway. And, you know, it's one of those tough division games. And that's what we found ourselves in. They were struggling on offense. We were struggling on offense. And then all of a sudden, you know, towards the end of the game, everyone starts, you know, putting up points, whether it's special teams, you know, big plays. It was just one of those dogfight games that might not be exciting to watch for the most part. And then all of a sudden, it's a burst of excitement at the end. Unfortunately, we ended up losing, but just some things that you go back and you look, and there's plays that they made on defense that stopped us. Same with our defense. Our defense was definitely stopping them as well. But offensively, we just didn't do enough to connect, to keep the chains moving. And that was something that, just running the ball didn't do as well, obviously, as we did last week, where I think I had 250 yards or so like that against the Titans. So it's just one of those games where, hey, look, it's been a struggle. We're trying to find a way, and we did have a chance there at the end. We gave ourselves a chance to win the game, and it takes a village to make sure we get the win, and we ended up falling short.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. Let's get into that Titans game from your perspective. Watching from afar, what did you see that looked a little bit different? Because that offense was unbelievable from Jump Street against Tennessee, never let up, and it was just impressive from start to finish. What did you see in that game?
Yeah, I saw our offense connected early. I love that we were getting Terry the ball early. Like, man, what a special player. I love to see our offensive line coming off the ball, especially against a good front like Tennessee has. And I think we really saw that in practice. I think, Bobby Wagner stood up and was talking to the team, addressed us, really got us connected, really got us locked in, before we headed to the bye week. And we saw that in Wednesday practice really come alive. Like, it was one of our better practices that we've had. We actually went back and watched the film on it yesterday, and it's like, man, like, look at how we practice. Like, when we come back from the bye week, this is what practice has to look like. And people running, offensive linemen, double teams, driving 5 yards off the ball. It was something that you would expect to see from a team that's really hungry, going out there, right, putting it all out on the line. And so it was really good to see that on Wednesday, and it carried over to Thursday, Friday, and then we saw it come alive on Sunday as we rushed for, like I said, 250 yards. So we're in the mindset of, look, we're in the bye week right now. This is the last kind of final straw of the regular season. And you're right. It's, hey, let's win this last part of the regular season, get ourselves in a playoff spot. And so it's coming down to the final stretch here.
Austin Eckler is with us on Grant and Danny Weekly Appointment. Trusted insight from a trusted insider, presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin, I believe I have this right. So it's not 4 weeks, it's 4 games, right? So even with the bye, it's 3 games after that, so you could still come back for that final game. Did you watch this past game at home, or were you at the stadium, and would that change as you get further along in your recovery?
Yeah, so you're right there. I believe it is 4 games as well, so I'll be eligible for the last game and then anything in the playoffs as well. And then, I watched from home for this past game. Basically, they were going to put me up in the booth, and so they usually give you an option, depending on what your symptoms are. If you're, you got like a sprained ankle or something like that, they're probably not going to have you standing around, so probably have you at home. Concussion, all right, sensory overload, don't need you around the loud noises, don't need you around all this stuff. Like, let's just go watch it from home. So it just kind of depends on your situation of what you're dealing with, depending on if you want to go and be at the stadium. Usually it's going to be up in a box. We have like a player's IR type of injury box. Or if depending on your situation, you could be down on the sideline as well. It just kind of depends. But for me, it was like, okay, let's go up in the box, or let's stay home. Maybe next time we come around to the home game, I'll be ready to be in the box, or even be down on the sideline, help support the guys. Just kind of a week by week kind of thing.
Could you tell just watching on TV, the CBS copy that we all saw, like, oh, okay, we're going to maul these guys because they're doing this, or this is a good matchup for us for this reason? I mean, the first carry of the game was a 40-yard touchdown, and you guys never looked back.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty good, I guess, right? Yeah.
That's about as fast as you can start a game right there. Like, we went out, got a stop. Maybe it was the punt of the first one, maybe, but we had 2 turnovers, I believe, in the first quarter,
right?
And all of those led to touchdowns. So I think it was like four touchdowns within the first quarter, or close to the first quarter. So, I mean, as far as efficiency goes, I bet that's about as efficient as you can get, right? You're on pace to score 100 points, which is not typically sustainable in the NFL, which, it wasn't. We kind of had a lull there in the second quarter, because typically you don't get off to a start like that and maintain it for very long. The adjustments are made. The other team also gets paid to make plays as well, and it's just not very typical. So, they made some adjustments, made some stops, mounted a small comeback. But yeah, our team we were getting in the end zone. So if we're able to capitalize on turnovers and get in the end zone, it's going to be hard to win if you're the opponent team.
Austin, you guys are all obviously adults, grown-ups playing a grown man's game, but I sort of say this tongue-in-cheek. They're also adults among the adults, guys like you have been around, and Bobby Wagner, a future Hall of Famer. You mentioned earlier he got up and spoke to everybody on Wednesday, and he's not as much of a rah-rah guy as maybe some others, but what did that mean, and kind of what was said?
I wasn't there. I was actually getting treatment. So this is what I'm hearing. I talk with DQ on the regular, and so he let me know that had happened, and I thought that was great because I thought it was perfect timing for what we had been going through, kind of some tough losses, and by a guy that's really respected, not just around our team, but around the league. And so his message is going to hit home with a lot of guys. And it sounded like it did. Talked about, making sure it sounded like it was about sacrifice, finishing, right? Making sure, hey, we have a bye week. Let's make sure we leave it all on the line. Things like that around that nature, just really kind of that finish, that little oomph, the extra oomph that we can give that shows up on Sundays because you play like you practice. And so it's definitely the message that we needed, and we saw it, all come together out there. So, it's great to see players step up like that and do that in times of need. It's not needed all the time, but when you're going through like a tough stretch like we did with 3-game loss, definitely a time for, a player to step up and, make a message that can be felt. And it all depends on who you are. Not everyone can do that. Like you mentioned, like there's adults within the league. There's people that have earned the respect, that earn the right, that have the respect. And Bobby's definitely one of those people.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Each and every week we get you a listener question that is sent in by one of our listeners, presented by IT Cadre. And I like this one a lot today. This is from Jupe, who says, how do you prepare differently for different weather conditions? If a game's freezing, if it's snowing, if it's hot, like how much of your prep goes into actually the conditions as the year goes on?
Oh yeah. At practice nowadays, I was wearing, let's talk at the beginning of the season, like I'm wearing t-shirts and shorts, cutoffs and stuff like that. Now, it's actually a blessing to be able to practice in this weather because you can actually prepare for it. I remember when I was on the West Coast and we would come out here during the end of the year on the East Coast, and I would be freezing my butt off. Like, cause I'm in sunshine, wearing my t-shirt. Now all of a sudden I come out here and I think I can just put on one layer. And now being out in it, I understand I wear 3 different t-shirts under my pads that are like turtleneck thicker t-shirts because I want to be prepared where I don't want to be warm. I don't want to be cold at all. And I can never wear anything on my arms because I like the ball contact on my arms. That's something I had to adjust to, and then being able to out here while I'm out here. And then also catching cold balls is sounds weird, but it actually it's different. It's different when the temperature of the ball is a lot lower because your hands feel different. Like there's just a different smack when it hits your hands. It stings a little bit. So being able to actually get acclimated to that, and I think is a little advantage when you're out here and used to it and can actually practice in that. So great question. So I think there's a lot of advantages to being out here and when you have to play in these cold environments.
Good question from Jay here as well. What's it like being on IR? What is it that you can do? Obviously, you're getting treatment and stuff, but can you go to practice? And does it feel kind of isolating?
It sucks, man. It freaking sucks, and this is whoever's on IR, however you got there, it sucks just because now you're going to miss, some time. And isolating, you are definitely isolated. It's not anything intentional, but coaches are putting a game plan together that's with the current guys, and they're over doing the normal routine, going to meetings and stuff like that. And now all of a sudden your routine changes when you're on IR to now treatment is your main thing. Cause what do you need to do? You need to get back as soon as you possibly can. So you're a little bit more isolated. You're not in as many meetings, maybe not at practice, depending on what you're recovering. For me, thankfully I'll be able to get to still some of the meetings and some of the practices, but you're not in the game plan. So you're not like on the field. There's no really attention. You're kind of like a support person now as far as, like you can cheer on the boys out there, I guess. So it definitely is different, not ideal for the injury sake and for just a social sake. But the team wants nothing for you when you're on IR besides getting back. Like just look, let us focus on the game plan. That's what they're going to do. And then, hey, you get yourself back and we'll welcome you with open arms. So it definitely does feel a little lonely, but luckily we have also the training staff too, who's a great group of people out here that, keep us occupied and keep us moving in the right direction to get back.
Our guy, Austin Eckler, who's sounding good and on the mend. We'll let you go here, Austin. But I guess it sounds like we could see you again for sure this season, that this is not the end of the season for you.
Hey, man, it's week to week. It's one of those things. I want to continue to learn more about, hey, it's my second concussion. You know, what am I more susceptible for a third one now that I've had two, and the severity of mine? So it's a learning process for me because I've never had anything like this bad and twice in the same year. So it's one of those things where, you know, I'm human. I don't know everything about my conditions right now. I have some new ones that I'm dealing with, and it's one of those things where you just got to continue to learn and then try to make the best judgment. The best thing about it is the team's got my back pretty much on any decision that I make. And so I really appreciate DQ and Adam Peters for being there and kind of being, you know, open to helping me out.
That's awesome. Very well said, man. Glad you're heading in the right direction, my friend, and really appreciate the time as always.
Heck yeah. Thanks, boys. Good time.
Yeah, positive
Appreciate
vibes from us and all our listeners, man. We're thinking about you. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny for his weekly appointment here on The Fan. You see why we love having him on the show. He's just terrific.
Just so thoughtful, man. He's excellent.
I hope he gets to play again this season.
Me too.
For a lot of reasons. Obviously, it's good for the football team, but you'd hate for a guy who was that helpful to their offense to not be able to go out on the year on his own terms, right? Like, he's going to be scratching and clawing and doing everything behind the scenes to get right. If you're doing that for a month, 5 weeks to end the year, only to then not get to play again, to then start your off season,
it stinks.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, it ain't fair. I mean, sports ain't fair. I mean, look at John Allen. You know, like, all you've ever done is waited for this opportunity to be part of a good team, and it's ripped away from you with no ceremony. The games still go on. Nobody's stopping and going, let's have another moment for John Allen. It's like 53 have to line up and go play, but it would be awesome to see him come out there. He's such a weapon. We think of weaponry as like take the top off the defense, and that's certainly a weapon, but like his easy button is turning a little hitch pass into 14. Like, that is so helpful for them to stay on time and stay ahead of the chains.
Grant and Danny on The Fan at the top of the hour and 40 minutes, right at 6 o'clock. Maryland lawmakers are willing to vote yes to give land to D.C. so that the Commanders can get a D.C. stadium if they can get some fighter jets, like some jets that they can fly around in.
Some fighter jets.
That's what
couple
they
fighter
want.
jets.
It's hilarious.
It's one of those like weird trade offers in fantasy. It's like, just give me a couple fighter jets. And you
Give
can
me a
have
jetter.
them.
You got any jets laying around over there?
Yeah.
We'll get to that at 6. Next, though, let's look at the playoff picture in the NFL after Monday Night Football right here on The Fan. Attaboy, Derek.
Was this for you? Because you're a little bit down in the dumps right now?
I think he's trying to help me fight to the finish here.
Poor GP is, can you show the people on the YouTubes what you got in front of you?
There's lots of
You've
things.
gone through 77 of these honey lemon.
There's lemon drop.
Drop things.
I
Cough
got
drops.
Throat spray here.
Yep.
This is like the worst tasting.
It's awful. It's awful. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you, but that was.
I'm on this.
Yeah.
Cepacol extra strength.
Cepacol, yeah.
Sore throat and cough. By the way, none of it's working at all.
No, it doesn't help you. You got some tea over here?
Dad just gave me Advil. So I appreciate that, Dad.
Look at that.
I got propolis raw honey throat spray.
Oh, do you got the propolis?
6% pure propolis.
Yeah.
Propolis.
So here's what's happening. You're not going to be here tomorrow. You should rest and stop it.
We're headed that direction.
Yeah. So you got an hour to go, and you are, this is one of those like Ronnie Lott cutting off his pinky.
Yeah.
Go back in the game, just tape it up. Give me a pain injection. Let me finish.
Harry Stamper don't miss his mark. I'll say that. I don't miss work very often. I try to get through it. The problem is we're in a talking medium.
Yep.
So if I could just sit at a desk and click on some things for a while, I could probably make do. But the throat is going. So we'll see. Right now, I would say I'm very much questionable for tomorrow. I was probable for tomorrow all day. I've been downgraded to questionable. And I told Ryan earlier, I think at this moment, just based on trends.
Yeah. This is Thursday walkthrough. You're actually just doing stuff on the side.
55% chance I'm not in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, I think it's doubtful.
And here's why. All day long, throat problematic. You go back to the opening of the show. I sound like I'm going through puberty. Welcome, right?
The Commanders have won in a row.
Right.
They fixed their losing streak.
It's a chest.
Yeah.
I feel like a brick on my chest.
Mm-hmm.
There's a shortness of breath. There's like a pneumonia situation abound, right?
Yeah.
Something afoot. So that's fine. That can happen to the best of us. I was like, you know what? Chest, throat, we can deal. It's gonna be okay. Since about 5 o'clock, it feels like I was hit by a small vehicle. I'm gonna say a smart car or like maybe one of those like Trax cars. You know what I'm talking about?
No, what are the Trax cars?
Just like
kids' play
it's
toys?
like another company's smart car. It's like the smart car, but
I don't know Trax.
I'll make it easier for you. It's like I was hit by a high-speed golf cart. How about that?
Oh, there you go. That I know.
I'm just sore.
What is a Trax though? I didn't even know it a bit.
I don't know if I'm saying the right word.
TRAX?
I think so. I rented one in Florida with my wife when we were dating and on our first trip to go to.
So there's a Chevy Trax, which is just a reasonably sized SUV.
So and then it's not.
It ain't that. No.
A Spark car is what I'm thinking of. You know about a Spark car?
Spark?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
I think I know those.
Chevy Spark.
Yeah.
Look that up. That's kind of
the Chevy Spark.
It hit me at like 51 miles.
Oh, it's just a little fella. This thing is the thimble of cars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was going kind of like slowish, but it just pummeled me. So that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, here's the sticky wicket. Here's the real issue.
Mm-hmm.
Your boy's going to the Caps game after this. Now, in any other situation, I'm just steamed up to go to the Caps game, and I am tonight as well. But I would probably go. I got a couple tickets.
Yeah.
I'll let someone else go in my stead. I probably am not going to make it. I told my son earlier today.
Yeah. I heard the phone call.
The cutest little guy.
I don't think anyone's been more excited.
Loves Alex Ovechkin. We play hockey in the basement every morning. His birthday is December 17th, coming up. Same day as my father's. Happy birthday, Dennis. Happy birthday, Truman. And he said to me recently, like going to bed, he's like at his cutest when he's like half asleep.
Mm-hmm.
He's like laying in his bed and he's like, you think I'll get to go to a hockey game this month for my birthday? And I was like, maybe, buddy. So when I got tickets today, I was like, okay, I'll bring my kid. So I told him about it. But all hell's broken out since then.
Yeah, you've gone downhill.
Downhill big. So I literally texted my wife and I'm like, hey, is Truman sized right now about the game? Or if we told him the game's actually next week, like, would that be any kind of an issue? And she's like, oh, no. He's really, really
right.
sized.
The earth would end.
Yeah.
That's over, dude.
So here we are.
Yeah.
We're going to put one foot in front of the other one.
So at the first intermission, you're like, game's over, buddy.
Yeah.
That's it.
We're going to gut it out for Carbs and the boys. It's a hockey night in D.C.
Obviously, Grant is not at full strength right now, but he's got to be accountable because he let the cat out of the bag to his son there.
Had I not have said anything to him, the night would go very differently.
Yeah.
Is what I'm going to tell you.
You'd be at home in bed.
Because it is. But
at least, you're sitting up high, so it's easy to get out of there.
For tomorrow, yes, that's true.
Sitting way away from the glass?
Nosebleeds.
Yeah.
Yep. For tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say it's changed since the beginning of the segment. 56% chance.
Dude, it's doubtful. Would you just put it as doubtful?
It's questionable. I would say it's doubtful for a normal player. I play through pain all the time. I am the Trent Williams of coming to work, grinding through.
You are Jordan looking at the iPad right now, taking it personal. This is not a personal affront to your toughness. I'm not challenging your toughness here.
Nobody is. I think we live in a world where people don't go to work as much as they should. And
you're trying to lead.
And it's my personal mission to show everyone to take a little pride in what you do every now and then. That's what I'm trying to do. I was the first one back with Danny Rouillet to do live shows at 106.7 The Fan.
That's right.
You asked me to do something, I'm going to do it. When I'm gone from this little rock, people are going to, no one will probably bring me up. But in this hypothetical,
they're bringing you up in this hypothetical.
Someone brings me up.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, what do you think of Grant? They'll be like, oh, he was fat. Or like, oh, yeah, I remember that guy. He loved Cook Classic.
He loved pocket quarterbacks, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He liked the quarterback that stood there and took a beating and made some throws down the field. But somewhere along the way, I want them to say, that guy was reliable. You could count on him.
Good one.
He's going to work. He's going to show up. That's me.
Yeah.
Now, again, we have a medium where if I sound like this, I can't do the show.
That's well, who are you talking to? I know that very well. Yes.
There have been multiple times where Danny has come in without a voice and sat in his chair trying to do the show. And our boss has walked into the studio and said, get out of here.
Go home,
goofball.
idiot. Yeah.
Tomorrow could be one of those days. Now, I do not show up when I sound like you did those days.
Mm-hmm.
I would just stay home and save myself the drive. But it might be a CK is going to have to make the call.
Well, I will tell you this. When you tell people, like when I text you and our boss, I lost my voice, or like I've got laryngitis, which I had way too many times, right? It sounds like the dog ate my homework. Do you know what I mean? Like I understand, like you and I both know, like we take great pride in doing this thing and trying to do a good job.
Yeah.
But it's like, it just sounds like Danny doesn't feel like it. And I still have that like little kid mentality where it's like, you know, I put the thermometer next to the light bulb and had a temperature of 146.
Right.
You know, because I didn't know any better. It still feels like people don't believe you.
Correct.
So it's like I come in and it's that much more embarrassing for then someone to be like, no, stupid.
See, I don't have the people
home.
don't believe you thing.
Yeah.
I feel bad. Again, I got a job. I'm a do your job guy.
Yeah.
It's not
Grant Belichick.
It's not that important. I'm not landing spaceships.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not curing cancer. But in my little area of the world,
We're talking rookie of the year. We're talking Jaden Daniels.
it's the whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's my kids, the wife, and this little thing. If I don't get to do this thing anymore, that would suck. I don't know. We'd probably need to. There'd be a therapist somewhere that I'm sitting on her couch and she's helping me through it. But like, when you feel mostly okay, and it's just your voice or whatever, that's your issue too.
Yeah.
I think.
So
I'm not sick. It's just yes, but it's a talking medium and you can't talk.
I know. And then like to get treatment from the ear, nose, and throat guy from Capital Breathe Free, I get steroids. And I'm like, steroids, as Ryan would say. And I feel amazing. Like I don't feel that good. Like where I'm up and I'm active and it's like I don't feel like I want to go to sleep for 6 months
That's
at a
what
time.
I think I need, by the way.
A steroid?
No, ENT type person.
No, you definitely
I did one of those one time and it was very not helpful. And
you just got it in your mind they're not helpful?
No, not even that. But it was like, maybe there's a little hesitation because it was like, it's a pain in the ass.
Mm.
You go to your doctor, they write you I guess it's called a
referral.
I was going to say prescription, but you get a referral. Then you have to drive to some other office. Normally it takes a week to get in there. Then you go there and then they're like, what's the deal? And they're like, let me look. Oh yeah, it's a little sore back there. Like, I don't know, man. The steroids you got,
yeah,
I didn't get those.
Well, yeah, I mean the guys at Capital Breathe Free, like quite literally changed my life. Like with the surgery I had, the multiple different times, different things in my nose, the allergy drops that I take every day. Like my life has changed because of them. So if it's something that's chronic,
you had a major operation.
Yeah, like you got to do it. Like if it's something that's chronic and you're always dealing with it, you know, like I was even to the point where people are making fun of me. You know, where it's like, and I get it. It's like, hey, I'm getting over something. It's like, dude, you're always getting over something. It's like, well, yeah, I am. I'm like literally always fighting something.
You were sick more than anyone I knew for a while there.
Uh-huh. Now, part of it is because nothing worked right. It's like trying to play chess on a mountain or something. That was a terrible analogy. But
tell me more about that.
Yeah, well, so you see, the bishop can't go because it's a mountain. So there's that and a
So when
broken
you're
playing
playing
field.
chess on a mountain, where do you put the board?
Yeah, I don't know what you do. There's no board, I guess, was the word I was trying to
The
go
cough is the worst part.
Yeah.
Because it's like the throat hurts and the chest hurts so bad.
Oh, it all stings. Oh, it's nasty too, this cough. This is gross. It's gross. But so like nothing was working. But then it's like my kids go to school. They come home and they're like, Dad, look, here's germs. And it's like this constant cycle.
You think I don't know about that?
Of course you know about it.
I
My
got the
point is you're
kids.
doing it. And if it's
Yeah.
chronic, you got to go see him.
Yeah, maybe I will. I want to talk about the playoff ramifications.
Okay.
During the bye week for Washington. A couple of the matchups of the teams that need a win.
They're intriguing
to
if you're
close in
Washington.
on
Yeah.
the Commanders are pretty favorable, actually. We'll get into that next on G&D. With Danny, I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30. Sam Fortier of the Post joins us in 15 minutes. He's got the report that was put out this afternoon in the Post with a couple of political reporters he's working on a story with, that Maryland lawmakers want fighter jets from D.C., like actual jets, to sign off on giving their vote to D.C. getting land that could be used for the stadium for the Commanders. That's confusing. It's because it is. Don't worry. We will sort it all out coming up at the top of the hour. But basically, think about it like a fantasy trade, Danny. DC wants the land, and the guy in their fantasy league is asking for the running back that they don't want to give up. And the running back this time is just a couple of fighter jets.
Give me Derrick Henry and Justin Jefferson for 2 F-16s.
Hilarious to me. But look forward to that conversation. All right, looking at the playoff standings in the NFL. So we'll start in the NFC, obviously, where Washington resides. The Commanders are just in a golden spot. They would have to melt down, essentially, to not make the playoffs at this point as the 7 seed in the NFC. They have a multi-game cushion over the teams chasing them, including Arizona, who they have a tiebreaker over. So that's effectively a 2.5-game cushion over the Cardinals, including the Rams and the Bucs. The Bucs, though, who are the most likely team to string some wins together, are probably going to catch Atlanta, 3 straight losses, free falling in the NFC South. So they aren't necessarily as much a concern. So really, you almost need 2 teams, if you count the Falcons as one of the 4, to finish really, really strong to knock Washington out. And then Washington has to go 1-3 or so when they get back from their bye. I think they are in a great spot. You see in some of the analytics sites, Danny, that they're an 80% likeliness to get to the playoffs. I actually think it's probably higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, there are numbers that I don't know what to put in the calculator to come up with it, but every time I run a scenario in my mind, I go, okay, well, let's look at the schedule this weekend, for example. Falcons play the Vikings, right, where they are enormous underdogs, 5.5, 6 points, depends on your book. So the Falcons have lost 3 straight, have just played their worst game of their season this past week at Minnesota, who needs to win to keep pace with Detroit, with Philadelphia, with Green Bay in terms of their playoff seeding, and still an outside hope to win that division. So you'd like Minnesota in that game. So now the Falcons lose. Either they swap spots with Tampa, or maybe they hold on to that spot. Who knows? Because it's not as if Tampa's running roughshod over people either.
Tampa plays the Raiders this weekend. They'll be favored in that game. Will be close, but I would imagine they would win that game. So they would be the leader in the NFC South, and then the Falcons would fall out of the playoffs.
Yeah, so then those 2 guys swap, because there's only going to be 1 team from the NFC South. Just kind of given the math, and somebody has to. All the divisions are going to be represented, even though you'd kind of do without that one this year. But there you are. So yeah, Tampa's a 6.5-point favorite at home against the Raiders.
I wonder if there's any chance Washington catches Green Bay, because if we're saying Tampa's the biggest threat, but they're probably going to win the division, Atlanta's not, let's say, a threat hypothetically, because they may lose this weekend. They'll be 2.5 games behind Washington at that point. And then Arizona, you have the tiebreaker over. The Rams at 6-6 would be the next biggest threat. They would have to go, still though 4-0, while you went 2-2, and the tiebreaker might still go your way. So you probably have to go 1-3 while they go 4-0. It just doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense that that's going to happen. Or I guess 5-0 or 4-1 even in that situation. But where would you rather play in the first round as a 7 seed? If you're playing at the 2, which is going to be either the Lions, who are 11-1, 1 seed right now, or the Eagles, who are 10-2, the 2 seed right now. And it's definitely one of those 2 teams. There's a drop-off to the division leaders after those 2. Would you rather go to Detroit and deal with the Lions, or to Philly, where you've already played, and play a division team, the Eagles, for a 3rd time, including the 2nd time in about a month, the 3rd time in a couple of months in the playoffs?
Yeah, both are better than you. Both are, 2 of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFL. I just think Detroit is, 27 Yankees. To me, I think they're just an absolute buzzsaw going to the Super Bowl this year.
I also think there's something to, it's hard to beat a team 3 times, not to give the Eagles the win over Washington already, which is possible. But there's a familiarity. Like, what did Dan Quinn say last week when the Commanders lost to the Cowboys? Hey, weird things happen in the division all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it that way. Like, I would rather play a familiar opponent, a team Washington, different club altogether last year, took to the brink twice, where a decision not to kick a field goal away from a 4th quarter lead in Philly just a few weeks ago. I think that familiarity would make me rather play an Eagles team that would be favored and probably win over the Lions.
Yeah, me too. I just, that whether it's the divisional element, the familiarity element, whatever you want to call it, they also, Washington played them pretty tough and didn't play very well in that game. Philly deserves credit for that, by the way. They're really good. This is not me taking away from
Their
that.
defense is scarier probably than Detroit.
Yeah, I would love to see Washington's A game against Philadelphia. Again, Philadelphia should be favored, would be favored, would likely win, 6, 7 times out of 10?
That's a good point. If they played their A game against Detroit's B game, I could still see them losing. If they played their A game against Philly's B game, I think that is a field goal at the horn kind of game.
Yeah, and it's one you could steal. And, you think of the added pressure, you think of what, listen, Philadelphia's overcome it to this point. But remember with all the wolves at the door when Sirianni's yelling at fans and everyone was calling for his head. Now they've rallied and ripped off, 8 straight wins since then? But still, that's a high-pressure environment. So if it's close, nip and tuck into the fourth quarter, who knows what happens?
The Packers play the Lions on Thursday night. Let's say they lose. They should, by the way. They're favored to. They'd be 9-4, one game better than Washington, 8-5.
Intriguing,
the
right?
6th seed going into the Commanders game out of the bye week, which, how about that, by the way, in New Orleans with a chance maybe to catch Green Bay that day. But I bring that up to ask you this. If they were to get to the 6th spot, do you think you'd rather play the winner of the South, Tampa, Atlanta, so either decent weather, Tampa outdoor game in the playoffs, or in a dome in Atlanta, or the winner of the West, which could be the Rams inside, Seattle in a tough building, or Arizona where you've gone and destroyed them?
South. I don't think either of those teams is any good right now. Tampa week
even though
1.
you went to Tampa week 1, and
Yeah.
that was a different Commanders team and got annihilated.
And they're a different Tampa team too, by the way, I think.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. I think I'm with you probably on that. Atlanta does not scare me. They've got a bad defense. Cousins coming off 4 picks. The offense looks broken right now. They haven't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 weeks. I mean, something is not right in Atlanta at the moment.
And you're not going to care about this, but I don't know how many Washington fans feel like I do. I have too many Seattle postseason ghosts to feel comfortable at all. Like, it seems like
that
every
would
time
be a factor for you.
it just
It's Mike McDonald and Geno Smith. It's such a different thing. It's been 20 years.
It's not to me. Every time we go to the postseason, Seattle ends it. So enough of that. I need to not see them for a little bit to get my confidence
you
back.
haven't seen them for a lot of bit.
Well,
2012 is 12 years
because we don't
ago.
go to the postseason. When
Right.
we go, we play them and we lose. They've ended our season a bunch of times.
So I'd rather play Atlanta because they're worse, or Seattle or Tampa's interesting. I think I would rather play Seattle than Tampa. Although going to Seattle is a really, really tough building to go play a playoff football game in. But that's the catbird seat, by the way. Like, Green Bay will be favored in any of those games in that 6-3.
You think so, right?
That's where you want to be. If you're Washington and you can play the Bucks or the Seahawks or maybe like a 9-8 Rams team that got in via tiebreaker, I think that's where you want to try to crowbar your way into.
Because unless the Vikings totally implode and lose that 5 seed, first wild card spot, which means, I suppose they could. It could start here as they've been trending down.
If they don't, Danny, then that means Green Bay. Like, if Green Bay catches them, then they were both really good. Like, Minnesota is not coming back to Washington, I don't think.
No, because they're 10-2 with what is that, 5 to play. You wouldn't think they're going to fall, even if they don't play as well as they did for the first 12 games. They're not going 1-4.
Falcons this week, then the Bears, then the Seahawks, playoff caliber team, Packers, Lions. They actually have a pretty hard schedule. Final 4 games of their schedule going to be tough because they are home against Chicago, but still. Let's say they win the next 2. That gets them to 12. I could see them only winning 1 more the rest of the way, but now you're talking about 13 wins.
Yep.
So as long as they don't collapse, to your point, they'll be all right. All right, let's try to get to the bottom of why fighter jets are needed from Maryland so that they can sign off on D.C. getting land for the Commanders Stadium. Next on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Tomorrow, you'll have another chance to win Caps tickets at 4 o'clock right here on G&D. And as a reminder, it is Tuesday, which means Commander Survivor. So at the very end of this segment and the end of the show, we will tell you who's getting sent home and who you voted immune. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to go check out the votes and cast yours.
Talking about the local football team, they continue to build foundation for success on and off the field this year. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So there's a bunch of Commanders news today. Notably, they have hired their new team president to replace Jason Wright, who comes from the Campbell's company, where he was the CEO there for an extended period of time. But also news on the stadium front, which is what we want to dive into right now on the guest hotline with Sam Fortier of the Washington Post. Sam, nice job with this story. Looking at the Post now, it says breaking: Maryland wants DC's Air National Guard Squadron, an RFK deal per sources. This sounds like something out of a movie, but explain to people what's going on, and is there a third-round pick involved? This trade is getting wild.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to bring in Virginia. It's going to be a 3-jurisdiction deal. No, I'm kidding. But basically, I mean, look, so people were asking me, like, people were texting me, like, how is this even possible? How can Maryland interfere here? And so basically, you know, to give a quick and dirty summary, DC doesn't own a lot of its own land. This has to go through Congress, the approval and extension of a lease for the RFK Stadium site land. And so basically, Maryland has representation in Congress and DC doesn't, particularly in the Senate. And so basically DC is asking for this bill to pass. They're saying, and then there's other champions too, but basically saying, hey, we want this bill to pass. We want the lease extension amendment, which would make the land realistic for the Commanders to come back. And Maryland senators are saying, hey, that would give the DC an unfair advantage in this competition to land the next stadium. We have 3 things that we want. And one of those things is the Air National Guard Squadron, which is basically F-16 fighter jets.
Clearly, I didn't have that on my bingo card. I don't really know where to go from here, Sam. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good at figuring out, like, hey, is Marshawn Latimore going to impact the defense? I'm not good at this part. So how likely is that? And is this like sort of out of left field? How prepared are we?
Can I ask how many jets are in a squadron? Do they want like 2 or 9?
So you are now going over my head here, because I worked with 2 colleagues on this, one who covers DC government, one who covers Maryland, and they were definitely running the show on the squadron part. I was like, okay, I can tell you about the Commander Stadium search. I can kind of handicap where we're at and what the team's interested in. But Eleanor Holmes Norton saying that losing those jets would be severely damaging to district safety if the Capitol ever came under attack. I'll let y'all handle that one.
Fair enough. But I guess, again, that leads me to my question then is this a non-starter? Is DC like anything but our fighter jets? Like, we'll give you, a pontoon boat and I don't even know where to do shtick on it, Sam. Like, this is just so out of my depth here. But is this not likely to pass then because DC is going to be like anything but the fighter jets?
So, yeah, it's a good question. Basically, Maryland wants 3 things. They want a statement on where the team wants to go. They want assurances about what would happen at the Landover site if they did leave the stadium. Hey, what are you guys going to do here? We basically don't want what happened at RFK Stadium to happen to us. And third, they want the fighter jets. So,
by the way, you just saying, and third, they want the fighter jets.
I also want fighter jets.
It's still the funniest, like, and of course the fighter
Yeah,
jets.
obviously the fighter jets.
Like you were, I just want to point that out, that you just kind of casually.
Totally fair. So it's sort of unclear. It's hard for me to tell you guys, like, is this a make or break thing? What's going to happen here? Because ultimately, like, they want this bill to get attached to a larger defense policy bill that has to pass by the end of the year. People, like, in politics describe it like these bigger must-pass bills as like Christmas trees, and people are just like throwing ornaments on them, these random, smaller, unrelated bills. So it's like RFK, and my colleague was telling me that last year there was like 1,000, amendments on these bigger bills. So RFK is just one part of it. Could Maryland like use delay tactics? Could they kill the RFK bill specifically over this? I think they could. It's not guaranteed because the corners of leadership, the leaders of the House and the Senate, they decide what goes on these big bills at the end of the year. And so it basically would come down to, I think, would Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, want to, overrule a member of his caucus? I think this is where like the DC representation comes in, because Maryland has 2 senators, and they go to Chuck Schumer and they can say, hey, we think this is unfair for DC. We don't want this. And DC doesn't have, a member of Schumer's caucus to go and say, hey, actually, that's not cool. This is my jurisdiction. This is what I want. So that's a long-winded way to tell you guys it's significant for sure. Like this has the potential to impact the RFK bill, but the commanders in Maryland met today. Chuck Schumer in his meeting with Goodell and Commanders Owner Josh Harris yesterday, according to a person with direct knowledge, told me that Schumer told them, hey, figure it out with the Maryland senators. The commanders in Maryland met today. As we're talking, I'm trying to figure out, hey, what does this mean? Where are we at? But I'm just giving you guys the state of play right now.
Yeah, and it helps. Sam Fortier, the Washington Post. So you explained this, but to clarify a little bit, this is not just like X percent of all the senators have to agree to give DC the land. The Maryland 2 actually matter more than just 2 votes, because they have power on whether or not this thing gets attached to the bill this month or not. Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So it's not like, well, they don't need these guys because there's senators all over the place that'll, it's not like Steve Daines is crossed now. He's on their side. It's a numbers game like it was in the House. This is a different thing where their influence could keep this from happening.
Right. And that's important, because if this were to come up on the floor of the Senate, if it was like a straight, hey, like we're taking a roll call vote here, then the numbers would matter. It would be a numbers game, but it's not. It's getting attached to this bigger bill, which is called the National Defense Authorization Act. People call it NDAA. That's what they're targeting right now. So if it gets attached to NDAA, it's basically up to the discretion of leadership. Like, hey, what do we want to put on here? And if you're a Maryland senator, if you're in Schumer's ear and you're saying, hey, like, we think this is a bad thing for reasons X, Y, and Z, we think it's a bad deal for the American taxpayer, then Schumer could be like, it's easier to leave out, and they're a member of my caucus. I don't want to do anything, to upset the cart. So that's why, like, the Maryland senators have real clout here.
Sam Fortier, the Post, with us here on G&D, shedding some light on the old fighter jet for stadium land swap, the thing we've all seen 1,000 times. Sam, you mentioned something important. What for the 3 conditions? Fighter jets, again, we're talking about that. We'll do our best to get to the bottom of it. The third thing makes sense to me. Hey, don't leave us in the lurch. Don't leave us with an empty, bombed-out stadium that looks terrible, that just collects rust like RFK did. The second stipulation is where I want to focus on for a second. Tell us your intentions. Like, that seems that's a normal.
Don't we also
deal.
know their intentions?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but to formally write it down, that seems very strange to me. Could you go into that part where the local football team would have to say, we intend to leave? Like, walk me through that.
It's a very fair question. I don't know if I'll have a satisfying answer for you, because it's a question that I have as well. And I think but Maryland has said this before. They said, we want to know where the team wants to go. And the team, I think, has said, like, hey, we don't know where we want to go, because the only jurisdiction on the table right now in terms of having an available site and a mechanism to offer public funding is Maryland. Like, Virginia has neither of those things. DC, obviously doesn't have the land here. So I think, like, what's important to remember here is like, if this RFK bill passes, then DC and Maryland are both on the table, and you can start saying, hey, like, we'll negotiate, blah, blah, blah. But until then, like, Maryland is the only realistic site. So I think if you're the Commanders, it's like, why would I declare my intentions before, like, I even know what my options are?
Yeah, that's kind of my point, Sam, is like, let's say DC falls through, which, a lot of municipalities have fallen through. See Virginia, for example. Like, if they declared and then they couldn't go back to Maryland, like, what business would have to do that? I just find that to be so odd.
Hey, man, is it odder than fighter jets?
No, it loses the face off to fighter jets. Yeah. So fighter jets is one. Declare your intentions. It's like a dad interviewing a potential boyfriend for his daughter. Like, declare your intentions. I just find that so strange.
The viral video on TikTok or whatever it was, where Bruce Allen was like interviewing the guy who wanted to date his daughter in his SUV, and we're like, no one knew it was Bruce Allen. It was just, my dad is being mean to my boyfriend. We're like, oh my God, that's Bruce.
Oh my God, it's Bruce. Oh my God, it's
like,
Bruce.
His daughter has an Instagram and doesn't know that's hilarious for everyone else. Sam, if they don't get this done this month, so fact or fiction me here. I was told by someone pretty plugged in that if by the holidays this thing doesn't go through, if they break, nothing happened, and that means they have to start over again next year, that basically that'd be a nightmare, and that they may consider just pivoting to Maryland. What do you think about that?
Like the first half of what you said is fact. Like if this bill does not pass by the end of this congressional session,
which is late December, is that right?
Late, yeah, it's the end of this year for sure. We don't have an exact date. Their target is December 20th, but they could go to overtime basically. If it doesn't pass this Congress, then they have to start over. The bill is dead, and that is, I think, would be a fascinating position for the Commanders to be in, because Josh Harris and his team and all his limited partners would have to say, okay, is it worth it to try to make another legislative effort for RFK? Because this has taken 2 years. The team started lobbying Congress about this, early 2023. So it's do we want to wait that amount of time to potentially get it? Could it be faster? The Trump administration is going to make this more unpredictable. Or, do we try to get Virginia back on the table? But, they obviously have indicated some opposition to stadiums before. Or do we just take, the thing that fans might not be fully satisfied with, but we know we can do the things that we want to do with 200 acres of land in Maryland. That is kind of the calculus Josh Harris would have to go through if this bill fails.
So, and it also feels to me, Danny, like a video game. To use your parlance.
Thank you.
Where they beat Steve Daines and they're bloodied in, but they got through the level. But now the Maryland guys are there, right? And
it's a new boss.
And they've just been doing that for 2 years. So if you have to start over again next year, what is to say that there's not 9?
You're out of continues.
There's just a bunch of bosses that you have to. There's no guarantee that it would work next year, and now you're just pushing back years of still being at the worst stadium in the league. Go ahead.
And Grant, I would add to that, man. Dan Snyder started talking to DC about potentially putting this thing on the table in 2008. 2008. And this is by far the furthest this legislation has ever gotten to making it a realistic possibility. And so, to your point, to all the bosses, if you were to start this thing over, you have no guarantee a Republican's going to champion it. You have no guarantee that it's going to pass all the levels. This is not just if it misses this year, we'll start again next year. It would be a really difficult decision for them.
One thing I would love for you to clarify, and I think that I'm right about this. The story that's out there right now, I even heard it being talked about on the radio today here in town on our station about they're trying to bring the logo back, and that's what these meetings are about. That is definitively not a thing, right? They are trying to get the land and the land only. There is nothing about bringing back the old Redskins logo. That's not reality.
Your station was discussing this?
I think it was. I don't know. I didn't hear it, but someone said that they called in about it earlier. I have no idea. I have to go back and listen.
Yeah, I would be deeply, deeply skeptical. The logo, to my understanding, is definitely not coming up in these meetings. This is about the RFK bill. There's plenty to focus on. I think they have their focus on the land right now. If the rebrand were to ever come up, I still am deeply skeptical that would work out. I mean, the family that designed this logo, the Commanders sent people and the NFL sent people to Montana to visit the Wetzel family explicitly to communicate to them, this is not a business reality. This is not possible. And I know, Steve Daines went on Fox News and said, what he said, but I don't, if the team ever gets there, they are definitely not there right now.
Sam, great reporting as always. Really appreciate the time, man. I know this is what you sign up for, running backs and wide receivers and linebackers making tackles and, House bills and congressional stuff. Totally right. Fighter jets.
Yeah, no, this has been a fun twist on the gig. I've learned a lot. So I'm actually pretty cool with it. It's good. And I enjoy talking about it with you guys. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you at the games. Sam Fortier of the Washington Post on the story today. How many fighter jets would you trade for a stadium in DC, Danny?
They're not my fighter jets, so it's easy for me to say.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak out of school here. I'm going to say something, then it's probably going to piss off that one person that's oh, you need this many fighter jets to protect DC.
Well, Eleanor Holmes Norton said they need their fighter jets.
I'm kind of man, I'm going to regret this.
Okay.
I don't feel like we need fighter jets in DC that much.
I think that is a
is that a hot take?
That is someone's not watching the news very much lately, I'll say.
I think
that's a scolding.
I think there's fighter jets all around. Like Andrews Air Force Base, which is where my point in the wrong direction, whichever way I'm supposed to point. They got him.
Let me be clear.
Yeah.
Obama
I know
style.
DC's live there.
So you're claiming that DC doesn't need him that much, but Maryland really needs him.
No, I don't think Maryland needs him at all.
I'm going to say DC does need its fighter jets.
Okay.
I'm going to go with does.
Okay.
I like fighter jets.
You're pro fighter jet for the city of DC.
I like having ships and
So you-
armada.
So you want, but again, you're conflating like the standing U.S. military with like what Phil Mendelssohn of the D.C. Council needs.
No,
Does he need an F-16?
I don't think Phil Mendelssohn is just joyriding around in the fighter jet.
I don't think he is either.
I think we park him here.
Yeah.
Or what do you do?
You
land
park him. You park him.
I think we park him here.
Yep.
And then when someone picks up that red phone and says, "Hey, nation's capital, most powerful city in the world, some of the bad guys might not like you very much. We got a fighter jet right here to do fighter jet stuff." That's my best guess.
Right. But again, I feel like that's very U.S. military, a little bit less like city of D.C. Do you know what I'm saying?
So if you're saying, does Muriel Bowser,
That's where I'm going.
and the guy who just got out of jail, what's that guy's name? You know his name.
I do.
Can you help me?
No, we're just going to move past it.
Okay. Do they and Phil Mendelssohn need a fighter
Like,
jet?
is that guy going to do a fighter jet?
Maybe not. Maybe they don't need a fighter jet.
That's kind of what I'm
I
saying.
kind of like my fighter jets around the city.
I want them close by.
Yeah.
I want plenty of fighter jets close by, but I want it to be like I want less DC operation of fighter jets.
Let's get ready for Capitals hockey.
Here we go.
It is time for a Caps power play. Tonight's the night for the Caps at home against the San Jose Sharks. Now, just when you think you've got a good beat on everything, sports kind of blow up in your face a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But the Capitals 17-6-1, looking for a fifth consecutive win after playing a bunch of good teams that they beat. Play a pretty bad team tonight. 9-13-5 San Jose. They're rested 2 days in a row since their last game. So there's very, very, I'd say, good chance that they come out fast, start quickly, jump on San Jose, but they got to get 2 points tonight. These are the games at the end of the year you look back on and you go, wait, you were rested against the Sharks at home and you didn't win that game?
But here's the thing. The Sharks have won 3 or 4, and in those wins, they've scored 7, 8, and 4 goals.
Scoring some goals.
So they score goals. So this is the Shanahan axiom for the umpteenth, trillionth time. Not who you play, it's when you play them. And right now, San Jose is playing great. Would have loved to play them a couple weeks ago when they had lost 3 straight.
I'll be watching the Caps power play. 3 goals last game. That power play, the puck is moving. It looks better without Ovi in the office. So I'm very much excited to get Ovi back. But I think they have fixed the power play because they're not standing around watching him. So that'll be an interesting storyline tonight as they try to continue their ascent on the man advantage. I just got a tweet from a guy named Ronnie who said DC fighter jets are parked at Andrews Air Force Base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then everything's fine.
But it's like, who owns them? So they would stay there even if they went to Maryland too.
If I'm DC, I just go, oh, you guys can own them. It's fine. You think that they're not going to be able to use them when they need them? Who cares? It's like telling the kid what you need to tell him. Like, oh yeah, the game's over. We're headed to bed. There's 10 minutes left. You're going back down to grab some goldfish to watch the rest of the game. Yeah, you guys own them. No problem. Hey, we need our jets. There's something happening here. Oh, no problem. Who cares who owns them?
So what Eleanor Holmes Norton was talking about is like no one's under any obligation to show up if they call and ask for the Jets, if they belong to another state.
You think Maryland's going to give them the bird?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Perilous moment. DC's on the horn. Eleanor Holmes Norton's got the conch shell like Anchorman, and she's going, dun, 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 assemble. You think they're just going to let that ride and
again?
Go, we're not going to help you.
I would have bet that I would have gone the rest of my life without talking about what state owns the fighter jets that are going to be needed for the team to play at RFK again.
Does Virginia own fighter jets?
I'm going to assume yes. Now, can I prove that? No. But I think so.
I will trade you 1 fighter jet for 1 Louise Lucas meme.
No, they're too precious to me. I love them too much.
The memes?
The memes are great.
Okay, 2 fighter jets for 1 meme.
No way.
She's going to put out a meme of a fighter jet
Give me 7 fighter jets, and I'll give you 1 meme.
Oh, I'd be sized.
Yeah.
I'll give you 7 jets for 1 meme.
1 meme?
Every time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's time for Commander's Survivor on a Tuesday. Who'd you boot off the island? Who'd you give immunity?
All right, who's got the bad news first?
I got the bad news. And this one was not very close. After counting up 6.8 million votes.
Oh, my goodness.
It was basically 100% for safety. Jeremy Chin, you have been booted off the island.
Did nothing wrung. All he did all year long was play well.
Just
Got
go out and
himself
play
into
football.
the final 5. Pretty impressive for a guy that was kind of, I would say on the outside of all the circles looking in, but was maybe an afterthought putting on the list, right? All he did was play really, really well. A lot more high-profile guys, bigger profile signings down here at the very end. To be in the final 5 is a pretty big deal.
I want Jeremy Chin paid and kept. He's a good player. And as the year's gone on, I think they're figuring out better and better ways to use him. He's gotten really comfortable. I know that doesn't mean anything to you guys because you can't stand him being on the island. Here you go. Who is getting immunity?
I don't think this one will shock anyone. It would be quarterback 1, Jaden Daniels, who wins in a landslide,
that's who it is.
Getting another immunity this season. Congratulations,
Career high,
Jaden
3
Daniels.
touchdowns for Jaden Daniels. Throwing 1 rushing, 4 total. Have a day, kid.
I was walking in the kitchen area, we have here at the old office, and it just so happened there was a highlight of the Jaden Daniels touchdown run. For that alone, immunity, please. Put him into the finals just for that run alone. He starts behind the 10. Half the Tennessee Titans missed. I think a cheerleader missed too at some point. It was unbelievable, that run.
Virginia does own fighter jets, by the way. Of
course
they do. Confirm that.
Virginia's
including
doing
an
great.
F-22. Who knew?
Well, down there in Norfolk, they're always doing the jets.
I'll trade you an F-22 for a hockey arena. No, nothing.
I'll tell you what, we'll do a press conference, whether there's arena or not.
Yeah, let's have like some boards with pictures.
We'll do a little mission accomplished.
Sure.
We did it.
No problem there. Darius, I was going to ask you a question. Let me think. Final 4. Who's the final 4 left in Survivor now?
So that'll be Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, who is immune and will go into the final 3.
Okay.
Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu. It's
wow.
The
So
quarterback wide receiver versus linebacker.
Wagner, McLaurin, and Louvu. Someone's getting sent home. That's going to be brutal. I got Frankie winning the whole damn thing. I love Louvu.
I think Jaden Daniels wins it.
Big thanks to Darius and Ryan, as always, for their work behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. We will be back at it tomorrow at 2 o'clock. One of us will for sure.
Yeah, feel better, dude.
Possibly 2 of us. We'll find out in due time. Caps tickets to be won at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Enjoy Caps hockey tonight right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.